We have the best CEO interviews, hands down. They're longer, more thorough, and tailored specifically to our audience. We never take our eye off the ball, which means we're always ahead of our peers.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of thinkorswim. With robust charting and analysis tools, nearly endless customization, and up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. Let's focus on the big picture ahead of the opening bell. Joining us now is Willie Delwish, investment strategist at High Mount Research and business professor.
Good morning.
Willie, thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Caroline.
Okay.
Make a trend, but October off to a bit of a rocky start. Still kind of TBD about what we're going to see in terms of today's market action because futures pretty sluggish right now. Not a whole lot of action. But what do you make of this market after the strong September that we've seen? Do you look at this as just kind of a breather for the bull market, or potentially the beginning of some additional weakness?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think if we step back, we saw August start off
All right, we got about 9 minutes to go. 9 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's 9:21 a.m. Wednesday, the second day of October.
Zoom back, what we have seen over the course of September, especially, is what I like to call quiet strength. So, not big moves in the market on a day-to-day basis, but strength piling up beneath the surface in terms of more new highs and new lows. And if we continue to see that in October, then I think the bulls get the benefit of the doubt, and we expect this to continue to move higher. So, we like to think about strength being a big part of bull markets, but it's the quiet part that I think really helps fuel it, helps sustain the move higher.
Quiet strength meaning some of the smaller moves that eventually higher. But I guess where do you draw your optimism from?
Yeah, Tesla's lower this morning.
Continue to be
Looking for a bounce.
strong or continue to tick higher.
Yeah, well, there's a couple things. One, we see strength beneath the surface. So we see
Tesla looking for a bounce.
we see broad strength after the world finished at new highs last month, and we see continued optimism on the part of investors. You look at the bull versus bear data, and the bulls are still invested in the market, and that's another part of what we typically see in bull markets is.
Okay, Tesla down. Let's see, Apple, Amazon. What's CRM doing? CRM with an upgrade. All right, CRM with an upgrade. It's got a ways to go to clear recent levels. CRM. Okay, CRM. Okay, we're sitting on top of the 200-day moving average. CRM. Salesforce. Jolt's numbers out this morning.
In August and September, no doubt about it, we did see more leadership from typically defensive areas, and I think this gets back to the sort of quiet strength idea. If we can see more quiet strength in the market, which we have been seeing, I think that gives investors confidence that they don't need to hide out in defensive areas, and we can be back into more of a risk-on environment. Is it going to be exactly the same risk-on environment that we saw earlier this year or the latter part of last year? Probably not. Some rotation from a sector perspective is likely to be healthy and is likely to be enduring. I don't know that tech is going to continue to lead the way it has, but it's risk appetite that we would like to see as evidence of strength.
All right, let's get ready for the opening bell. Got 6 minutes to go. 6 minutes. Okay, we only have 5 stocks green on the NASDAQ 100.
To move higher. I would rephrase it and say whether it's not if tech's moving lower, but if tech is just, in the middle, if it's not leading, if industrials are leading, for example, or maybe energy gets back in gear, things like that, as long as tech is not falling apart, I think the market's okay. Whether or not that
United Health higher with Humana lower.
Okay. What do you think the biggest risk to the market is at this point? We're obviously seeing
United Health
geopolitical tensions.
is up 1750. United Health, not going to chase that.
Among others. What
CVS,
the rally?
there were some conversations about CVS spinning it off or something, selling it. Diamondback Energy, the energy stocks are higher this morning. Diamondback higher again today, day 3. Apache following through from yesterday. Apache is up 2% pre-market. Apache, so oil and gas names are moving higher.
The market does well if the Fed is able to cut rates at the rate it wants to, which is slowly. The market doesn't do well when the Fed has to accelerate the pace of rate cuts. If the market is forced into rate cuts, if the Fed is forced.
Gold pulled back a little bit. Gold futures pulled back a little bit.
From an economic perspective, that forces the Fed's hand, and you have to see an acceleration in rate cuts. That's probably the type of thing that derails the market strength we're seeing right now.
Gold futures off a little bit.
Fair enough there. You mentioned the broader strength that we've been seeing globally. How are you looking at international stocks as we head into the end of the year?
Yeah, so from an international perspective, people have, like myself, to start to fade, but we are starting
4 minutes to go. Opening bell, 4 minutes.
global leadership. Looking at the percentage of active markets making new highs on a
Gold futures a little bit lower.
monthly basis, and we're starting to see
Mhm.
the ACWI ex-US, so the rest of the world, not including the US, break out to new highs.
ExxonMobil and many of the oil and gas names higher today.
Underweight the rest of the world and overweight the US, and so maybe not the rest of this year, but
ExxonMobil up 1.5%,
opportunity for investors
$1.82.
away from US equity exposure and towards international equity exposure.
Devon Energy higher. Devon.
Particular international markets
Oil and gas names higher.
strength?
Well, China has seen the most strength over the past month. It's up 25%. But if you zoom out, it's done nothing. I think a broad basket of, looking at
Microsoft on the move. Microsoft.
Asia generally. For most investors, trying to avoid picking individual countries is probably the way to go. So look at Europe generally. Look at emerging markets.
Broadcom. Okay, we got 3 minutes to go. Broadcom popping up.
All right, we'll leave it there. Willie,
Let's see. Microsoft. Microsoft.
Yeah, thanks for having me on today.
Microsoft popping.
Coming up,
Trying to turn the corner.
and look at some key levels to watch. Morning Trade Live. We'll be right back.
I'm going to wait a few minutes before I do anything. Take profits first 15 minutes if we have anything to take profits on.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize to align with your goals. All at your fingertips. Schwab investing themes. 40 custom
Microsoft, Apple popping.
stocks in just a few
Apple.
Neil, how's my favorite client?
Quick question, Carl. Can you offer me the same choices as Schwab?
choices.
Yeah. At Schwab, I can get full service wealth management, advice, and invest and trade on my own.
Come on, you know Carl's the only choice you need, right? Neil, tell me you know this.
Gotta run, Carl.
Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
It's time to look forward
Find the next trend.
from every click to every tip.
There's no fear of missing out on next gen investing.
Available anytime, anywhere on the website for free. Empower your portfolio.
Apple, a nice pop there. Apple. Let's see. We got less than a minute to go. Less than a minute to go.
Join us for next
All right. Apple with a nice pop. We'll take some profits into strength on Apple. Okay, nice pop there on Apple. Raytheon, let's see, Raytheon, RTX, Raytheon. Looking good, Raytheon. Micron lower, Micron into the 100 zone. Hit 99 and change pre-market. Okay, Netflix starting to pop. All right, futures are fading a bit. Okay, let's keep an eye on Apple. Apple. Okay, futures fading a bit. We got stocks. We were 5 green to start the day. We're now about 15, 20. Starting to add a lot of green. Okay, Apple pushing a bit higher. Q's pull back.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, Joe Tsai's been back in there, obviously very much involved in sort of helping to run the company again. I mean, take a look at just the 1 week basically on Bob, because it's extraordinary what it's done. That 1 year, that's all a week of performance at this point almost. Where is it? All right, 20 plus percent. And continues, as you say, Jim, in terms of the momentum there that we saw yesterday as well. We'll see what the ultimate impact really is of these various forms of stimulus that Chinese seem to be having.
Okay. All right. So the New York FANG stocks are seeing some short covering. A lot of stocks popping up here. Apple, Google popping, Broadcom popping, Amazon. Okay, AMD turning back up. Looking for Tesla to bounce. Futures down 17, bouncing off the lows of the morning. Netflix, Microsoft, okay. Apple. All right, a little mixed opening here. Amazon starting to move a bit. Amazon turning the corner. The hourly chart on the right. Let's see what the daily looks like. Daily, Amazon. 5 days down, 2 days trying to base. Look if we get a Morningstar Doji potential. Amazon.
You think it will have an impact? I do. I mean, look, right now, the long knocks are out for Apple, but when we suddenly find out that Apple might have good numbers versus Huawei, I mean, that could happen.
Wynn and Vegas, Las Vegas Sands, those are doing well. Thank you, Paticus. Okay, Meta pulling back a little bit. Okay, Micron.
It's a halcyon time. I think Brian's got some plans. And, you know, he's king of throughput. He gets you in and gets you out. Right. And, David, the honey chicken right now, Nashville, Sacramento, Wait, what are we talking about? You keep going back to Starbucks, now you're back to Chipotle. You can follow me. I can. Nobody else can. Don't be like the Gordon and Shawshank. Nobody else can. Shoes. Yeah. Just follow me here. Nobody ever looks at a man's shoes.
What was interesting was your discussion with Chipotle, not about China or even North America, but Europe. Take a listen. We're really excited about the Europe opportunity. We think under Anat's leadership, we're starting to move the needle, starting to really solve the economic challenge there. And we have a model we like. We think we can grow that pretty aggressively over the next few years.
Interesting where you got economies where inflation is now undershooting targets.
I know it, but what I like is that they've got great plans in the United States, but Europe can give you a whole nother leg. And today they open in Dubai. They actually are being with a franchise. But they're out, David, this is very outside group that's been around for a long time. But can you imagine the kind of growth? Everyone thinks Chipotle might be.
Okay, just watching the markets. Tesla starting to bounce. Tesla bouncing.
No. Celebrate the holiday with brisket. Really? Yes. No, I'm not going to do that. Thank you. I got some, my son goes to Chipotle a lot. A lot. I don't. See, I knew I learned something every day from you. Yeah. I don't know how he doesn't go places.
Meta pulling back.
Wow. Okay. Now we're cooking. Got a big appetite. The kid's like 6'2". Yes. Is he playing for the Braves? Does he play for the Braves? He's retired. Oh, I thought he was a pitcher for the Braves. He's got that great working man, like everybody else. Poor guy. Hopefully he's not watching this. Guys, I want to talk Apple. He's a good kid. My wife wanted me to tell you that. I appreciate that. Thank you. I think so too. Apple shares down again. We had that. Remember, we had that negative piece from Barclays yesterday. We're going to have the analysts actually join us in the 10 as well. We talked a bit about China just now, Jim. I don't know, Carl, if you saw this first review I saw in the Times about Apple Intelligence. I would not say it was a ringing endorsement at all in terms of
Raytheon, watching Raytheon. All the aerospace and defense names. What's Boeing doing? Boeing trying to push off of what looks like a base spacing pattern. Moving averages are starting to flatten out a little bit at the lows. Baozun following through. Chinese stocks.
Well, then the next quarter is going to be better. That's what I want. I don't think it's a reason not to own Apple. It's going to be an extended 16.
Yeah. We did get this awkward downgrade of Timo out of range.
SOXS is working. Semiconductors.
They raised the target, which we never liked.
I read that and felt like they went from buy to strong buy. We had everyone. Ben Stoto, who is our chief scientist and research trader, was like, what is this? This thing doesn't read badly at all. Remember, Mike Seaver was saying the phone's selling well, but these analysts,
Okay, Baozun. All right, Chinese stocks with the bounce and a follow through. IQ. Okay, let's see what Baba looks like. Baba still going. Baba. Baidu. Okay, Baba, Baidu. All right, futures a little bit lower. Apple pulling back. What happened to ASTS? Okay, back below the 50-day. ASTS. Nanonuclear pulling back 6.7%. All right, RTX. Raytheon reversing.
It's not great for broadband providers such as our parent company. There's a lot of potential competition. You went there. I just finished.
Okay, Apache. A lot of the oil and gas names higher. Okay, Apache pushing higher.
But it's worth coming back to. I mean, there's a downgrade this morning that says this represents a worst case scenario result. What happened?
All right, CRM, Salesforce. Okay, looks like it could bounce off of the 200-day. It's been sitting on top of this for the last 7 trading days. Okay, all right, so we got a little bit of selling in the morning. Looking for some liquidity. See if we bounce.
A 5% addition. That's bad.
I switched. I mean, it was like, well, this thing has got no. It was like Jeff Probst. They ain't got nothing for you.
I know it's graded on a curve, but we've talked about this in the past. To your point, and they do have one plan in particular that went from 4 stars to 3.5 stars. That was 45% of their overall, and it goes up a cliff. You don't get a 3% bonus at 3.5 stars. You go from 5% to 0. And that's what's happened here. Remember Cigna when they were? I mean, some of their shareholders that I had talked to were apoplectic about the idea of Cigna trying to buy Humana. These shares now down.
Okay, semiconductors, SMH. All right, back to the 50-day. 50-day is trying to turn. Futures making new lows. Futures making new lows. If you have that hedge, I took a hedge on SPXS. All right, so watching that.
We've been talking about Medicare in 2 different ways. Then we also been talking the last couple of days about CVS.
Okay, most stocks are pulling back at the moment. We are adding a few bullish. Started off the day with 5 green on the Qs, the NASDAQ 100 Qs. We started with 5. We're about 25 now, so we are adding some green. A lot of the stocks on the top of the list. Well, it's kind of mixed. Baker Hughes, got Clack, LRCX is higher, so not all semis are lower. CrowdStrike is higher. Adobe, Broadcom bouncing. CSX Rails bouncing. NXPI Semiconductors. Okay, RTX, Raytheon. Tesla with a bounce and fade. Meta fading. Yeah, so, lately I've been looking at stocks from the perspective of take profits intraday, do more day trading. Fewer short-term swings. Looks like that's playing out.
I want the formula. I don't believe I'm not paying $190. You see why people say that they get the prescription and they don't fill it? $190 for something that's off patent. This country's crazy. And I think that, unfortunately, a lot of wealthy people in the country don't realize what it's really like out there. And I'm not saying that I don't benefit. I'm a very lucky person, but Medicare can be shocking when you get to the counter and you actually.
All right, what's FedEx doing? FedEx. Okay, pulling back after 1 day up, a couple of days up, pulling back now, FedEx.
Price shocks. The other one related to that we're watching again today is the port strike, Jim. Yes. A lot of attention being paid to Daggett's comments about crippling the economy. Goldman yesterday said most transportation strikes lasted.
Micron, that's an iron condor. Micron. Be taking that one off pretty soon. If I can get it below, say, $50, $40, somewhere around 40. Micron, like to see that. That's pulling back quite a bit. Micron. Micron, this is working out pretty well. Okay, 50 days right below the green line. Micron. So we'll take that off pretty soon.
said even if you do, we're gonna slow things down so much it won't matter. But
If I were running that campaign, I'd do that today. I know he's union president, but you know how much you
well, this guy's not in his camp, I don't believe.
No, I don't know. All I know is that get ready for really high prices for fresh food, because that's what this is about.
Right. Meantime, you got the machinists on the West Coast.
Okay, Amazon looking for the bounce, looking for stocks to bounce. Nothing yet. Everything is seeing some selling across the board.
Asserting themselves, but these are the two most. I mean, the Teamsters have folded. I should say Teamsters are not as present, but these two unions are historically very smart unions that have held major companies hostage, and they're doing it right now. And I'm waiting for the administration to say something. This is not they ruled out Taft-Hartley. They ruled out what Truman did with the train workers. They're just not going there.
Right. It is interesting how often we had mentioned unions over the last number of years now, and how prominently they have figured in so many of the things, whether it's the port strike, whether it was obviously the actors and the writers, the United States Steelworkers, who are not on strike, right, but are opposing an acquisition of Nippon Steel, U.S. Steel, and Starbucks, and I mean, on from there.
Airlines, not to a strike level.
Boeing,
Well,
obviously.
you have a union president and emboldens everybody. I remember he walked the picket line against Ford. No president's ever done that.
Right. And he really, I bet he regrets not inviting Elon Musk to that original EV meeting because he was unionized. That was
You're going there, man. Well,
that was really stupid. Do you say that? Don't you think? And it made Musk his enemy for life. Don't get me involved. I'm not involved. Not involved.
That's the first time you've ever I don't want to.
Really? You don't want to be involved? I'm afraid.
I'm not afraid of
You're
Musk.
afraid of Musk.
I'm not afraid of Musk.
You are afraid.
No,
On a much smaller scale, but regarding transportation, Toyota, Jim, investing $500 million into Joby. That's going to
I'm shocked at that. But Joby's been one of the in the lightning round. Everyone wants me to recommend Joby. I just haven't been able to, but that's a substantial. That's a nice endorsement.
Haven't been able to get there. Joby.
All right, just watching. Can't say we weren't expecting that we could see some risk with the markets. Let's take a look at the S&P. We've just been grinding up against these levels. Okay. Yesterday we were talking about a potential wave down. That's less than what we saw previously. So we marked that up yesterday in the discussion. Where did I put it? Okay, so we're looking for these waves down. Shorter and shorter, possibly coming back to the 50-day, which is right where prices are right now. Okay, so that's what we're seeing. Nice little bounce so far. Futures are starting to bounce. Nice move on the S&P. Futures with the bounce. Okay, so we got a doji. All right, that looks okay. Let's look at breath. Oops. Breath. Okay, still more selling into strength. We got a lot more stocks green on the screen now. We had started off the day, NASDAQ 100 was 5 green. We're about 50-50 now, so stocks being bought up. Stocks being bought up. Okay, looking good. Nano nuclear with a bounce. That was a 2.5% bounce there on nano nuclear. They keep buying the dips, selling the rips. So don't fall into the trap of selling into weakness unless you bought the absolute high of the day at 17 yesterday.
Take a look at Home Depot. Stocks up about $50 the past month. Today, Gordon Haskett goes to buy. Target of 450. Jim, they asked a bunch of homeowners, at what mortgage rate would you be interested if you delayed buying? And it's a sample of responses, but they do think that we're going to get some activity.
That's why we bought it for the Chapel Trust. Yeah, top 10. I just thought this is the sweet spot. They've missed a couple more. They've had a couple bad years. No longer. It's their time.
New York FANG index. Okay, we're close to the 50-day on the New York FANG, but we're just below the 21-day. We could drop a little bit more. This is where we're looking at those waves down in these. Okay, so we're below 50 right now, 49.84. All right, Tesla continues to drop off. Tesla getting whacked here. Jeez. Supermicro. What's that doing? Supermicro. SMCI, Supermicro. Okay. 40. We'll see if there's any action in the next week or so on Supermicro. Amazon trying to bounce. Tesla, no bounce yet. Tesla. All right, Tesla. Pinduo Duo has been on a tear. I see Frano taking puts on Pinduo Duo. Seems like a very overcrowded trade for the last week. This has just been running up into this week. IQ, Baozun, Baidu, Baba, all of these Chinese stocks ripping higher.
Let's start with Nike. Shares under pressure today. They're off only about, well, 8% now. I was looking at the wrong line, so actually adding to the losses. James isn't interested in buying Nike, buying this dip that we've been seeing really all year. What are your thoughts? Walk us through an example trade for Nike.
Yeah, with the stock pulling back here today, maybe it does.
Baozun, if you took it last week, consider selling some into strength. Broadcom trying to push higher. Broadcom. Okay, looking for a bounce off the 21-day. Broadcom. Dell sitting on the 200-day. Broadcom. Okay, watch Broadcom. AVGO. Broadcom.
In this example, I looked at the October 18th monthly cycle that expires in 16 days. We just sold the 85 strike call against that 150.
AVGO.
So for every 100 shares of stock you buy, sell one out of the money call. You're paying roughly about an 81.70 debit on it. The debit you pay is going to be your risk. So by doing the covered call strategy as opposed to just buying the shares outright, you get the shares at a discount, right? Because you're also collecting that 1.8% dividend yield that Nike has, and then you're creating yield on that out-of-the-money call that you have. And as we get closer to expiration over the next 2.5 weeks, you'll be able to roll or adjust that short call on a week-to-week or month-to-month basis. You collect credits, you reduce that break-even, you increase potential profitability on this type of trade. It's one of those building block type of strategies that we talk about. But if you want to get paid to wait in Nike, you think it might rebound, the new CEO might transform things, but maybe you have a longer outlook.
Micron with a bounce back to 100.
All right, appreciate that trade. And you also have an example trade in Lululemon. Lulu shares also under pressure today, off about, let's call it 2.25%. Walk us through that trade.
Yeah, declining sales in the Americas, and that's their bread and butter. Even though China sales and overseas increased over 30% last quarter, we've seen a slowdown here domestically, and that's where they make most of their revenue at this point. So I look at a strategy that takes advantage of maybe a bounce, but maybe it just
Vistra Energy stocks up. Yep.
down nearly 50% so far.
Broadcom pushing higher.
So looked out into the October 25th weekly cycle. So about 23 days.
Micron with a bounce. Micron.
I'm just selling out of the money put vertical, but I want to stay risk defined in case something happens.
Micron with the bounce.
This one earnings comes later in November, so you're safe there as far as a bet risk. So selling the 250 strike put in the October 25th weekly cycle, and then buying the 240 put. So a short neutral to bullish $10 wide put vertical, collecting roughly about a $2.50 credit. That's what you can make on it. But it takes your break even down to 247.5 over the next 3.5 weeks. That's about 5.5% below the current share price. So in this type of strategy, you profit in 3 out of 4 scenarios, right? You got that higher probability of success. If the stock goes higher,
Okay, top stock on the NASDAQ 100. Baker Hughes pushing higher. Baker Hughes. Baker Hughes. Let me take a look at that. BKR. BKR. Okay, that's breaking higher. Could see 38.50, another dollar. Has an ATR of $1. Baker Hughes is up 82 cents. Tiger with a big pop, fading now. Tiger. Up FinTech. Thank you, Frank. Okay, Apache. XOM. All right, we're fading right now. S&P fading.
Stay informed, stay ahead, tune in to our election coverage on Swap Network.
multi-trillion-dollar beast. When there's profit there, you take it. That's always going through my head.
My job as a trader is to just make money. With a history and a geography degree, how did you find your way into trading?
Trading attracts a lot of the best and brightest students because it is this enormous data set. It is incredibly competitive.
CRM with a upgrade this morning. CRM.
So, how are you exploiting human weaknesses? Being lucky in trading is great, but it's not the formula for success.
You need to be able to find opportunities in the marketplace and sift through enormous, staggering amounts of data. You certainly see patterns. Context is so important. I think the best traders I've seen have insatiable intellectual curiosity. Otherwise,
Broadcom still going. Broadcom.
When we look at your whole brain, we don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways as if you don't have an emotional reaction.
I'm not very good at sales, turns out. I'm very good at trading.
I have a trading system that I've used for over 10 years now, and it's almost second nature to me. Do you think that this is potentially a human superpower?
All right. We've got about 45 stocks green. We started off the day with 5 green on the NASDAQ 100. Let me look at the S&P 500. S&P 500. All right. Breadth had been deteriorating over this week, Monday, Tuesday. They were selling into strength. We noted that. One of the reasons why we didn't want to do too many short-term swings. More day trades. All right. So we look a little better than we have the last couple of days at this point. 205 stocks are green on the S&P 500. 205. It's been like 135, 140 this time of day. Right now we're about 202 to 300, 202 to 298, 298 declining, 204 advancing, 206 advancing. So looking a little better. Looks like we might be bouncing. Okay, AMD looks like it could bounce. AMD. Okay, getting a nice little bounce, little follow through.
You know, I was just taking a look at the markets. We did see the Dow turn positive, but back in negative territory. We are seeing more losses as we kick off October, but nothing too.
Little follow through.
What stands out to you?
Well, I think, you know, if you look at the overall markets, at least the equities, I call it, you know, pretty resound movement. I mean, obviously, if you look at the trading range the market has been in since the delayed reaction post-Fed meeting on the
Sorry about that.
lower bound of that trading range, which is right around the 56-65 area. So we're holding that area, and I think that's constructive. I think, you know, obviously there's a lot of weighing on the markets, at least in the short term. Geopolitics is creating a problem. The port strike is creating a problem. But, you know, there's also the election uncertainty. And I think that's going to, you know, create some issues for the overall markets and some volatility that's elevated moving into.
Looking for the follow through. All right, so we got AMD moving higher. Broadcom pushing a bit higher. AMD looking pretty good. Looks got a nice little bounce so far in the markets. Gold futures. Big bounce.
Well, look, if the long-term rates are rising, I think that signifies strength, to be honest with you, because if you think about what long-term rates really represent,
It's really a function of economic growth adding to that inflation. So if we look at 4%, for instance, on GDP on 10-year yields, that should be equivalent, just give or take, to a 2% GDP growth with 2% inflation. So my point is that I actually think
More stocks are going green. We're about 50-50 now. NASDAQ 100.
So again, we're seeing some sell-off today. It looks like there's a liquidity grab, especially moving into the money markets or short-term, rate instruments. Perhaps, we're in a correction. That's the thing. We just don't know. That's why I'm looking at these technical levels. It's going to give me some elements of where I think the market might find some footing or where it may actually fall and find another pivot point to the downside. So in essence, I think longer-term rates higher signifies there's more demand for investment, and that's a good sign.
Okay. And what's your take on the tick higher that we're
Thank
seeing
you.
in crude prices after yesterday's spike? They're up another, call it 3% today, trading just about $72 a barrel.
It's a natural reaction.
Okay, market's bouncing around.
Political tensions to push crude oil prices to the upside, but I think there's also, a demand element going on, not necessarily a supply constraint element because of China. Obviously, China is making huge, strides right now to grow their economy, to grow their consumer economy, and so I think that's also an element to why crude oil prices are higher. So if you look at materials prices, commodity prices, including crude, perhaps copper, those may be strong because of what China is doing from a stimulus package.
AMD on the move, continues to move higher.
Okay. All right, George Phillips. Charles Schwab. So Jeff, tell us what's the street expecting for
All right, nice little bounce in the market so far. AMD right below the 200-day moving average. AMD. Okay, semiconductors are off a little bit. SMH, not Scott's Miracle-Gro. SMH looking for the bounce. Okay, stock's looking a little better. Caesars, big move. Caesars, watch these. Caesars. All right, watch casinos. Let's see. Caesars with a bounce. Okay, that's breaking out. Caesars. Let's look at Wynn. Continuation with Wynn. Okay, nice follow through on Wynn. Las Vegas Sands. No fear. These stocks just keep going after trend breaks. Caesars looks good. Just don't chase it at this point. Caesars looking good, so it'll probably be fine later. Okay, if you're interested in Caesars, what I like to do if I see a big move like this, I wait. It's a bullish stock, and if you got stochastics turning up like it is embedded, what I like to do is wait until about 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, see if there's a better entry. Usually there is, so you don't buy it at the high of the day. Just a little thing you should practice. LRCX, Lam Research. Chips bouncing off the 50-day. Okay, Broadcom. Broadcom's number 3 on the Qs. Okay, got a nice bounce. Many of these stocks on the semiconductors are looking good. Qs turning the corner, bouncing 2 days. Wicks right in the same area. All right, Diamondback, we still got a lot of oil and gas names moving higher, so watch those as well. Caesars is going.
be in the range of 6 to 8%, slightly down from that 7 to 9% growth that was expected previously. But again, we saw
Caesars.
beer sales increase 8% from a year ago. Wine sales, of course,
Okay, yeah, wait until a little bit later. I'm looking at this one as well, Caesars. Let's look at MGM. MGM looks good too. MGM, Caesars.
they slightly raised the lower end of their comparable earnings by about 10%. They're planning on reinvesting some of this money because we've seen a lot of savings, a lot of cost reduction. They're going to reinvest that.
Okay, nice move on the SPY continuation.
Across the U.S. So they really are betting on beer right now. And it seems like analysts and investors are feeling positive about that for the future. We're not seeing major lifts in the stock, but they're staying pretty steady considering some of the headwinds that they've had.
Yeah, 88% of analysts, or almost 88% of analysts, have a buy rating on shares. The median price target is $300, which Constellation is currently trading around $255 right now. So quite a bit of upside from here. Is it specific to Constellation in terms of the bullishness?
Futures right up to pre-market highs. Futures. S&P 5,700 support level. We want to stay above 5,700. Can we get to 5,728? Looks like we can.
I think we're going to lean in on beer overall. Modelo, has certainly made a name for Constellation over the past few years. It's surpassed Bud Light, become the best-selling beer in the U.S. by dollar value. So they're, in terms of the specific story, we're certainly seeing Constellation try to cash in on that, continue to make sure that they're able to, continue to provide distribution as well as they can, marketing as well as they can to drive that revenue out of their beer lineup, especially as they watch wine and spirits continue to struggle, which is something we've been saying for years. But if you look at the last quarter, profit came in $877 million. That's compared to just $136 million, this time last year. And so they're seeing a lot of good numbers come out. That beer revenue increase has really been holding strong. The story of competition is there. And
Voice news disconnected.
We know that we've seen more and more marketing around beer recently, but Constellation seems to be holding up pretty well. It's whether or not they can execute.
Okay, Caesars looking good. Caesars. Just don't want to chase it. Okay, AMD, nice pop. Broadcom still going. Semiconductors bought off the bounce off the 50-day.
I like to look ahead of earnings at what analysts are doing recently. And I know that 80+% have a buy rating, but over the last 30 days, there's been more and more analysts actually lowering expectations. So that's one thing I'm looking at.
All right, we've got a fair value gap right there with momentum bullish, looking for follow through. All right, so we had a bearish bias coming into today. We're starting to reverse now. Yesterday's high and low. Okay, we came down and tested that low. Looking for a bounce now, following through.
Going to be a very quick trade because it's expiration this week. So there's only going to be, 2 days on this thing. So I am looking to buy the 252.5, 245 put spread, $7.5 wide. Buy that for about $1.75. The reward to risk on that is really good.
Okay, we're backing off a little bit. Pretty volatile morning.
This thing's probably going to zero. But if there's any sort of hiccup or if there's any mention of lower guidance or
Micron, Apple. Micron turning back down now. Micron.
Median price target does imply quite a bit of upside, but I am seeing quite a few price target cuts from some of the goals. So fair point there. Want to get your thoughts overall just on the market too, Scott, because you always have a good way of putting things in perspective for us. We're taking a look at the major averages, and they're actually
Tesla, we are starting to see the momentum on the sell side starting to slow. Watching TTM, deep red, turning, starting to look for yellow bars on TTM. Still a little early. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's 10:15 on the East Coast, the best coast, the coast with the most. Okay. Marvell with a nice bounce. Okay, let's take a look at some of these chip stocks that are showing up on the NASDAQ 100, turning the corner. Marvell, okay, that's all right, I guess. Applied Materials. Okay, that looks good. KLAC, KLAC. Okay, bounce. LRCX looking for the bounce off the 50-day. You can play SMH instead of individual names. Maybe I'll do that.
That doesn't come without the expectation that we're going to see some pullbacks and we're going to see some chop. But I do think things are set up pretty nicely for a move higher into the end of the year.
All right, so you said you were eyeing the small cap.
Okay, Marvell. Nice look on Marvell, even though it is inside of price action. Marvell, Broadcom, all of these, the chips are the top 10. Most of the chips are in the top 10 right now. Okay, let's see what NVIDIA looks like. NVIDIA bounce. NVIDIA with a bounce off the 50-day. Micron looking a little bit more spunky, starting to move higher. Micron.
Is still near all-time highs, but this is a pretty big drawdown here. And I really think that if things are slowing just a bit, this is a right environment for a stock, a company like Costco.
So tech and barbell, or tech and staple, so maybe a little bit of a barbell approach. But do you think we'll see more tech strength heading into year end?
I really do. You look at NVIDIA, it's under pressure now, and the sector in whole has kind of been pushed aside a little bit because there's been a lot of sector rotation into some of the others, into materials and things like that. So I think
AMD.
I wouldn't go all in.
Okay, AMD. Okay, trying to get back above the 200-day.
All right, NVIDIA staging a rebound today as well, now up 0.7%. Scott Bauer, CEO of Prosper Trading Academy. Thanks so much. Always enjoy talking to you.
You as well.
Apple turning up. Apple bounce.
We'll talk Supermicro. The stock was one of the beneficiaries of the AI boom, but it's tumbled since. What's the outlook? That's next on Morning Trade.
Okay, S&P 500. Looking for the follow through. S&P 500, more stocks going green, 230 versus 270. Declining, 230 versus 270. AMD continues to thrust higher, AMD. Okay, S&P 500 continues off of this bounce. Nice buy off the low, by the way, Mondo. I saw you buy SPY when you're buying SPY calls down there. Supermicro with a turn. Supermicro. S&P going, S&P. Okay, Nano Nuclear. Okay, for those of you who got a little nervous with Nano Nuclear, it was down 6%. It's up 1%.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
We're up 1.2%. This is a pretty good sign. I'm seeing a lot of different names.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. Supermicro saw a huge AI-led rally, but it's since tumbled. What's next for the stock? Joining us for that is Stacy Spears, portfolio manager of Emerald.
I'm seeing a lot of different names posted in the trading room. That's bullish. Nvidia's going. Nvidia. Okay, there we go. Nano Nuclear trying to get back to 17. Coming up against supply that we had from last night. Watch Nano Nuclear. See if this can follow through. Supermicro on a tear. Supermicro moving higher. Supermicro. Nice bounce. Okay, watch Nano Nuclear. Nano Nuclear trying to push through this 17 level. If it pops through this area, it's had several attempts. If it pops through here, we're more than likely going to see a thrust higher. You got a little liquidity grab right there. Okay, you see that wick with a rectangle around it? The momentum is clearly up. We got a couple of fair value gaps, 1, 2, 3. Okay, a lot of buying activity. You can see the volume coming in. Broadcom.
Technology, which we think is going to advantage them in this second leg of the AI build out. In the short term, however,
okay, Nano Nuclear, I'm going to sell some into strength, buying on the dip, selling on the rip.
In the last week or so about a potential DOJ investigation. That has not been confirmed by the company at this point, but we do think in the interim, those issues are likely to overshadow the fundamental performance and would wait for some resolution of those certain factors before we would look to invest.
All right, I'll double up my position again on Nano Nuclear if we pop through. If we pop through 17. Right now, I'm just watching AMD, Nvidia, Broadcom. The chips are up. Chips looking good. Man, they didn't waste any time jumping on top of the chip stocks. Wow, they really went for it. Chips.
That's correct. I think it's difficult to make an argument at this point that we're going to recapture that $50 billion in market valuation in the near term.
Okay, S&P 500. Okay, we got these fair value gaps.
That there is potential for them to recapture those levels in the next 2 to 3 years. Okay. I was just taking a look. Median price target on Wall Street has come down to $65 a share. Still implies, $25. That's fine from here. All right.
AMD chips still looking really good.
Right now, it sounds like you like small cap stocks, in particular biotech in the small cap space. Tell us why. Sure. So we've been long-term investors in the biotechnology industry. As a firm, we've invested in the resources internally. Biotech historically very idiosyncratic. It's been an area that's been under pressure over the last couple of years, particularly with the rising interest rates. The market has really leaned out of longer duration stocks. Concerns over cost of capital increases. All the while the market has really been looking in the other direction, what we've been experiencing is
FXI, looking for the bounce. FXI, a follow through. FXI, we got the bounce. Now the follow through. Okay, big gap up. That's a big move. 26 to 36.
So one of the names that we're looking at right now, a position in our portfolio is a company by the name of Wave Life Sciences. They are developing RNA therapeutics, really innovative. We're out, released results in the last week or so in a trial for Duchenne muscular dystrophy that have really driven nice appreciation in the shares. We believe that this is the first of many forward catalysts. The company will be out later this year with the first
Yeah, for sure.
trials
FXI. Yeah, those I'd be looking for reversals. Lamb Research still pushing, so is Broadcom.
Lung manifestations. This could be a real game changer for the industry. And then we see another catalyst with an early stage trial in obesity that will also be getting underway as we move through this year. So in aggregate, very optimistic about the opportunities within the biotechnology industry. WEE is currently at 70% year to date. It's up about 3.5% today. So you would still buy at these levels? Yes, we would. We are, again, very optimistic at what the potential outcome of this new data. Again, first in human trials and RNA editing.
NVIDIA, looking for another push higher. NVIDIA. NVIDIA.
But the risk is an opportunity. We believe the shares could trade towards $17.
S&P looking for a higher high. Momentum, TTM becoming more bullish.
You also have a pick in the tech AI small cap space, and that's, is it Credo Technology Group, CRDO? Tell us why you like this one, because this is another one that's already seen impressive year-to-date gains, up 54% year-to-date. It has. You know, I continue to believe, we continue to believe internally as a firm that we're really in the early stages of the AI build out. You know, much like the early days of the internet, you were really unable to maximize the utility of the internet with a dial-up.
Okay, S&P pushing a bit higher.
We really need to re-architect the entire compute infrastructure, and Credo is a company that's contributing to that re-architecture. They have connectivity technologies based on their proprietary SerDes technology patent portfolio. The main product of that today is a product that is called active electrical cables. These cables are used inside of the data centers to connect the servers.
Okay, S&P 500 on the move.
We believe this is revolutionary.
Chips looking good.
Passive copper cables, and we see a long tail opportunity, not just with the active electrical cable.
That clicking in the background is Woody, affectionately known as Woody. That's bullish flow when you hear that.
Line card buys in the Ethernet area really start to accelerate. So unlike Supermicro, we believe that this company at this point in time is attractive opportunity, well positioned, and that growth rates will accelerate from here.
Okay, looking for a move back to 57.28, 57.30. Broadcom, new high of the day. Broadcom.
As we sit here today, yes. I mean, and I think that's the key component as to the success, what we believe will be the forward success of small caps.
Okay, NVIDIA.
Moved in our direction. That has been a headwind over the last couple of years as they embarked on that rate hiking cycle. That's been a negative.
Okay, NVIDIA looking good. One more pop, NVIDIA. What time is it? 10:28. Okay, chips look really good. Chips are looking really good.
We're optimistic that with those two pieces coming together, that we're going to start to see a revaluation in the small cap asset class, which has underperformed for the better part of the last year. All right, we have to leave it there. Stacey Sears, Portfolio Manager, Emerald Advisors. Thank you for your insights. Thank you for your pick. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Okay, futures trying to push a bit higher. Tick cumulative is flat for the most part. Flat. Let's see. That's the 1 hour. Let's go to the 30 minute. 30 minutes trying to turn up.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and
CRM, Salesforce with an upgrade this morning. CRM with an upgrade. All right, so it looks like CRM can finally break out. CRM looking for the breakout.
Build 3.889 million. Build 3.889 million, higher than the expected draw of 1.43 million.
Great. I started using Schwab investing fees, so now I can easily invest in trend. Like where are those
Free pushing inventories. Build 0.84 million. Build 0.84 million.
Schwab's technology doesn't work. So if I spot an opportunity and
CRM looking for the breakout. Chip's still looking good. CRM looking for the breakout. Salesforce looking for that breakout. Day 7. Actually, this is 7 days. Sorry. 7 days. 7 days at the 200-day. You know what I meant, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. So day 8. CRM. Day 8. It's not really a day 8 type of strategy. Okay, there goes Nanonuclear. Okay, Nanonuclear. I'm going to double up on this position pretty soon. I'm going to hit it quickly with 1,000 shares if we start to go. Okay, so there we go. They're starting to go. Okay, so let me put in this order. Okay. Okay, quick scalp on Nanonuclear. Looking for this to follow through.
Yeah, pretty optimistic analyst call here on Home Depot out of Gordon Haskett. Like you mentioned, moving to a buy from accumulate $450 price target. Why that's significant is because the street high I could see is around $455. So that does imply some significant upside from where we're currently trading, just around $4 of $7.51 a share. But the firm did say that while its survey results do suggest home improvement demand
S&P looking good. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, 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 pew.
Beginning next year. So as a result, Gordon Haskett now finds it appropriate to increase its exposure to the home improvement vertical. Trends they said are not getting any worse.
All right, I sold Apache. It's not really moving that much. I have options that are up 10 cents. It's just like ridiculously slow mover. If I had bought on a better dip, I'd probably be fine. I just took it off, though. One less position to be watching. Apache, that looks fine, though. Okay, looking for the follow-through. Okay, Nanonuclear. All right, there it goes. There it goes. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Corey.
Optimistic report. The chart looks pretty optimistic here. And when we look back, we can see that it's been in an uptrend for most of the past 52 weeks, starting with these yearly lows all the way here, back near 274, trending upward across this series of low points, and ultimately then taking a rather steep rise to the upside here after we broke above this ceiling that we formed near 376 or so. So now we are firmly above that old high point near 396.87. And, true, the gains today, or not the gains, rather, the price movement today is a little on the more anemic side here, but we just made highs yesterday. It's not crazy to see a stock taking up.
Okay, nice move, S&P. Go, go, go. Go, go, gadget. All right, looking good. All right, so Tesla's turning. Tesla's turning. Okay, watch the TTM. When you think about it, how do institutions incite liquidity? If they want to get into something, how do they incite liquidity? They let things sell off, right? Or they sell and you see these little dips like in Tesla. Does it bounce? I don't know, but that's one of the ways that they create liquidity because they know below current levels there's a lot of stops down there. So if they want shares for whatever reason, a lot of times they'll let this drop like this. Okay, nanonuclear looking for a bigger pop. Not getting it right now. Could be getting a trap here. So I'm going to take these shares off right. Not yet. Not yet. Look like we could go. Nanonuclear. Here's the deal with nanonuclear. All right. So nanonuclear, has this pattern lately. Until it stops working, we'll keep trading it. All right. So it has this pattern. Dip, rip, dip, rip, dip, rip. Okay. So this rip is probably going to take out 1771. I'll sell if we start pushing through a little bit higher because if there are any shorts, I'm not sure how hard this is to borrow, but there you go. Okay, working again. Okay. Okay. Nano Nunu.
I mean, T-Mobile has been the star of this space, up 29% this year, just slightly off its highs by about less than percent. And again, another name that's definitely loved by the street, 2653 holds 100 perform. Average price target is around 215, so that only implies about 5% upside from here. But this has been like the consistency and really the more steady trade of all of these telecom names that have seen some volatility. T-Mobile has been just ripping really this year. So Rick, Raymond James, I would say this is probably the most bullish downgrade you can possibly get. Sticking with going through strong buy and then actually raising the price target. Raymond James thinks it can go to 221. Rick, it's currently trading at 207.25. What levels are you looking at?
Sure, kind of, we've got another situation here. The charts are quite different, but another situation.
Okay, nanonuclear, looking good. Looking good. All right, you got a low fair value gap right there. We just came down. We didn't get back into it too much. Fair value gap is a 3-candle pattern. Look at the center candle. It jumps so fast that it creates a gap. If you were to remove that center candle, you would have a gap between 2 candles ago and the current candle. Okay, that's called the fair value gap. A lot of times it'll come back and fill that before taking off to the upside. Nanonuclear looking good.
So the resulting breakout, if it does happen, can have some late signs there. So be on the lookout, be ready, be nimble in your trading. When we look at the outside, you can see kind of a mismatch though, because long-term downward sloping trend line on the RSI.
Okay, they know there's a lot of stops here. All right, so shorts, institutions, whatever. They know there's a lot of stops overhead. So let's see what they do with this. Nanonuclear looking good. There's a lot of stocks on the move. I don't mean to focus on this one so much, but there's a couple of you that are trading this. Okay, Apple turning the corner now. Apple looks good. Apple starting to go. Watch Apple. Apple going too. Trying to get back above the 227 level. Can we do it? 227.50 is a level. 230 is a level above that. Call walls. Referring to call walls. Okay, Meta's turning. Meta turning. Look at the TTM. TTM is your friend. Down at the bottom. Okay, look at this histogram. This is looking really good. Nanonuclear. Microsoft fading. AMD looks like a little profit taking. All right, I'm going to take Nano off for now, for the time being. If this starts to go more, I'll get back into it. Okay, Nano, I'm out for now. Really nice trade.
Well off of all-time highs of around $74 a share made back in, I believe, 2014. So I think that just goes to show the preference and the evolving trends of consumers. Frankly, it just hasn't favored Harley-Davidson as of late. Yeah, so Rick, when you take a look at the technicals for this one, it seems like Barrett thinks it can move a couple dollars higher with a $40 price target. I took a look, the median is 42. What specific levels stand out to you?
Yeah, for sure. This is our weakest chart of the three we're looking at today. Not necessarily.
Okay, Nano Nuclear, looking for it to go again. I'll scalp it again if I have to. NNE.
$40 price target, just to address that right away, makes sense to me because look here at this red line. This was a high point that we reached here. This was another high point that we touched on a few times there, $39.74. So about that $40 level, they're looking for a break above this repeated ceiling that we've been encountering here. So now that we have tested that ceiling once again, and
Okay, so there we go. Starting to reverse a little bit. Watching this, watching these fair value gaps. Okay, so it's very possible we come back down and test one of these fair value gaps or this breakout zone. So I'm watching that Nano Nuclear. If it comes back here, I might jump back in it. The chips are doing really well today. KLAC, CLAC, LRCX, Lam Research, Broadcom making new highs. Okay, Broadcom. Oh, Ross Cameron. You talk. Oh, I know who you're talking about. Warrior Trading.
But this is the one that is the outlier today, the odd man out here, because this one is below the 50 midline and trending downward here. So, that would be another thing to keep an eye out for would be a significant breakdown below that green trend line. Support and resistance here. Well, I already kind of mentioned our supportive areas that we'd be looking for to hold our two moving averages. Beyond that, we've got our trend line, which is right on top of our volume profile, point of control near about 35. That's the area of heaviest trading here. Then another low point right there near 34.20.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Yes, definitely.
37.82. And then, as our analyst note mentioned, around 40 would probably be a significant.
Yeah, he regularly throws 1,000 shares, 2, 3, 4, 5,000 shares at a stock. Looks for 10 cents, 20 cents. What I'm looking for is for Nano Nuclear to go and not look back. Right now it's hesitating, so that's telling me that there's really not a lot behind this. There was some volume to get it up there, but selling into strength is the way to go, not chasing. Okay, watching the chips look really strong today. Damn, what's going on? Somebody say something. I know China's been against using any kind of NVIDIA chips. Nano Nuclear. By the way, Sundog, I don't know if you're paying attention to this Nano Nuclear, but check this out. Check this out. This is one thing I happened to notice. Neglected to verbalize it, but look at this. Look at this buy order block right here. Okay, this buy order block. Where'd it go? 55% of today's volume right there. See that?
accelerate your market knowledge,
and shift your perspective into full view. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Okay, AMD new high of the day. AMD new high of the day. Okay, Apple trying.
Number one broker here for the number one hit maker.
Thanks for swinging by.
Okay.
So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah.
Try.
Self-management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on
All right.
this one.
There goes AMD. Okay, watching Nano Nuclear. I want to see this one rip higher. NVIDIA. NVIDIA, looking for a follow through. NVIDIA.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the
Riri. What is Riri? Riri.
winning trading platforms.
Riri.
To focus on thinkorswim desktop.
ATR Anu. Okay, I'm not sure what that is.
400 technical studies.
What does it do? What do they do? First thing I need to do is, for me, to take a trade, the first thing I need to see is what does the company do? When's their earnings? Oh, it's a Chinese stock? Shanghai. Okay. Services platform, electronic services platform, and all right, so Riri, what you're looking at. Okay, you can see what it does. Consumer electronics transactions and services platform, principally in China, under the brand ATR Anu, based in Shanghai. Okay, I'm just looking for more information here. So you're trading a more risky stop. That's fine. Just know, buy the dips, sell the rips. The same method goes. All right. So if you're going to chase Riri, you got a little dip. Look for the rip. Okay, Tesla looking a lot better. Tesla looking better. Okay, let's see. You're talking Japanese yen, JPY, AUD. Okay, that's dropping. Yeah, below parity.
The VIX is now down on the day, what, about almost 2%. I think this is a market that is
Okay,
comfortable yesterday.
the yen Australian dollar carry trade is now below parity. Okay, 1-to-1. Thank you, RT.
Sector is leading, and that's NVIDIA, Broadcom, AMD, Salesforce, Adobe, Qualcomm, all big, high-tech, large-cap tech names seem to be leading this group higher. If you look at the sectors, it's now, 6 to 5 in terms of 6 up, 5 down. So this market has become much more mixed as the day has gone on, and the selling that
Okay, Tesla turning the corner.
feeling seems to be just wearing away, Caroline.
Okay, I got to take a 5-minute break. I'll be right back.
Take it as a bullish signal that pretty quickly, and that we're starting to see this turnaround, or is this just kind of more noise as you were talking about previously?
Well, I mean, I think it could be obviously both of that. I think there's a little bit of noise, but I think the fiscal impulse right now is quite strong. There's also in the backdrop, no one's really talking about it, as there was a continuing resolution put in place for the 2025 budget. There isn't an official budget, but we've been operating on a continuing resolution for over a year now, and that is going to expire now on the 20th of December. So I think that's a good sign. We've got some fiscal stimulus still going on, which is very, very productive to the economy and to the markets. You add on to the monetary stimulus from the Fed, you add on to the match in monetary stimulus and fiscal from China. Those are pretty remarkable catalysts, I suggest, for the overall market. Obviously, yesterday, the geopolitics, you got the port strike.
At 11 a.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed Bowman, who gives a keynote speech at the Community Banking Research Conference. Text is expected, but no Q&A.
These ongoing strikes, which can be inflationary. So, I think at the end of the day, there's a lot of stimulus going on. The Chinese stocks are pulling a lot of the tech names that, Kevin alluded to. I think earlier there's obviously a corollary to what's going on with China in those tech names. Outside of Tesla's having, of course, some pullback based on deliveries, but nonetheless, I think the markets probably could pull back in the next couple of weeks just because of seasonality, perhaps the election uncertainty. But overall, I think the trends are still intact.
So, George, what kind of pullback could we see? Because you talked about that earlier in the show, too, with the noise. You gave the catalyst, but there's also these headwinds that the market's up against. So what could this kind of October pullback look like? Is it an all-out correction?
Well, I can't tell you exactly. Obviously, I think if you look at the levels, like I mentioned earlier this morning, about 56.60 on the S&P, and that puts us, at the lower end of the trading range, which really began its very tight trading range on the delayed reaction day. Was the day after on Thursday of the Fed meeting. So if we break below that, you could probably see another 100 points to the downside. I mean, obviously, if you look at VIX, it's still elevated. It's coming down today, but it's still close to 19 right now, and that speaks to some of the volatility to be expected. So, I can't say, what'll happen. Obviously, there are some catalysts coming up. Tesla has their autonomous driving day coming up, I believe, on the 10th. That may be a catalyst for techs. But I think that the Chinese stimulus has been pretty profound for those stocks. And I think that's also carrying through our markets because it's putting some pressure on the renminbi, which is keeping the dollar firm. And then, of course, with that said, there's investment in U.S. stocks as a result.
Okay. So, Kevin, just to kind of stick with that idea in terms of, I mean, at the end of the day, this is a rally that has stalled out at this point. So not seeing necessarily additional selling, although to George's point we could, but we're also not seeing any huge gains either. So what is going to be the next catalyst for a significant move in this market? Is it going to be Friday's jobs report? Is that going to be meaningful enough, or do we have to wait for earnings to come?
Absolutely. I think what George alluded to, it's Friday's jobs market report, the number one data point of the month. Remember, yields have gotten up now to 3.8%, and the market seems okay with that. Why? Well, we're getting 4 looks at the labor market this week. So far, we're 2 for 2 in terms of stronger labor market data than we expected. We got that in JOLTS. We got that in ADP. We'll get jobless claims tomorrow, and then payrolls on Friday. So what Jerome Powell told us to focus on, which is the labor market, not inflation, is starting to come in stronger than we expect in terms of the data points. And I think that, despite geopolitical risks all over the place, frankly, and despite what George was mentioning with 2 strikes. Remember, the port strike and the Boeing strike, they're not striking for lower wages. They're striking for higher wages and significantly higher wages. So that could be inflationary. You're seeing rates tick up, but as long as rates tick up at a moderate pace, the market can still go higher. And we did just lower interest rates 50 basis points. So I think Friday's number, focusing on the labor market, is going to be crucial to the next leg in this market, Caroline.
Yeah, higher wages. And to that point as well, supply chain issues, which could be caused by the port strike, could also put upward pressure on prices. And of course, we have oil prices on the rise, which could translate to higher prices at the pump. So I think, George, we've talked about that a bit too. Even if inflationary pressures aren't necessarily a headwind for this market right now, if the jobs data comes in weaker than expected, and this is a market that's really anticipating that soft landing and optimistic about the economy, how disappointing could that be?
Well, it could be disappointing. I mean, we were in an environment where what was bad was good. In other words, what was bad for the labor market and the economy was good for the market because of the expectation of rate cuts. We're in the pivot mode now. So, the market's going to follow the economy. So if the labor market demonstrates continuous weakness, that's not necessarily going to bode well for the market.
At 11 a.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Bowman, who gives a keynote speech at the Community Banking Research Conference. Text is expected, but no Q&A.
Is a good sign because the yield curve is widening out. The Fed has room to negotiate rates lower just to match inflation, which is obviously coming down. But if rates start putting up closer to 4, I suggest that's a good sign, not a bad sign, because it demonstrates that the market is expecting growth in the economy, but also stable inflation.
All right, we'll leave it there. George Silas, Kevin Hanks, thanks so much. And thank you for joining us on Morning Trade Live. Stay tuned because Trading 360 with Nicole Pagalides is coming up next.
Israeli military chief says Israel will respond to Iran's missile attack.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging. Schwab Network's By the Numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week. Election trades are fraught with risk. No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed. Stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
The market is a
Protect your trade from macro headline risk. Financially upfront. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Just make money. With a history and a geography degree, how did you find your way into trading?
Trading attracts a lot of the best and brightest students because it is this enormous data set. It is incredibly competitive. So if you really want to put yourself out there and test yourself, you find out how good you are. It is very attractive.
So how are you exploiting human weaknesses?
Being lucky in trading is great, but it's not the formula for success.
You need to be able to find opportunities in the marketplace and sift through enormous, staggering amounts of data. You certainly see patterns. Context is so.
Israeli military chief says Israel can strike any target in the Middle East.
Insatiable intellectual curiosity. Otherwise, certain parts of your skills will become outmoded by competition or by technology.
When we look at your whole brain, don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways as if you don't have an emotional reaction.
I'm not very good at things, turns out. I'm very good at trading.
I have a trading system that I've used for over 10 years now, and it's almost second nature to me.
Do you think that this is potentially a human superpower?
Welcome to Market Overtime on the Schwab Network.
Quality Focus has worked pretty much across all 11 sectors.
1 minute till we get the text release for Fed's Bowman.
The companies that are doing well are almost too big to fail. Have you set yourself up correctly? It's controversial. The old guard is saying, away off with their heads.
AI feels controversial and it's going crazy right now.
It is going crazy.
So what does all of this mean for the market?
As long as people want to buy it, the price could go up.
Oh my goodness, the Fed cannot do everything they used to do to save this market.
Instead of taking cues, set the cues.
There's nowhere else I would want my money.
No more than 5% in any one stock, no more than 20% in any one sector.
Now there's a market for every single one of these people. There's a market for you.
Market Overtime on the Schwab Network. Thanks for tuning in.
10 seconds. Bowman doesn't comment on monetary policy in the speech text.
Good morning. We're 90 minutes into the trading day. Welcome to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Pedalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. So glad you're with us. We have a big show for you today. Up arrows for the market, 360 spotlight. We'll take a look at a new fund that uses AI to develop different investment strategies. The disruptor, Oracle, after announcing it's investing in AI to meet rapidly growing demand. And in our 360 round, we'll take a look at Nike earnings, which sent those shares lower this morning. In the meantime, here's a look at the markets yesterday. Of course, we were having a tough time throughout the day. Today, somewhat mixed because you have the S&P down 4, but the NASDAQ and Dow are gaining slightly. NASDAQ's up 0.1%, and the Dow is up 2 points. Okay, so we're right around this unchanged line. The Russell is up fractionally as well. Oil, which had been jumping, is up now $1. So it's $70.89 the barrel. 26.68 for gold, down $22. 19.06 on the VIX. The dollar 101.42. So that's been gaining. Bitcoin 61,325, down 1%. For a look at some of the top moving stocks in today's market, I'm joined by Jenny Horn, market correspondent here on Schwab Network. Taking a look at Tesla, the third quarter deliveries are out. There's a lot of speculation about.
Sorry about that. Left it on the wrong screen. NVIDIA trying to break higher.
Perfect. They were fine, but they were definitely not perfect. So there is some read that, hey, they came in around deliveries, 462,890 vehicles in the third quarter. That was up 6% year over year. Also, it's a beat by some metrics because I still have seen some conflicting reporting on what the expectations were. Street consensus I saw was 462,000 vehicles. Bloomberg estimates was closer to around 464,000 roughly. So some metrics say it's a beat, some say it's a miss. But coming into this report, this thing has been on a tear. We're up 23% over the past month, and I think a lot of right now the patience is running thin because of this contracting growth. So in the first half of this year, Tesla sold around 831,000 vehicles. That was down 7% from last year, meaning they need to sell now about 515,000 cars in fourth quarter to match last year's roughly 1.8 million vehicles sold. So Street's currently projecting around 490,000 vehicles for the final 3 months of this year.
All right, looking for a nice little pop. Looking for NVIDIA to pop through this area. So did you sell into the lows? Or did you realize that in a lot of ways, institutions like to create liquidity? Where do they do it? On sell-offs. All right, CRM's green. Thank you, Frano. Thanks. I think it was Susie. I think you posted a update before the market opened. CRM. I know Paticus is the one that brought us to our attention. I think Frano and Paticus, you guys were in it. You ladies were in it first, right? All right. So let me see what I want to do with CRM. Caesars looking pretty strong. Caesars. Looks like it wants to break out again. Caesars. Let me take a look at. Okay, there goes NVIDIA. All right, Caesars. NVIDIA is starting to move. Okay, here's NVIDIA trying to move here. What's nanonuclear? Looks like it wants to go. Nanonuclear. They still don't have options, right? Nanonuclear.
Momentum now pulling to the downside. We're down almost 5% on the session. Okay, Jenny Horn, thank you for that. Appreciate it. 245 right now, 94 is where Tesla's sitting on the move. Thank you, Jenny. Markets for let's get some insights from
that Englewood code official. Yeah, those guys, you know, they hit the power trip.
I was talking to a banker last night. He said it's all about the yield curve. He's focused on the yield curve. 2 yield curves, in fact. But you can't deny we've been hitting some record highs. We wrapped up September. Some of your thoughts on what's been going on?
Yeah, I mean, look, yield curve is definitely part of this.
Lily on the move. Thank you, Z.
Probably about done. Yields are about where they they should be right now. The Fed is probably,
Tesla finally turning a corner. Okay, cool. Nvidia about to take out the highs. Nvidia. Okay, let me take a look at Nvidia again. Caesars breaking out. Caesars. Okay, nice expansion day breakout on Caesars. It moves about $1.50 a day. Currently up 275. So do not chase Caesars, whatever you do. Okay, wait for BNC pivots.
And your number three would be what the Fed does. Right?
Yeah, what's conversation without talking about the Fed, right? Look, it's pretty clear that Powell wants and the Fed wants to go 25 for these next two. I think the only way you get to 50 is if you have some extra labor market weakness. That is unwelcome in his terms. Right. Labor market weakness. We'll get a lot of information about that on Friday. The ADP number we got today would suggest that's probably not in the cards. We should be coming along and being just fine. In which case we should expect 25 and 25, and the Fed eventually be, it's around 3% by the time we get to this time next year.
Yeah. So for the labor report this Friday, you're thinking status quo here. It'll be maybe in line with expectations.
Yeah. I mean, look, that's an impossible number to predict. Even the best of times, right?
Sure.
But we do have a little bit of information coming out of the Dole. We do have a little bit of information coming out of ADP. The things that we know about the labor market right now that we've gotten so far have been relatively in line. So that should be the base expectation right now.
Okay, Nvidia looking for another pop higher. Nvidia. Okay, Nvidia bounce off of the 50-day would be nice. Get back in. It'd be nice to see a bullish engulfing candle here. Okay, chip still looks strong. Nano nuclear trying to get above 1760 or so. Previous high was 1771. Nano nuclear.
I think definitely it's for trading. We will see if it's about investing, because if it's going to be about investing, that means it really needs to impact the economy. And if we figured out one thing about China over the last 2 years, is that they hint at stimulus, they hint at things, and then just sort of pull back on it. They don't really deliver. Right. So it's kind of a only once, only twice dynamic that the market participants have with China right now, especially with respect to stimulus things. But this one appears that this one has got some markings of stimulus that could actually be impactful, because President Xi, who's obviously the only person, the only voice that matters in China, did come out of the Politburo and start talking about, kind of nicely about stimulus. And they also talked about, having, reducing what the down payment would be for housing. Getting housing market China going is imperative. It has to work in China. And Xi's previous statement that houses worth for living in, not for speculation, really helps.
Meta once again giving you a dip to buy.
If they actually are able to reverse that, that would actually make it possibly investable. We will see.
Surprised to see the market so unchanged today, almost sitting on the edge line.
It's a little bit, but we've got
Caesars number one on the S&P 500. Caesars showing a lot of strength. LRCX number two on the S&P 500. Lamb Weston number three. CVS Healthcare number four. KLAC number five. HP. Remember that one was being compared to Dell as far as computer servers and AI build out and stuff. Let me see. Dell looks like a bounce, but HPE looks the best. Looks like it's going to break out. HPE, if you're interested. HPE looks a lot better than Dell. Look, I'm just looking at the steepness of the 9 EMA and the volume. Okay, look at the volume. Look at Dell. Okay, volume not as significant. HPE, a lot more interest. Institutions. Look at that reversal off the 1550 level. Big move. All right, up $5 off of the low. Looking like it could follow through. HPE.
Who may be leaning more towards maybe a more severe recession or something, they would not be doing the right thing.
We just don't see it. And we haven't seen a recession this entire cycle because we don't think we've actually been in a traditional business cycle. We've been in more of a war and war recovery.
Yeah.
Now that period is ending. We are going to get back into kind of regular business cycle.
Right.
But there's nothing out there in the system that would suggest from an endowment standpoint that there's sufficient enough to generate a recession. You have a consumer that is unlevered.
Okay, NVIDIA looks like it wants to break higher. NVIDIA about to go. Can it go? Go, go, go. NVIDIA starting to break higher.
We have a Fed that is now supportive and actively holding rates. And the Fed's not the only one. Every central bank.
Okay, HPE looking good too. NVIDIA. Okay, above the 10 EMA weekly. NVIDIA. Okay, looks a little more tired. Looks a little tired.
All right. Thank you so much, Scott Ladner. Great to see you. Glad you're here. We're sort of clawing our way through a very busy week. Scott Ladner of Horizon Investments. Thank you. Coming up, we have plenty more to come here on Trading 360.
CRM looking a lot better. Salesforce looking for the breakout in Salesforce. What do I have? I have verticals on this one. I have November 15th, 280, 290. Okay, so I can afford to sit on this one for a little bit longer. CRM. Okay, I got an upgrade this morning, right? Who upgraded this one? CRM. Susie mentioned pre-market. Paticus has been in this one. How long you been in this one, Paticus? Northern Capital upgraded Salesforce CRM to outperform. Okay. Looks good. CRM. Salesforce. Okay, desktop. Okay. 20% would give you about what, 56? 20%?
Peace out, coffee. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalini, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Glad you're with us. Time for the big three. Three stocks, three charts, three trades. Richard Capital takes us to the charts. Here to take us to the trades, Scott Nations, President of the Nations Indexes. Glad you are both here. Good to see you. Scott, just a big picture here on the market. Where do you think we could be headed? Bullish, bearish?
I'm a little surprised that the market's managed to shake off the chaos in the Middle East. As we'll discuss when we talk about crude oil in a bit, and one of the big integrated names, it's never a good thing when traders have to look at the map to find out where the news is coming from. And so the fact that they've managed to shake off this chaos, even though the S&P is just a couple of percentage points from all-time highs, is pretty impressive. It tells you where investors want to go.
Right. Understood. All right. So first up, we have Deere. With this name here, you are taking a look at 1 year.
November 280, 290.
Right. I'm a buyer of Deere at 415.50. way to a new high of 420, just above $420 a share. Forward PE for Deere is 19, which is not cheap, but most recent earnings were better than expected. Company has a history of beating on earnings expectations, and then the management comes in and being good, solid Midwesterners, they talk down the stock a little bit. They talk about what they might worry about. But at the same time that they were announcing those better than expected earnings, they were talking about the fact that they're trimming costs. And the stock has been in the news recently for all the wrong reasons. Not of the company's doing it, but it's because so it's a well-managed company, beautifully managed company. And another reason to buy Deere right now is we've seen a big rebound in commodity prices. So since the bottom in August, corn futures up 13%, soybean futures up 11%. So that's another reason to be bullish on Deere.
I see. All right. And you think it could head up to even 450. Let's see what Rick Cat has to say about the chart. Please, Rick.
Well, it's been a pretty darn good rally recently in this name here. We started off the rally at our yearly lows, 340.20, and then a straight shot up pretty much all the way up to 420.47. Today, we're finding ourselves up about 22% from that intraday low. So certainly a strong movement to the upside here. However, there's a fly in the ointment, and that is that we have really not made any significant progress beyond our old high point near 417.47. You can see here that we made some movement beyond it. We did manage to close above it and make some intraday fluctuations here. But today we're retreating back toward this, back below this resistance area here. RSI looking pretty good here, trending upward, but similar to our failure to take out that resistance here. RSI we're trending downward as price made a new closing high. RSI made a lower close here. So we've also dipped out of that overbought area, that threshold of 70. So a mild bearish signal here as we kind of try to digest this price movement. So there's another interesting thing here. When we look at our typical technical indicators here, for starters, we've got our moving averages, prices above all three of them, yellow 21-day, orange 63-day, purple 252-day, exponential moving averages. They're all trending up. The slower 63-day is crossing above the longer, the faster 63-day is crossing above the slower purple 252-day here. So we also can see our blue line here, our linear regression line, our line of best fit. One standard deviation, two standard deviations to the upside, right about where we are now. Stocks tend to stay between -2 +2 standard deviations from here. So a move beyond current levels would be noteworthy because it reflects how extreme the price action is here. If we do keep moving higher, +3 channel comes in near 433. If we move lower, there was a gap right here. This green line matches up with a volume node 410. Those are some areas.
CRM looking for the follow through.
The areas to watch. You certainly got us covered on that chart. Scott, final thoughts.
Well, I think Deere is just one of those really well-managed companies that you can buy, and then you can forget about it, and it's just going to do right by you over the next 20 years.
Okay, next up we have Exxon, which is up 1% today. Oil's been moving higher as well. Tell me your thoughts on where Exxon should be headed and why.
Yeah, Nicole, as I said earlier, it's always unfortunate when traders and investors have to look at a map to find out where the news is coming from. But that doesn't mean that we stop investing. And ExxonMobil is going to take advantage of some of the turmoil that's going on in the world. Reports for ExxonMobil only 15 means it's attractively priced. Yes, it's near its high, but it's only up 5% over the past 52 weeks at 121.40, which is where I'd be a buyer. I think the important thing here is that it would be easy to speculate on crude oil and
Amazon on the move. There goes Amazon. Okay, Amazon taking off to the upside. Amazon popping.
Instead, the best play is to buy an integrated name like ExxonMobil. It's the best integrated name in the market because they have some sort of diversification. They're diversified across the entire business, whether it's exploration, refining, or retailing, and margins in those three tend to they act like an accordion in that some expand, and while some are expanding, others will contract a little bit. And so ExxonMobil is just the best way to play a bullish outlook in energy.
Yeah. Let's see what Rick Ducat has to say about the charts, please. Rick?
I saw that.
Another chart that's enjoying being near its 52-week high. This one looks like a little less strong, but still pretty decent here. We can see that we had another situation where we went here from those lows to those 52-week highs, giving us this resistance point near 123.75 at our red line here. Since then, though, you can draw a downward sloping trend line here. It was broken yesterday with a large green candle. We had a pretty strong rally during the past a week or so of time here. We haven't quite made it to that resistance point yet, but we are still up on the day despite forming a red candle. When we look at momentum here, RSI, we can see we had a longer-term downward sloping trend line in red. That has been invalidated today. Now we've also got an upward sloping green trend line here, and we have crossed above the 50 midline that separates bearish and bullish.
Amazon with the pop. Broadcom. Okay, things are looking a lot better. Okay, NASDAQ 100 went from five stocks green this morning. Illumina is going to. Illumina. We had five stocks green this morning.
In fact, that's about when we closed yesterday. So even though we broke above our kind of triangular shaped pattern here, we still stopped at that ceiling that we encountered repeatedly. Now we're breaking above it today. So another sign of potential trend change. So 120 and then 118.16, that was the next set of highs. Also matches up with our linear regression line. So some supportive areas to keep in mind.
Okay. And you make me wonder too, Scott, when you were saying about oil, and you want to buy this and with the run here that's happening in the Middle East. How high? I mean, with oil today at 70.32, where do you think oil could be headed?
Well, I think it's interesting that so many traders are wrong-footed in crude oil because of the Saudi news from earlier this week. The Saudis said that they were going to abandon their $100 Brent threshold.
All right, let me just see what the NASDAQ looks like. All right, so S&P 500 is still majority declining. 300 declining, 200 advancing. That's changing, though. That is changing. NASDAQ. 63 to 60 to 40.
Yeah, this is really interesting. And let's go through the fundamentals, and then I'll describe why I'm short-term bearish on Tesla and why I'm going to put on a bearish option trade. As you pointed out, deliveries actually rebounded 463,000 vehicles in the quarter, 6.4% over what they had done in the quarter of a year ago.
All right, so Amazon's still going. NVIDIA looks good. It's at the highs, NVIDIA.
EVs to a certain degree, or at least souring versus where we stood 2 years ago. The company has just brutal competition coming out of China. And while there are some who announce a robo-taxi venture, I don't think that that's going to be enough to really meaningfully move the needle.
All right, so Amazon.
Look, I mean, there's
CRM looking good. Apple pushing higher. Let's see where Apple is going. Apple. All right, check TTM. Starting to falter a little bit. TTM. What do I have? Apple. Next week's calls. Apple. Okay, so Illumina still moving higher. Okay.
To be honest, I can see the thinking behind a bearish play in this game right now. And it might not make sense at first when you glance at the chart because you can see we've enjoyed acceleration of the uptrend here. We've got this orangish line transitioning to a steeper blue line, transitioning to an even steeper white line here. We're above all our moving averages. They're all trending upward. RSI is above 50. So everything seems okay, right? Well, not exactly here because look at this red line up here, 265. We topped out here and here around that same area.
CRM looking good. CRM. Okay.
We did find a foothold at our yellow 21-day EMA, which comes in near 241 right now. But, interruption of trend here. RSI also halted, quite close to the overbought area. You would have wanted to see it enter that area and for price to break above at the same time here. Note as well that we are basically hit the point of our foot.
All right, so what do we do now? Well, my strategy is to always wait for the evening session for BNC pivots because a lot of these stocks will most likely continue. Just don't buy the high of the day. Wait for a dip, BNC pivots. If you practice this, trust me, most of the time it's going to work for you. Okay, let's look at yesterday. Apple yesterday. Okay, where did it dip? Right around 1 o'clock, it made a low. Okay, once we saw the low, you see TTM start to turn the corner. And you get long, maybe you take 4 or 5 contracts, options, or maybe you hit it with shares. It runs back up to the highs. Q, same thing. Dr. Frank yesterday identified a fair value gap over here yesterday. And price action came right back down to it, tested it, which is what it's supposed to do or should do. And then this price action just continued to move higher into the rest of the day. So wait for the evening session dip at this point. Usually a good strategy, a very large percent of the time. Remember, we're still not trending. S&P is not trending yet, so we're waiting for S&P. Once S&P starts trending, we'll have a lot more success. You could debate whether or not this is trending. When I'm saying trending, I'm looking like May, June, how this was, nice orderly uptrend, whereas now, we have these waves down. A nice bounce at the 21-day would continue this trend. I guess technically we're trending. The weekly, I like for a little bit smoother. Okay, so like right in here, you see how late 2023, October, November 2023, how this just nice bullish trend. That's much easier to trade this. This is a lot more difficult. And we got the election coming up, so. And you got the Fed dropping the rates, 50 basis points. I mean, so many things going on. Everybody's debating what's going to happen next. When I say everybody, I'm talking about the financial media. So at this point, what I like to do is to buy the dips during the lunch hour between 11 and 2 and look for these kind of dips where you get these reversals with the S&P different. But you'll see this on stocks too. S&P still going. Okay, S&P looks like it wants to go. All right, so S&P looks like it wants to keep going. Looking very strong, S&P. S&P continues. S&P cash, SPX.
customizable themes, up to 25 stocks. And
Okay, we got supply overhead at 57.28.
cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the
Okay, note where histogram is right now. You don't want to buy at this point. You want to wait for histogram to back off a little bit. TTM is what I'm referring to in the bottom panel. Okay, watch nanonuclear. This thing might actually go. Nano. No options. Nanonuclear. NNE. I might hit this again with some shares. Let's see. Nanonuclear. Okay, but TTM is backing off a little bit. So nanonuclear, check nano. All right, looks like the S&P wants to go a little bit more. Nanonuclear, fair value gap right there. That little shaded area with the horizontal through it, that's a fair value gap. 3 candle pattern. You remove the middle candle, you would see a gap between the two. That's all we're talking about. So a lot of times we'll come back, fill that action. That price action will fill in right there and then take off to the upside. Looks like that's what we want to do. We get above 1771. That was the last or the most previous high. Just a couple of weeks ago. If we get through that, we should go. All right, so I'm watching nano. Okay, ABCD patterns. My daughter came home. They're out of school for the week. Taking my son to school, so that's good. Let me just check and see where they are. S&P, SPX.
And then a human will say, okay, this portfolio passes any regulatory issue, and it represents what the model should be doing.
I mean, at some point you must get a pick and you go, like, whoa, no way, you know, where you put your hands in your head and you say, oh my goodness, I can't believe you picked that. I mean, sometimes there must be these wow moments, and you're only in the beginning of this, right? You're embracing this idea overall.
That's actually some of the most fun part is we manage dozens of different strategies with our AI committee. And I've learned as the human who does oversee a lot of these.
Okay, looks like aluminum wants to keep going. Okay, let me go down the list of stocks here. Caesars, CLAC, LRCX, Applied Materials, Empower, Met Toledo, Broadcom, Cuervo. Okay, CRM up 2.6%. CRM looking good. Meta with the dip, bounce. Tesla with a bounce. Okay, so if you took the bait and sold into weakness, like I did yesterday, I got stopped out on Meta. It's doing what it did yesterday. It stopped me out and then repeating again today, pulling back, and now it's starting to push higher. Same thing with Tesla. I will say that I'm getting more cautious. I've noticed that I've been doing more day trading, more scalping lately. Talk about doing more scalping, day trading lately. Fewer short-term swings. I mean, I have some swings like on CRM. What else? Let me take a look at some of these. CRM, Apple. Okay, nanonuclear looks like it wants to go. Watch nanonuclear for the breakout. Going once. Going twice. 0-day setup, mostly bullish. Up volume, leading. NASDAQ Composite 2-1. The Qs 1.8. IWM, maybe we'll finally get a bounce in IWM, 1.4 up volume. New York Stock Exchange, 2,000 stocks on the composite, 1.27 to 1. And SPY 1 to 1 up volume. We've already made quite a move so far, so I'd imagine the volume's tapering off a bit. Nano Nuclear looking for the breakout. Nano Nuclear looking for the breakout. TTM says maybe. Let me look at the 15-minute and see what that looks like. 15-minute looks a little better, right? Depends on your time frame. The daily looks good. All right, we're about to break out on the daily on the right. Nano Nuclear. Apple making new highs for the day. S&P continues to grind higher. Looks good. Looks good.
And so with the other funds that you're managing, how many funds are under your umbrella there?
So LIVR is our first fund under Intelligent Alpha.
Right.
We filed for 4 other ETFs that we plan to launch over the next 6 to 12 months.
I see.
And then we also have another fund, which will be more of a private hedge fund structured fund that we plan to launch in the next quarter as well. So the object is to have multiple strategies and to serve every investor for any need they might have.
So the ETFs that are coming, what kind of ETFs are we talking about that you see that there's going to be, obviously going to be launching them because you've got their demand driven? Are they thematic? Is it sector? Is it double leverage?
Okay, Nano Nuclear is going to go. Nano Nuclear is about to go.
Two core buckets. One bucket is core, we call it. So that is ETFs that will compete directly with like
Trying to go. Trying to go. Trying to go.
Livermore LIVR is more of an agile strategy where the AI has more freedom to kind of go in and out of different markets, in and out of different market prices, and be more active.
Pew, 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 pew. Nano Nuclear.
Coming up next, the disruptors, and we will follow Oracle. It's an AI name, the growing demand. George Phillips is here. He will walk us through the latest stories that are surrounding Oracle, and he will also have an example trade of Oracle. Stay with us here at
Nano Nuclear looking for the break. Higher. Unity Software not doing its thing. NVIDIA, nice move on NVIDIA. High of the day, NVIDIA. Okay, looking good. Raytheon, okay. Okay, I'm going to take this hedge off SPXS. It's not moved much, off about 20 cents. 500 shares. Just had it just for sleep and comfort, knowing that if the markets did drop, that I had a hedge, a starter hedge. I didn't have any puts. That would have done well this morning, but all right, playing it day by day. Looking for the markets to give us some good signals. All right, here's the S&P. S&P just grinding along, okay, from the low this morning. Okay, so some stocks that were higher this morning. Let's look at Tesla. Okay, so this is the same thing. I would look at A as the close yesterday. A. B being the pivot at 10. C being the pivots at 10:30 and 11. You got higher lows. This is moving higher. Tesla's probably going to keep going. Tesla looking pretty strong.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Look at developing stories this morning. Let's bring in Alex Coffey, senior equities contributor here on Schwab Network. Taking a look at Home Depot, there's been some positive news, optimism around some of these home improvement type stores. Gordon Haskett had some comments. Want to hear more about that?
Yeah, thanks, Nicole. Home Depot shares not really on the move as we speak. Up less than 0.1%. They've been lower in the last 5 minutes.
Let's see, Nano Nuclear on the daily. Daily. 32.
Slapped a $450 price target, $450 price target on the shares, which applies about 10% upside from the current share price. But this was interesting, though. They talk about survey results still suggesting that home improvement demand remains subdued, but they're starting to see signs that the trends in that space may be bottoming, and interest in that category might start to pick up as early as the beginning of the next year. They talk about interest rates and mortgage rates nearing the point where you might see a little bit more activity in the real estate market, which of course could be beneficial for home improvement as well. I was looking at the breakdown for analysts all across the board. About 60% of them are in the buy camp. So Gordon Haskett now joining that Chuck Rahm over at Gordon Haskett joining the Bulls in this space. And the stock shares, all things considered, have actually performed quite nicely this year, up about 17-18%. But if you went back over the last 12 months, that's about 40%, Nicole. So despite the struggles in home improvement, pretty nice performance for HD shares.
Okay, thank you for that. Good to see you, Alex Coffey. Appreciate the look there at Home Depot. Now we turn our attention over to the disruptors, and we welcome in George Stillis, who's taking a look at Oracle today. Some thoughts on the very latest AI and more at 168 and change of 1%. Tell us what's going on here, George.
Well, obviously, the stock was performing exceptionally well last year, 5%. And even after earnings, the company posted some accelerated estimates for sales and earnings growth going forward into 2025 and even 2026. And so the stock got to the upside quite a bit, but it's been trading in sort of a trading range since earnings going back to September 9th. But with that said, you have to consider.
Okay, so Tesla, let's look at CRM. CRM just hanging out right here, CRM. Okay, let's look at CRM daily. We're looking for this to break out, finally break out above 278. If it takes out 280, we should see this rip to 290 or so, 289, 290.
They have a partnership with Amazon Web Services and data center, and of course cloud computing as well. And even overall, just looking at where the stock is compared to its historical valuation, it's trading around 22. But I noticed that if you look at their sales growth,
Tesla still looking very strong. Tesla.
Earnings growth over 12%, which is actually pretty remarkable considering even the profit margin for the airline business has been growing. And there's a lot of analysts that are still bullish versus yesterday. Bernstein increased their price target to over $200, and they maintained a constructive buy on the stock.
Okay, so in doing these investments, what does it mean for the stock going forward? How would you go about trading this name? An example trade, please.
Yeah, sure. So if you look at the stock price action, just going back to September 9th, there was a gap higher, and now it seems to be moving in a trading range. So it looks like it's consolidating. Volatility in the market is still relatively high at over 18. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to capture some high volatility. I think the stock will probably maintain that trading range until it breaks out the upside or potentially pulls back even further to perhaps the 20 period moving average, which is around $161. So I'm going to sell the November puts or cash secured puts, the $165 strike price, and you can actually sell that for about $4 a share or $400 a contract. So in essence, if the stock stays at 165 or higher, that $4 will erode to zero, and that's what you want when you're selling premium in the next 44 days. But if you do place this trade, you have to be willing and able to take ownership of the stock at 165, but your cost basis is 161, which is right in line with that 20-period moving average.
All right, so stocks are just hanging out here. All right, Nano Nuclear trying to go. Nano. Let's look at Tesla. Watching this TTM on Tesla. On the 15-minute, the 5 minutes turned. 10-minute turning. 15, 30, 30. Tesla.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized.
What's XBI doing? XBI was something that I believe Jason pointed out. Somebody buying calls. It has yet to move back above the 50-day. XBI. Illumina. Let's see. KLAC. Illumina. Just looking at stocks. Nano Nuclear trying to go. Nano Nuclear.
Download the Schwab Network app and join us to follow all the market trends. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere on
CLAC, KLAC.
Schwab Network. Ethan, I'm my favorite client.
Great. I started using Schwab investing themes, so now I can easily invest in trends, like wearable tech. Trends?
Global Foundries. That one looks pretty good for a $40 chip stock. GFS, Global Foundries. All right, that's at the lows. Not as fond of that because it's below the 50-day. Broadcom, probably my favorite is Broadcom. Looking for a big move back up to the highs. LRCX. You could just play the semiconductors. Semis bouncing, or inside day still on semis, so it's not out of the woods yet. Need to see a follow-through day tomorrow. Okay, Tesla looking for a higher low, higher high. Nano Nuclear still sitting here. Okay, so BNC pivots this time of day, not surprising. All right, Tesla. Watching Tesla for a follow-through. Little dip there. Tesla. CRM. Okay, CRM turning back up. CRM turning.
Everything we say, everything we do is through that lens. There's no ulterior motive, and there's no subjectivity. There's no random guesswork about what we think. We are following the numbers all the time, relentlessly.
Google at the low. Google's off $2. Apple's still going, so Apple working. Apple. All right, so CRM moving back up to the highs. CRM. BC pivots on CRM. A, B, C, D. All right, CRM looking good. Salesforce looking for about $40 on this one. SRE. All right, let me look at SRE. SRE. Sempra Energy that's grinding along. Looks good. Looks like it's not a very high beta stock, just grinding along. That looks good. Okay, Apple trying to go. Apple popping back up. Apple. It's still range bound, so if you got profits in Apple, I'd be selling into strength. Maybe focus on some other stocks that have a little bit more momentum. TALO. TALO. Talos Energy. Okay. Range bound, 50 days overhead. So you probably have 1175 to 12 resistance. Talo.
Channels, which they could have control over. But as time went on, what they didn't anticipate was that disruptors would come in, take up those spots on retail shelves where they previously had their products, and disrupt their performance in the market where they continued to fall behind from an innovation standpoint as new disruptors have come in.
NVIDIA. Okay. All right. So everything's slowed down dramatically. Everything's slowed down. Nanonuclear, not following through yet. Bitcoin, meanwhile, Bitcoin. Meanwhile, Bitcoin is reversing off the low. This one's trying everyone's patience. Looks like it's going to break out, pulls back. Higher lows, though, at the 50-day. Okay, so LRCX, Lam Research. Okay, still pushing Lam Research. Pinduoduo dipped. Are they done with Pinduoduo, or are we going to keep going? Pinduoduo with a little dip intraday. Okay, buyers. I don't know. I would like it much better if we got a base in here somewhere. I don't want to chase Pinduoduo. Let's see. Applied Materials. No. Marvell. Maybe Marvell. After a fade, Marvell over the last 3 weeks, a fade. I'm looking for a higher low and a higher high now. Marvell. Okay, Broadcom looking good. Supermicro going. Supermicro. Giddy up. Supermicro on the move. SMCI on the move. SMCI. Okay, starting to move. Supermicro. SMCI. Okay. Volume coming in. That looks good. Supermicro. Okay. Tesla, looking for the follow through on Tesla. Let's see. Tesla down 3% now. Tesla. Okay. B and C pivots on Tesla. Can we follow through? The delivery numbers out. Supermicro.
Introduction of a new CEO who has created a lot of buzz on social media, particularly on LinkedIn, for his long tenure at Nike, going from intern now to the top dog position. There's a lot of anticipation around him coming in and being able to rebuild a lot of relationships, retail relationships that have been
Supermicro. What can we buy on the dips that looks good? Nanonuclear looks like it wants to go. I'll hit that with some shares if Nanonuclear starts to move above 1775 or so. At this point, we eclipsed 17. We're just sitting here. Probably some people that were buyers over at 1771. They're probably trying to get out. Nanonuclear. Okay. I apologize for spending so much time talking about this one, but okay, if you zoom out on this one, you can see way over here. Where'd it go? Well, it shows up on my 60-minute chart. Let's look at this one. Nanonuclear. Nanonuclear. Is that what I was looking at? Yeah, Nanonuclear. NNE. Okay, you can see that right there. 1771 intraday. Okay, 1760 today. Looking for a breakout above that level. If it goes, volume looks good. Looks like people are ready for this one to run. If they're short, they're probably getting nervous or closing their positions. All right, stocks just consolidating BNC pivots this time of day. Okay, SMCI, Supermicro. Okay, trying to turn the corner. It's been flat for the last few days, but once it turns up and the 20 EMA turns up and to the right, that's when we know that things are going to get better or can assume better things. Never a guarantee. Okay, Bitcoin.
Some of the competitors you mentioned are exactly that on Hoka, going to stores. You see space that previously were, slotted for Nike, say at Dick's House of Sport flagship stores, and now you see like really prime retail positioning given to brands like On. And you see that also in terms of other brands also expanding into the footwear space. Lululemon has found great success with their own footwear line, so continuing to put pressure on the big players in the footwear space to force everybody to innovate and continue to fight for shares and non-American consumers and beyond.
Apple higher highs, higher lows. Okay, so CRM, nothing yet on Nano. CRM trying to push higher. CRM. Salesforce looks like it could go. BNC pivots. This one looks pretty good. So if you liked CRM, this one's starting to break higher. It's trying to break above recent highs. We get above 280. This one should run.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging. Schwab Network and buy the numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week. Election trades are fraught with risk.
No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
The market is a multi-trillion-dollar beast. When there's profit there, you take it. That's always going through my head.
My job as a trader is to just make money.
With a history and a geography degree, how did you find your way into trading?
Watching Tesla for a higher low to print here. Okay, coming into the 12 o'clock hour, we'll shift gears and go listen to CNBC.
Being lucky in trading is great, but it's not exploiting us for success.
You need to be able to find opportunities in the marketplace and sift through enormous, staggering amounts of data. You certainly see patterns. Context is so important. I think the best traders I've seen have insatiable intellectual curiosity. Otherwise, certain parts of your skills will become outmoded by competition or by technology.
CRM.
Don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways as if you don't have an emotional reaction.
I'm not very good at sales, turns out. I'm very good at trading.
I have a trading system that I've used for over 10 years now, and it's almost second nature to me.
Do you think that this is potentially a human superpower?
Welcome to Market Overtime on the Schwab Network.
Volley Focus has worked pretty much across all 11 sectors.
We deployed a fantastic array of new technology.
Companies that are doing well are almost too big to fail. Have you set yourself up correctly? It's controversial. The old guard is saying, oh, wait, up with the head.
Those controversial ones going crazy right now.
Who's going crazy? But what about the weak target?
Okay, once again, go through the list. Let's see. What are we doing here? Illumina. That one continues. Illumina. ILMN. Illumina. Okay, trying to break out. TTM on the daily looks really good. Illumina. You see the daily on the right. Trying to break through this area. Very large 18% volume. Sell order block overhead. Looking for a follow through. If we can get through this area, Illumina should go. It's the number one stock on the NASDAQ 100 right now. Pinduoduo. That looks like it's a higher low. CLAC, KLAC. Global Foundries, chips, that's at the highs right now. Looking for BNC pivots. LRCX, Lam Research at the high of the day. Marvell, high of the day. All these chips, high of the day. Don't buy the high of the day. Wait for the dips, BNC. All of these are bullish. Sirius XM. They must have done a reverse split or something, right? It's at $23. Broadcom, that one looks like it wants to go. Broadcom's producing a BNC pivot. Looking for D. Wasn't talking to you, Siri. So I say something. I say Sirius FM, and Siri picks up. Eavesdropper. Supermicro breaking higher. Supermicro looks good. Here's Supermicro looking good. Okay, on the 5-minute chart, showing a potential reversal. Some buyers maybe. Okay, here we go on the 5-minute on the left. Supermicro. Chips are higher today. Okay, so let me change this to the 60 minutes so we'll get a little bit better idea what's going on.
Not risk on, but risk off is what we're seeing today. Okay. Explain that to me, Kev. Because the VIX is down, gold is down, yields are off their highs. They hit 3.8 today, almost 381. The dollar's mainly higher because of the yen is really weak today because of some Bank of Japan moves there. So I think
Supermicro.
temperature is coming down. I don't know if they're
Okay, stocks are pushing a bit higher. I'm just a little bit skeptical. Want to sell some into strength. I want to buy dips, but I'm just looking through what's out there at the moment. Let me just change channels here. Supermicro. Analog devices at the highs. NXPI looks good. Cadence Design, software for semiconductor companies. Texas Instruments, ARM Holdings, looks good. ARM. NVIDIA, of course. Microchip. CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike with a dip right there. Maybe the dip gets bought. CrowdStrike. Little dip getting bought on CrowdStrike. Note the histogram bar at the bottom if you're interested. CrowdStrike looks like a descending channel over the last couple of days on the 60-minute chart. Let's look at the daily. Okay, CrowdStrike has been fading for the last week and a half, looking for a bounce. This probably goes. All right, Tesla's starting to go. Tesla looks like it's going to go.
There's nothing there, and they put a value in that of, I think it was $1.2 billion. We also passed that. I'm not saying it won't be a great company. It's got a good founder, but the point is that it's fever pitch for AI, and the valuations you're paying now, you're going to have to wait a long time for those companies to grow into, in my view. But I take
Tesla going.
view on investing in tech until the clear winners and losers. There'll be a winner to some degree.
Okay, CrowdStrike turning. I want to go through the list. Here's Tesla turning up right now. Tesla popping back up. Note the histogram bars at the bottom. Okay, 60-minute, nice hammer.
Need Apple to invest. The more you have these hyperscalers investing, the more control you give away.
We go to the 60-minute.
So these are all things to consider as we all kind of marvel at what this company has been able to do in what feels like
Tesla.
pretty darn short period of time. So first of all, congratulations to Sarah Fraser, who's the CFO there. She used to be at Square, working with Prior. working with Jack.
Tesla.
This is a historic
Tesla climbing.
for this company. We're talking about a company that is projecting revenue at $11.5 billion next year. That's triple where they are right now. The following year, you're talking about $25 billion in revenue. That type of growth we haven't seen.
Okay, looks good. Nanonuclear breaking out. Nanonuclear breaking out. Nano. Yay! There goes Nano. Nano Nunu.
The scene that's going to be and the amount of money that they're going to be able to raise, the valuation that they're going to go public at is extraordinary. You'll put it up there with the best and biggest of these.
Okay, there we go. Nanonuclear looking good. Nano's looking good. NNE, Nanonuclear breaking out. Look for the follow through. We need to see the volume come in. Okay, volume. There's a break of structure right there. Equal high. There's an equal high. There's a little fair value gap there. Fair value gap. You can see it very clearly here. You see that doji and current candle? There's a big gap between the two. Why is that happening? Because so many people are piling into this all at one time.
It's high relative to what some of the mega caps went public at. Right. It's high, but it's not like crazy. No, because if you go next year, that comes down quite a bit, and you go the following year, that comes down quite a bit. But the cost side is what you have to watch here, right? It's not getting cheap; it's getting more expensive. And let's not forget, they lost a lot of very senior people. Nonetheless, if it's what you do, if you invest at this level, if you're a VC firm, look, I know somebody that went in initially and keeps adding, is adding every round, including this round. So that's a different perspective. I don't have that VC perspective. So let's go to the markets. We've had this volatility because of the Middle East.
Okay, looks good. Nanonuclear. Meta. All right, so Meta did exactly the same thing it did yesterday. You see that, Angela? Same thing it did yesterday. Bastards. So they're still buying it.
Any reason to take issue with any of that?
I did. Of course I did. So let's think about what that means. If the trend is intact, and we just ended the third quarter up 21%, that would suggest that we end the year
Fair value gap times 2.
S&P's at 61.74 on forward earnings at the 23 times multiple. That doesn't seem that reasonable to me. So if you take that trend, that market trend, I don't know that that trend is intact. I think if you look beneath the surface, perhaps you can find a trend that might be intact. And it was an interesting quarter. There was just incredible leadership rotation, and I think it was leadership rotation in a much healthier way than we saw it in 2022. For example, and this is like my perfect, here's how to distill it. Utilities are up 30% on the year. Tech is up 30% on the year. Utilities are up 19% in the quarter. Tech was up 1.6%.
Boom.
That trend, that part of the trend where we see leadership rotation, perhaps that could continue. That I'd be comfortable with. I also like the kind of rotation that we've seen in leadership there because it's not one, and throwing out the other. Almost every sector was positive on the quarter except energy. And so what you just saw was the leaders lagged, but didn't fall off a cliff. The laggers led, and it was healthy. It was a broadening. So if we think of that part of the trend impact, yes, S&P up another 8%, 7% for the end of the year seems implausible to me.
Okay, we're probably going to come back and fill that fair value gap. Hopefully we just do one and then pop. Okay, Tesla looking for the follow through. Meta looking for the follow through here. Okay, Broadcom much better.
Global central banks that are all supportive of risk assets. I think the real trade is happening in large caps. That's where the broadening out has occurred. What's glaring to me is that if we think about what unfolded in it really was a sell the news moment for both small caps and bonds. And that's important to think about. The low for yields was 359 for a 10-year, leading into the announcement from the Federal Reserve. The low for a 30-year was 3.88. I believe we're somewhere around 4.15 right now. So that lends itself to staying high up in the equity size class. That lends itself to technology once again making a return like we're seeing here very early in October.
Okay, let's go. LETSGO. Nano. Nano Nunu.
Consistently adhering to and having the discipline to maintain positioning. Right? By the dip, we're still intact. Path of least resistance upside. Look, I think there's going to be continued volatility through the election, and we've increased the chances for something negative happening with the labor strike.
Nice buy order block there, right?
Which, by the way, has not come out and endorsed Iowa candidate. Number two,
Meta going. Meta. Meta, Tesla, ABCD.
So I think that's an issue. And then what's happening in the Middle East? Israel is going to retaliate. The question is, will it be on the oil complex there, which is easier than going through their nuclear capabilities? Because you can't get those nuclear capabilities without using a nuclear bomb yourself, because they're so deep down. I don't think they go after oil, because if I'm sitting in the White House, I'm saying, stay away from oil, because that would be immediate inflationary, while the rest of the Middle East is having problems, hearing voters, and Saudi said, we're giving up on it. They would love them to go after Iran's oil complex. They being, I think, the second largest in OPEC and third behind us. So there's really a lot that could happen.
All right, what's Western Digital doing? Western Digital, WDC, Western Digital, making higher highs, higher lows. Okay, let's see.
Israel went after Hezbollah. They went after Hamas. Who funds that? Iran. So it's likely they'll make a statement by going after them, in my view. So all that leads to volatility. What's kind of interesting is that the market.
All right, Boeing. What's Boeing doing? Let's take a look at Boeing. Let's see if there's any trades on Boeing. Okay, ABCD pattern on Boeing. Boeing's still basing, but got an ABCD pattern on Boeing. Not my favorite, not the favorite setup. Boeing. All right. CrowdStrike. Okay, higher lows. Broadcom, higher lows. Looking for a follow through on Broadcom. All right, about to break out here, Broadcom. Watching Broadcom for the breakout. Maybe you can take Nano with it. AVGO.
This is different because if inflation pops up, will the Fed go? So,
okay, NVIDIA call seller, call buyer, put seller combo. All right, looks good. 20,000 of the January 25s. They've sold puts, 20,000. That looks good. For $6, that's a good trade. Wow. For $6.
I know, but I thought that's what, people are, like you guys are supposed to do, right? Tune out the noise and focus on the big picture, which is once again being distilled. Watching, guide people through the markets that.
CrowdStrike's still going. Broadcom. Nano Nuclear, looking for that to take off to the upside more. Okay. All right, very sparse in the trades right here, right now. So. Okay, Heiken-Ashi on nanonuclear. Let's take a look at Broadcom. Heiken-Ashi chart. Momentum is shifted. Okay, Meta. Heiken-Ashi on Meta are a little bit more iffy. Same thing with Tesla, but it is changing direction. Okay. Okay, Pinduoduo. Let's see what that looks like. Pinduoduo still bullish, even though we did have that little dip. Pinduoduo. Meta's still going. Meta's going. I don't have a position in Meta. Those look good though. Meta. CRM. Salesforce.
Market valuation.
And when we look
Nanonuclear.
at the interest for beers and beer brands, the one thing that sticks out over the last year, 18 months, is the absolute destruction of Bud Light, the fumbling of the ball that Bud Light did, and where those pieces fell to the rest of the market is pretty clear. A lot of those people went to Coors, which is not owned by Constellation
Looking
Brands,
good.
by its own company, ticker symbol TAP. But Modelo and Pacifico continued to accelerate their gains as the top beer brands in the country. And
Bitcoin. Oh, there goes Bitcoin. Nice little pop in Bitcoin.
Bud Light phenomenon continues to hang over the market, and these competitors continue to split up market share.
Okay, need to get above 70,000 in the next couple of weeks. Be nice to see Bitcoin above 70,000. All right.
Wine, spirits, and beer brands, and Jen.
All right, the trade desk, some optimism for the go from Truist and Dan Ives. Truist goes to 120, Ives goes 115. They're both obviously constructive on this name, and I think you own this.
Absolutely, and they should be constructive on this name. This is coming up on now 2 years.
1790, trying to break above that level.
More than anything else in the ETF. So momentum is not just cyclical, Jenny, it's secular as well. I'm very surprised that this company has not been added to the S&P 500. That was the expectation. It grows its revenue at 25% over the last 3 years on a consistent quarterly basis. It has a very strong share of the digital ad market using AI, $53 billion market cap. I wouldn't be surprised if someone buys this company at some point.
All right, let's get the headlines now with Silvana now. Hi, Silvana.
Hey, Scott, good afternoon to you. Well, Israel says 8 soldiers were killed in the country's ground incursion into Lebanon today. The Israeli military said its soldiers were killed in 2 separate attacks without sharing more details. And it comes as the region braces for escalation as Israel vowed to retaliate for Iran's missile attack yesterday. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation told NBC News it's investigating allegations against a plastics factory after workers trapped by floods from Hurricane Helene died or went missing. Surviving employees alleged Impact Plastics told its workers to be at work and release them too late to escape the floodwaters. The company wrote in a statement it didn't threaten to fire its employees and that warnings were delivered. And a California doctor is expected to plead guilty in the overdose death of Friends star Matthew Perry. Dr. Mark Chavez, who is among the 5 charged in Perry's death, has signed an agreement with prosecutors to plead guilty to a felony count of conspiracy to distribute ketamine. He is set to appear
Oh, wow. He died on ketamine?
later this
Wow.
afternoon to enter his plea, Scott.
Thank you. All right, Silvana now. Coming up, we have a fresh committee move to tell you about. Steve Weiss just bought a healthcare stock today.
Lumina, Clack, KLAC, Lumina, Clack, continuation, Clack, higher highs, Penduo Duo back to the top of the list. Looking for a higher high, higher low. Tesla, no follow through yet. Tesla, LRCX, Marvell continues higher. Global Foundries, Applied Materials, Supermicro making new highs. Supermicro.
This industry as a whole, Andy, is finicky. A few years ago, it was all the seltzers and everything else. Boston Beer was rallying to all-time highs. Then it's been crushed the last couple of years. Is that what at being an investor or trader of names like this, is this what you have to be prepared for in these names? Because it's going to be a choppy trade. They typically don't, continue to rise or rally over longer periods of time.
No, yeah, you're absolutely right. I think it's short and burst. I think it's when everything aligns, which is rare when you have an extremely diversified portfolio, then things can be really good. And when things aren't going really well from a macro standpoint, you're playing defense through your diversification. I think that's exactly what's going on with Constellation Brands. And you just have to be patient as an investor and wait for those legs up and hope that in the meantime you can stay sideways.
Andy, one last thing.
Okay, Supermicro looking for that breakout above 18. If they're going to do it, today would be the day to do it. Futures continue to show somewhat strength for the most part.
Is it stalled? Are they stable? Do you have any data on that, or just opinions in general?
Yeah, I think stable would be a generous way to put it. I think stalled is probably the better word. Beer is growing. The seltzers had their moment. I think they've fallen back and stabilized at a level that will stay pretty consistent into the future. The seltzer drinkers are the seltzer drinkers. There's really not a whole lot of new ones coming into the market.
I know it still continue to do well.
Yeah, but that's not more of the seltzer. That's more of the booze infused with stuff. I
they're
think.
a different sector.
As opposed to like Trulies and all that.
I don't know what I'm buying. I just buy what they tell me.
Oh boy, I hope they're of age. Let's put it that way. All right, Andy, great stuff, great data as always. Have a good day.
Thank you guys. You too.
All right, that's Andy Swan, co-founder at Likefolio, and I'm sure your kids are 21. They just want you to pick it up on the way home.
I'm 100. How old do you think my kids are going to be?
All right, Kev. So if you look at this, I mentioned the choppy trade that we've seen,
Yeah.
and it moves on earnings sometimes.
Yeah.
So how do you want to look at this from an example trade?
So, here's the thing. They did extremely well in the beer business when inflation was higher.
Yeah.
Right? The prices went up. Inflation's coming down, and that's hurting their ability to price the beer segment. The wine segment's weak. You already mentioned the write-off that they took. They do have a fair amount of debt, Tom. The more you read about it, it's not exactly a healthy level of debt based on the amount of cash they have. So I'm looking for a little bit of a pause or a pullback here. I did something we do on the show a lot, which is sell the call vertical above the market. In this case, I sold the October 4th, 262.5, 265. Just a $2.50 call vertical. I used that credit to buy the 247.5 put calendar, and you see the graph there. It's a small credit. It's about 15 cents. It's between about 5 cents and 15 cents, but it's a credit, so you don't have any outlay. The margin on this is the width of that call vertical. It's only $250 margin, and so this one plays for a slight back off because really the stock has rallied the last month or so. I think it's up. Yeah, it's up 3.5% in a month. It's up 3% in 12 months. So it's kind of stalled here. So beer is strong, but those prices are starting to come down. Wine is still weak, and they have a bit of debt, playing this soft on the downside, Tom.
Yeah, and it's not even really on the downside, and we'll break that down for you on this example trade. So it's 4 legs, customized spread. As Kevin mentioned, October 4th weekly options that expire in just a couple days. Sell the 262.5 strike call, buy the 265 call, short $2.50 wide call vertical. And with that, you're buying the October 11th 247.5 strike put, selling that same put, the 247.5 strike put, in the October 4th. So 1 week wide, slightly bearish put calendar to the downside. As a basket, you're collecting a credit of about 15 cents on it. That takes your break even to the upside, 262.65, right? That 15-cent credit added on to that short call vertical gets you to that break even. So this is that type of strategy where, yeah, you want it to go down towards your 247.5 strike that you have the put calendar on. But even if it stays right here, goes a little bit higher or goes lower, it's going to be profitable.
Right, exactly. I like the fact where it's if nothing happens, you're profitable, right? And that's the short call vertical. The long put calendar needs a little down move towards 247.5. So you combine the two, and you get a little bit of both.
Yep, risk on this is above that 265 strike, and that's, as Kevin mentioned, $2.50 wide short call vertical. You're going to have $235 in risk above 265 on this trade. You've got some assignment risk on that short put on the 247.5 strike over the next couple days into expiration. So keep that in mind on this 4-legged customized spread in STZ. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to take a look at NVIDIA. Chipmaker stock is still up over 135% this year, but the trend has not been its friend over the last several months since hitting those all-time highs in June of over $140. But having a nice day today. Stick around. We're coming right back.
Supermicro is still going. Supermicro is still going. Okay, that looks good. Supermicro. All right, higher highs, higher lows. Supermicro. Apple looking better. Meta. Tesla looking for a follow through. Tesla, a little dip on Tesla. Looking for B and C pivots. Okay, Supermicro looking good. Okay. Broadcom. Broadcom at the high of the day. Supermicro. NXPI. Let's take a look at NXPI. 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 Okay, NXPI. All right, looks okay. It's below the 50-day. Semiconductors bouncing. Pretty decent day for semis. Let's look at the sectors. XLB, healthcare. XLB, materials. Okay. Communications. That's Meta, Google, Netflix, etc. XLE, energy. Okay, finally back to the top Bollinger Band. XLE. XLF. XLF again. Okay, holding. XLI had been looking pretty good lately. That's flagging. XLP pulling back. XLU. All right. If interest rates are going lower, utilities should continue to move higher. XLY consumer discretionary pulling back. XRT retail. Okay, so I'm surprised that the markets are looking as good as they do, considering a lot of these pulling back. What about XLK? XLK? Okay, bounce on XLK. All right, so liquidity grab there on NVIDIA. See if it bounces NVIDIA.
Since it hit those all-time highs, it has been trending lower, right? Lower highs moving forward, but this is one of those stocks that everybody keeps on trying to, make this case that hey, valuation's full, the growth is starting to
Nano nuclear breaking out.
backlog of order and the demand for AI kind of
Nano nuclear going again. NNE.
because NVIDIA still got a lot of room to run to the upside according to the bulls.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough.
Okay, 18 and change. All right, looking good. Nano nuclear. NVIDIA. I like the dip in NVIDIA. Looking for. Watch the TTM histogram.
There's no competition that is at the same level as them. There are obviously some concerns about NVIDIA's
AMD pulling back. All right, chips are pulling back. Tesla, ABCD patterns. Okay, nano nuclear, a little pop, and then it sold into strength. Okay, right back down to that fair value gap. Now it's back, dropping pretty quick here. Nano nuclear, big sell. Somebody just sold a bunch of nano nuclear just now. Nano nuclear dropping off. Okay, right back down to that buy order block that formed around 12 o'clock. Okay, nano nuclear. I don't like the way it's playing right now. Nano nuclear. Okay, nano nuclear. Don't like the way it's playing.
Their net income margin is extremely high at around 55%. So some would say maybe this is maybe the bear case, that they can't maintain that level of profitability forever. I happen to agree with that, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's trading at a rich valuation, considering next year's earnings growth, or just even the sales growth for that matter. They're estimating to grow their sales in 2025 to 176 billion
Apple.
from 96 billion in the last 4 quarters. And if you look at the forward multiple, it's only trading around 41.
Okay, so look for a bounce back to the center of that red candle. Look for a bounce back to that fair value gap there. Okay, it could be a bearish move coming.
Yeah, George, they have U.S. regulators pressuring them on one side. You've got Chinese government pressuring companies there to stay away from NVIDIA chips and American products in general. I mean, that's one thing that throws a little doubt in there. But if you look at CapEx spending in Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, Google, Alphabet, Tesla, it's still stable, right? And you're talking about, George,
Google trying to make a reversal. Google.
it's still coming in the pipeline.
Still waiting on BNC pivots. BNC pivots. So you can afford to wait a little bit. It's only not even 1 o'clock yet.
It runs up and then it consolidates.
It does gap higher and it consolidates and some of the elements to the lower highs, but there's also higher lows. So what's happening from a technical standpoint is there's essentially sort of an ascending triangle that's forming. It'll eventually break out of that range, but it's not at this sort of apex just yet from a technical standpoint. But you also have to think about some of the challenges going forward. China says they're going to restrict NVIDIA's technologies. It may be for political reasons, not necessarily economic reasons, but you also have to ask the question, what's a viable substitute for China? And so there really isn't. And so I think it's more political theater than anything. But at the same time, the other thing about NVIDIA is eventually it will start growing, not just in hardware sales. Eventually they'll plateau and profit margins on hardware will shrink. But their software sales, their Omniverse software, their AI integrated software, that's essentially what you need to think about the catalyst for NVIDIA going forward. It's not necessarily a hardware company, it's becoming a software company as well. And lastly, you didn't mention the big purchasers. Amazon Web Services, Microsoft.
Apple, put credit on Apple. Vertical. Okay, what are they looking at? 215, 205.
Google, Alphabet, they've said they're actually going to increase spend into the end of the year at least, and then maybe they'll need new chips down the road. But when you look at valuation on this company compared to some of its competitors, I'm not going to throw Intel in there. I will not. But you look at AMD as a competitor. As the prices rallied over 135% this year, valuations come down because sales continue to grow. They beat estimates by $2 billion a quarter, right, George?
Yeah, that's the remarkable thing about NVIDIA. It's really an outlier
215.
In terms of market capitalization, in terms of sales, in terms of the proudness they have in the marketplace for their technologies. As the price has been rising, it's getting cheaper. But if you look at the price action, just going back to June around $140, obviously it's down 22 or so dollars. It's becoming cheaper because the estimates for earnings and sales, even though they seem to be maturing at least for the next year, this is going to be a quarter-over-quarter basis, the stock becomes cheaper, and I think that's also very compelling. But I can see the case for why there's some challenges for the stock just because of the nature of the business. Competition, at least in the inference chips from Intel and AMD, are going to be there. But it's still much cheaper stock NVIDIA is compared to those two names. Just if you look at the ratios of their growth relative to their forward multiple.
Yeah, and you take in that context that everybody says we're like in the first, second inning of AI. That only bodes well if we're that early stages of AI.
First no out.
Yes. Maybe they do have a runway that a lot of people expect. All right. Great discussion here. Thanks, George. Tell us.
I made George smile. Did you see that?
Yes.
Smile.
Nice, George. Senior markets contributor here, breaking down all the backdrop here for NVIDIA. Kevin, if you look at this, CEO Jensen Huang completed share plan sales.
Big news.
Over $700 million worth of stock that he sold. Barron's came out with that article that propped up the the stock after they announced that because he had been on a plan of selling shares, right? There was a foreseen plan. So I looked at the stock and I looked at the chart, just like Kevin Green did when he was talking about Apple. 50-day moving average is right here about 117. The 100-day moving average is right there also. It seems like that 100-day.
All right, Apple. Just looking at Apple for particular iron for a potential iron condor.
And have you give me your take here.
235.
You're going to avoid earnings because they report after November expiration on the 15th. 44 days to expiration. Where I'm going to sell the 110 strike put that can collect the credit on that. And then against it, I'm going to buy a call vertical. Buy the 120 strike call in November, sell the 135 strike call. So a bullish $15 wide call vertical to the upside. As a package, we've got a 40-cent debit on here, trading closer to 60, 70-cent debit. But as a package, you pay a little bit of a debit for it. If you pay a 40-cent debit, you break even 120.40 to the upside.
Just looking at selling some premium on Apple. It's not moving much. Vertical. Puts
of a bullish call vertical that's
215.
Here, Kevin, you cap gains on the upside, but Kev, this is that type of strategy where, hey, if it does fall below 110 and you're still short that put, you've got to be prepared to buy the shares on this one because you have risk all the way. Somehow the stock looks to
Yeah, so
Apple.
Trade that's based on two individual trades, like a cash secured put, long call vertical. Once you establish the direction that you're looking for, yes, this is more aggressive.
Okay.
All it is two.
All right, looking for higher lows. All right, so a little bit of profit taking.
That are combined to make a more complex strategy. It's the cash secured put funding the long call vertical. So yeah, it's got upside. It's capped on the upside. It's the same thing as if you would sell a cash secured put. So this is similar risk on the downside, but an aggressive. Yeah, it's aggressive play, but not crazy.
Okay, Nano Nuclear pulled back a bit. Okay, starting to bounce.
On the downside, you got $11,000 in risk if it were some stock.
Apple.
So keep that in mind. But at the same time, it's taking a
Apple watching that one. All right, I got a little bounce in Nano Nuclear. Apple pushing a bit higher. Apple looks like it wants to break out.
Also, the bullish call vertical, or just sell the cash secured put, collect the credit, and hope it stays above the 110 strike. But good look at combining two strategies to create a little bit more aggressive, bullish stance. If you think the stock's going to go up over the next 44 days, you have some sign of it on that. Fast market. And stick around right here on the Schwab Network. Next Gen Investing coming up next.
Apple. Got a ways to go. Looking for that to turn back up. Apple. Let me just take a look. TTM's turning on the hourly chart. Okay, right now the future's just fading, so I'm not going to do anything at the moment. With futures fading.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
The market is a multi-trillion-dollar beast. When there's profit there, you take it. That's always going through my head.
My job as a trader is to just make money.
With a history and a geography degree, how did you find your way?
Amazon. Somebody buying calls for earnings. Noted by Jason. 2,300 of the October 25th. 170 calls. Okay, Apple needs to break through this area here. Apple, watching Apple for a potential vertical. Let's see, 220, 220, 225, 25, 230, 230, 235.
When we look at your whole brain, we don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways as if you don't have an emotional reaction.
I'm not very good at sales. Turns out I'm very good at trading.
I've traded something that I've used for over 10 years now. And
Okay, at this point in the day, we're just looking for BNC pivots. Okay, so we're going to go through the list again. And see what is working. Illumina, top of the list. Illumina. Illumina, top of the list. Continues the trend. Illumina. ILMN. Illumina. Whoops. Illumina. ILMN. That looks like it's going to go BNC pivot. Illumina. Let me take a look at that. Illumina. ILMN. See what a vertical looks like on that one. Okay, back to 137. 130.
No more than 5% in any one stock, no more than 20% in any one sector. Now there's a market for every single one. There's a market for you. Market overtime on the Schwab Network.
Big spread in the options. Illumina. There's a dollar spread in the options. Yeah, I'm not going to go for that. Illumina. Okay, so number 2 is CLAC, KLAC, CLAC. That's pulling back. All right, some of these are pulling back now.
I'm Jenny Horn alongside my co-host, as always, Alex Coffey. And Alex, at the noon hour here in Chicago, we are seeing relatively quiet markets with actually 3 of the 4 major averages lower, modest uptick in the NASDAQ, but I pretty much call it unchanged actually in 3 of the 4 major.
Illumina. Okay, I'm just going through the list of what is the top 10 on the S&P and the NASDAQ. CLAC pulling back. Apple bouncing. Apple with a little bounce. Watching the 60-minute over there on the right. Okay. LRCX. Google. Netflix. NVIDIA. NVIDIA still dipping. Tesla. Tesla watching the change in direction of the histogram, TTM histogram.
That is true. I was looking, the dollar is making a modest move to the upside, as well as Bitcoin. Right now, futures are up about 0.2%. So again, feels like a relatively quiet market as we do see some shakiness to the beginning of this October. Some spookiness.
All right, what's FUTU doing? FUTU. 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 Okay, big fade on FUTU. JD.com. All of these fading from the highs. LRCX. All right, so most stocks are fading from the high with the indices at the moment. Apple's an exception at the moment, but that could change.
Favorable. We'll put things out here with Joby Aviation, which is surging on this session.
Narrowing range, but we're starting to see some signs, and I guess we're siding with the fact that you have some top-down strength just based on the support from these higher, large cap growth companies, that this reversal should ultimately result to the upside. There's more that's needed. It's more of a
talking Tesla.
But there are some signs that
all right, a little dip today.
And could continue to grind higher. I think really the standout idea, the leadership name would be Meta Platforms, a name that had been in a consolidation range and through that summer volatility showed terrific resilience and relative strength. And now as market conditions firm, is breaking out to the upside. So for us, it's Meta for leadership. I think that's perhaps the most constructive and bullish Mag 7 chart. And then for rotation, looking at a stock like Tesla, which is not yet at new all-time highs, but over the coming months to perhaps quarters, maybe got to give that one a little bit more time. It could ultimately get there again.
Okay, Netflix with a reversal. Netflix with a reversal.
We're getting close. And I think that there's the expectation now of this momentum that we need to see growth. And frankly, there was some modest growth. They delivered around 462,800.
Okay, Tesla with a little bounce. Watch the TTM histogram. Okay, we're starting to change direction on Meta too after a little dip. For most of today, we've just been moving sideways. Hourly chart on the right, Meta.
Well, I think one thing too, we highlighted this yesterday, Johnny, just to kind of build on this sentiment.
Nano Nuclear. It's above 17 now, so maybe it consolidates for a few days. I don't know. If it starts to take off above 18, that would be a sure sign that we're going to see a follow through, though. Nano Nuclear. I'm currently out of it. I'm currently out of Nano Nuclear. What's CRM doing? CRM, did that pull back? CRM. CRM breaking out. CRM is going. CRM, we're looking for that breakout above 280. CRM looks good. CRM still going.
Roughly 831,000 vehicles. That was down 7%. So for the first 3 quarters of this year, they've sold now 1.3 million cars. That's down 2% year over year, meaning they need to sell around 515,000 cars in this fourth quarter, even just to match last year's figures. Street's projecting now 490,000 vehicles for the final 3 months of this year. So we are expecting an uptick, but again, will we be able to make this very high bar set forth? Because of course now we're comparing 2024 with 2023 numbers once we close out next quarter.
CRM breaking out. CRM's breaking out. Okay, that's looking pretty good.
Yeah, final thoughts on Tesla. Completely agree. October 10th and then earnings, I think the following week. It's just week after week events for Tesla. It's already volatile anyways. There's new headlines and the high beta stock. But last final thing too, some of this could come down to the delivery mix of the models as well. It seems that they did a little bit better on some of the lower end models, like the more mass production ones, the Model 3 and the Y.
CRM.
440,000. The expectation was about 436. Where you have the other models miss a little bit. So just shy of 23 on the other models, and the expectation was closer to 26. So the mix of those models was perhaps maybe favoring the cheaper model. And we've seen that throughout all auto manufacturers. I saw some study, I think it was from Edmunds, that's saying $35,000 car with a lower rate is more the sweet spot, not these $70,000 Wagoneers.
Yeah, insurance is getting crazy. Crazy insurance rates. They're only going to get worse too. All right, CRM looking very strong. CRM, thank you very much. Okay, CRM.
Definitely, but at least seeing some substantial growth as far as like its EV offerings are concerned. It delivered almost 32,000 all-electric vehicles in the third quarter.
Everything's green, looking green on CRM. Okay, fair value gap on CRM right there. 279.50, 279.50. Going to come back and touch it probably. That fair value gap, that green area with a horizontal through it. That's a fair value gap. Looking for a retest of that and then a bounce.
Their Cadillac sales also hit 19.4%. That was up about 11 percentage points from a year ago. So year to date, they've delivered over 70,000 all-electric cars. So while they're definitely smaller than Tesla, they're fighting for that prize.
Kind of clarification, it went from 3% mix to 5%, or it went from 4.98 or whatever it would be to 5%?
It went to about 5%. So that, yeah, from 3%.
Okay, that's a pretty impressive market share that's starting to pick up, or I guess a product mix that's starting starting to pick up. You're starting to see EV penetration, to kind of use the words that the street seems to prefer. 60% year-over-year growth for electric vehicles is pretty impressive when you start to see some of these numbers show up. Somewhat impressive numbers from Ford, but not quite to the same extent when it comes to electric vehicles as a percentage of sales and growth there. Seems the hybrid F-150 was the bright spot. And hey, when your biggest selling vehicle is the F-150, and we know hybrids are in focus, probably a good place to be doing well.
Yeah, those sales jumped 60%.
CRM trying to go. Trying to go.
Nautilus hybrids now make up around 46% of those total Nautilus sales. But to your point, not seeing the same stellar growth as, say, like a GM. They did see vehicle sales were up about 1% from a year ago, including a 12% increase in sales of EVs. Now, year to date, their EV sales are up 45%, roughly around 68,000, which places the company in second in the U.S., just behind Tesla.
Yeah, I saw maybe just a little bit disappointing for the month of only 12% for the EVs in Ford relative to that 60% figure that we saw for GM. So maybe that's why there's that pass given to the fact that you actually saw declining overall in GM. But again, there was the bright spot of EVs. But I can't help but notice that F-150 hybrid starting to pick up a little bit. When you're Lightning, maybe you're going too far, too quickly. You know, all in. The pickup truck driver's probably going to be, you know, not to stereotype too much, maybe the last to want to go full electric, especially for towing things, with power, long distance travel. Who knows if it's a work related?
Apple's still holding on to, you know, the recent high. CRM looking for the breakout.
This stock has been on an impressive run. That's probably underplaying it, as it's up almost 80% over the last 6 months. And those numbers, while they get a little bit smaller,
Take care. Happy birthday, Rick. Be safe.
You pick a time frame with basically at any point over the last 6 months, it's going to be up.
I mean, yeah, now off of 52-week lows by 99%, which is amazing because we're still off of 52-week highs by 30%, just to speak to this volatility. And I think this is a great example of a chart you need to zoom out to get the full picture. But news today, they're considering plans to produce vehicles in Europe so they can avoid these EU tariffs levied against Chinese EVs. This was first reported by Bloomberg earlier today. Their vice chairman and co-president did say in an interview the company is considering various options, including contract manufacturing, working with existing plants, or building new plants. He added these plans are still very preliminary, but I do think that it's interesting, especially when we have Friday, EU member states are to vote on whether to introduce these tariffs. Could be as high as 45% on some of these imported EVs made in China. So they're trying to curb that the best they can. And I will say the street still very much believes in the same. There's 20 buys, 9 holds, 1 underperform, and no sells.
So one thing I would say when I look at this name, and I always use BABA as just like a general barometer for, you know, Chinese stocks in general. I mean, it's not perfect, but this chart looks identical to Alibaba. And so to me, it's not trading like electric vehicle stocks. It's trading like Chinese stocks broadly. Now, there's exceptions. There's times when electric vehicle names are generally doing good. Chinese electric vehicle names are generally doing good. But largely, this big move has caught on because of the China stimulus, less so because of just general delivery numbers.
Okay, stocks are just kind of lethargically moving at this point. Not much to do.
But the real reason I believe that this rally is happening is because there's just excitement amongst Chinese ADRs for the first time in a long time. And there's a long way to go. You talked about zooming out. Alibaba was 319. It's 113 now. XPEV was 74.5. It's $13. So, you know, it's got a long ways to go if it's ever going to sniff those all-time highs.
Yeah, and if you want to find a point of strength today, to your point, look at anything with Chinese exposure. I mean, Lee, Luckin Coffee, these companies we looked at in years, it feels like, are all rallying today. JD.com, Baidu, Alibaba, and have been. Yeah, just continuing that nice momentum. But we'll be looking actually more at the chart of Xpeng coming up next, as well as, of course, our old reliable Tesla.
AMD still fading.
Stick around, Next Gen Investing. We'll be right back.
AMD still fading. Nano Nuclear, what's it doing? It's just sitting here. Volume tapering off. Nano. S&P. Semiconductors, SOXL, watching that. Needs that to get above the 50-day. Okay, we could get something going there. Tesla, watching Tesla turning maybe. Doji for now.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live and access support by phone, email.
Tesla looking for a BNC pivot here. Tesla, watch Tesla BNC pivots. Looking like we could turn. Watch BNC.
Finding good and finding bad in this chart is a pretty good one-sentence summary here. So let's kind of start at the beginning. You can see, for our purposes, a lot of the price action is important. Starting right here, near these lows, we had a big surge to the upside very shortly after we experienced that bottoming out here.
Okay, CRM looking for a break higher. Amazon drifting a bit lower at the moment. Watching Tesla for a turn back up. Tesla. The markets aren't doing much of anything. You can see it's kind of lethargic price action. Could go either way. Looking for a BNC pivot on Tesla. Here's A over here. Here's B. BC. Okay, nothing yet. Watching CRM. It's trying to be sneaky right now. CRM. Looks like it wants to do something. CRM. It's trading up against the highs of the day. CRM. Salesforce with an upgrade today. Okay, trying that level. Trying to take out 280 decisively. Looks like it will. It's 100% of its ATR. Yeah, it's 100% of its ATR. MACD, stochastics, RSIs, all saying the same thing. Maybe short-term swing into tomorrow, see how that goes, or, maybe take some off into strength and then see where the rest of it goes, book some gains because we had a nice bounce off the 200-day. Stock is up $9 on the day. Just feels like they could start selling the markets right now. Futures, watching futures at the moment.
Guess what? That's pretty much where we stopped the past couple days. It's also quite close to our previous highs. So this area to the upside takes on even extra additional importance to what we initially were talking about here, because now it's the site of two important technical measures here. So a break above 263, 265, that area would be significant. That would be something that the bulls would certainly want to see, and then take out those intraday and yearly highs. Now to the downside, we've got our yellow 21-day EMA that was roughly the low point of where we were today. That comes in near 241. Beyond that, down here, we've got our trend line, the +1 standard deviation line, and then this green line that represents the gap with the subsequent high points here up to 231. So those would be some near-term areas that many traders likely would have their eye on.
Okay, yeah, not helping obviously sentiment today, down 4% here. And off the session was a bit by about several dollars, but still hanging on to about 4% to the downside. So Alex, say you are a believer, you're following the optimist camp here going into the TurboTax feedback, which I do think will be at least interesting. Fireworks could definitely be expected. I would be shocked if they not event.
Okay, CRM. You know what it's trying to do. It's trying to break higher. Got an upgrade. Looks good. Let's look at the weekly time frame. Weekly on Salesforce. We're moving in the right direction. Everything is bullish above the 10 EMA. 4 weeks in a row, pushing higher. 290 is the next level, and then 317. If we get to 290, that would be good. I'd be looking for a little dip at that point back towards the 10 EMA. There's probably a lot of supply there. Look how people got stuck on CRM on that weekly chart, the big red candle, and then boom, even larger red candle, dropped down to 211. So I'd be looking for some resistance up into this area to 290, but it looks very strong. Looks very strong.
Would be sort of the minimum accepted for this, and maybe the maximum would be somewhere around 175, 180 before you think about maybe switching strikes up, using sort of how we loosely, set these up from a guideline standpoint. 233.50 would be the break even, using that $1.50 credit. 350 would be the total risk on this trade. So a chance to make $150 as price on $350 in risk, which is a little bit worse than 2 to 1, but kind of in that wheelhouse that we talked about a lot for credit spreads, Jay, which is that risk-reward relationship around 2 to 1.
Yeah, and I think we'll put here in a good way to play into obviously the more bullish side of Tesla. But now to shift gears and look at XPeng, which is making about a 1.5% move to the upside today. That does not even illustrate at all the recent momentum we've seen to the upside, Rick. I will say this is a pretty interesting chart when you zoom out. We traded at around $74 a share at its peak.
Okay, CRM looking for the break higher. CRM looking good. Looking good. There goes CRM. CRM on the move. There it goes. Expansion day breakout above 280.
So the near-term situation here is one of not really making firm progress in one direction or the other until very recently here. You can see we had a notable fall off after hitting those nearly highs. Then we kind of trended lower for quite a while here, eventually bottoming out near 655. But really for a long time, kind of just a sideways range between that low point and between the highs near 1060.
All right, watching BNC pivots on AMD. Apple holding the highs. Very interesting. Okay, look at CRM. CRM. Okay, we need to launch this thing above 280.
Gapping up here. So on the move to the upside, certainly recently on heavy volume as well. It's important to pay attention to volume. We're seeing volume spikes for many of the days.
There it goes, 280.40, starting to go.
50% above the 50-day simple moving average. So some conviction on the part of traders behind this move.
To me, we talk about the recent strength in these Chinese companies as a result of the overall government stimulus, but then you look out, even the yearly chart. I mean,
Beautiful, beautiful,
$19 a share. So we're still well.
beautiful.
When we're watching now RSI momentum, is this giving you any indication here of what we can expect in the near term? Obviously, subject to change given the volatile nature right now of these Chinese stocks.
RSI kind of reflecting the sharpness and steepness of this move.
Okay.
Just trending upward here. We had a bit of a dip below our trend line here, but very quickly moved back above that level here. Now we are finding ourselves in the overbought area, typically is a sign of strength in a trending market, as I said before. However,
Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, let's get something going here.
High close on price here. RSI is not following suit. A tiny bit of bearish divergence here as we kind of assess this move. So certainly not something to head for the hills about, but also not exactly what you'd want to see either. You would want to see price and RSI making new highs together in tandem with each other, especially when you're breaking above resistance marks here. So kind of a question mark here, but as I said, not a warning sign necessarily at this point.
Okay, so now we watch what we can expect again in the near term here with XPeng shares. I mean, and we're giving up actually a lot of our strength here in real time. What are we watching here?
Sure. So the broader picture for this name actually kind of makes me think of a cup and handle type pattern here. So we have this kind of long slide, this gradual basing pattern, and then another kind of a swing to the upside here. That would give us this cup type shape. The way you rise up to this pink line here, this resistance point near 1490, experience the rejection, and then eventually continue.
All right, CRM. CRM starting to see some volume. Is that the case? CRM, let's look at the volume. Okay, volume down there on the left. 2-minute chart. Let's look at the 5-minute chart. Okay, last 5 minutes, starting to see volume pick up. Look at that buy order block right there. That's 34% of today's volume trading right there on that block. CRM.
Here and here represent some gaps. So about 1170 and 1064. Those are some more places to watch to the downside based on those gap levels.
Okay, yeah, lots to look at when we talk XPeng, especially a lot of these other names like NIO, Li Auto as well. But appreciate the breakdown. As always, great to cat our chart master. And now we trade the same. So say we looked at a more neutral to bullish strategy and Tesla, and we're leaning into a more bullish strategy here, for example, purposes in XPeng.
Yeah, so you see the momentum and you want to kind of jump on the train while it's still moving and capitalize a little bit on that movement higher. What I looked at was a risk-defined strategy once again, but buying a call vertical this time. Looking at buying one in the money option, selling one out of the money option, creating a more one-to-one risk reward. The break even, based on how volatility is, actually below the current share price. So it does kind of skew the risk-reward probabilities just slightly in your favor with that in mind. What we looked at in particular, October 18th, 11.5, 13.5 call vertical for a $1 debit. Risk $100 with a chance to make $100. Break even at $12.50. Well, the current share price is closer to $13 when I was looking at this. So a chance to, have a little bit of cushion and still perhaps make
CRM.
double the risk.
CRM.
1-to-1 the risk, but say you're risking 100, a chance to turn that 100 into 200, which is interesting, I believe. And then, of course, also it benefits if the stock just continues going higher, which is what a bullish trade.
And if this Chinese momentum keeps going, I mean, these names have been on a tear lately. And today, well, giving up some of their initial strength, still definitely an outlier to the upside in this market. But we'll leave it there for this segment. Now, coming up next, time to shift gears and look at one of our Mag 7 names. We're talking Alphabet with a rare price target cut ahead of their earnings.
Fair value gap, CRM.
October 22nd, we can expect that third quarter trend. We'll discuss more with Caroline Woods with the analyst thing coming up next.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
34% of today's volume.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online games?
Nice expansion day.
Explore the space over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize to align with your goals. All of your themes. Schwab investing themes, 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
At each and every angle, the whole picture, everything comes full circle on Trading 360. Catch us right here at the New York Stock Exchange on Trading 360, only on Schwab Network.
This election season, and the mudslinging, Schwab Network's by the numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week. Election trades are fraught with risk. No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
Accelerate your market knowledge and shift your perspective.
All right, there goes CRM. Juicy, looking good. CRM going. Beautiful. All right, so looking good. Looking good. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. Hey, 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 give it up. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Google turning, ABCD pattern on Google potentially, ABCD pattern on Tesla potentially. Not a guarantee, but definitely what we're watching. Tesla. Keep an eye on TTM at the bottom down here. Always watch TTM. Are you buying up here when TTM is going from cyan to dark blue? Bad. Short, that's where you want to short. Break a structure, pulls back. You got a little scalp. Now you're looking for TTM to turn the other direction and for volume to pick up. Watch this fair value gap here on Tesla. The hourly chart on the right, watching that. Okay. Apple's hanging in there. Apple's hanging in there at the highs of the day. Volume tapered off. Do you want to buy up here with TTM dropping off like that? I don't. I'd like to see the hourly chart on the right. I'd like to see that start to produce some yellow bars, in which case we could look for more upside, maybe a fill the gap situation. CRM still going though. CRM, nice move. Tesla turning. CRM doing great. What's Nano Nuclear doing? Nano Micron pulling back.
Basically, they're reducing their 2025 constant currency search growth by 1% to 8%, citing
Micron's still pulling back. A little bounce earlier. I'm going to take that iron condor off pretty soon. CRM still going though. CRM is working. Look at that beautiful chart. You can thank, I believe, Paticus. I believe Frano's been trading this one. I'm not sure who came up with the idea, but it moved above the 50-day. That's my bailiwick. I like when I see a stock move above the 50-day or the 200-day, whatever the closest. In this case, it was the 200-day. It sat here for 7 days. On day 7, it's starting to push off. Okay. Look at the Bollinger Bands. The top band is moving away from price. It's telling you look for a fast move. Then the lower band starts to turn up. That's telling you, okay, maybe it's a grind. Either way, RSI is showing strength of trend. MACD is showing bulls are in control. Volume could be better. Maybe it'll start to build up. But what I'd look for is a move to the upside, take some profits off in the strength, let it come back in, and buy it on the dip. Apple pulling back right now. Apple's pulling back at the moment. CRM. Okay, what's all right? S&P's turning back up, so maybe we get a bounce here. CRM.
price target on the street over time. It's about, I mean, it's coming down a little bit since the stocks recovered a little bit over the last month, but it's basically coming down from the highest point in the last 5 years. So I would expect that either more of these price target adjustments or perhaps Alphabet can start recovering if history has any guide. Any other feelings or anything else that you noticed kind of generally across the board and analysts that stuck out to you?
I think, I mean, the fact that analysts are still largely bullish despite the fact that there are.
Okay, nice bounce in Microsoft, turning the corner. So you're looking for those B and C pivots. This gives you the best opportunity to make up for some losses, perhaps, or to get your best entry. I'm looking for B and C pivots this time of day. CRM's still going, but look at something like AMD, which pulled back. I don't know that I like this one so much, but let's see. Let's look at a few others. Let's look at Broadcom. Broadcom has been bullish today. All right, so that's pulling back. Maybe that gets something going. Broadcom. What else? Tesla. Okay, looking for a B pivot here. Maybe a push back up into the gap. Tesla. Higher lows. TTM is starting to turn. Always pay attention to your TTM so you're not buying or selling at the wrong time. Tesla. Tesla, CRM, okay. All right, so we're seeing some stocks pulling back now. Tesla looked like it was trying to do something, but just sitting here now. Could put in a B pivot a little bit lower, a C pivot. Watch TTM. So that's keeping you from making the wrong decision. I'd like to see more than, one yellow bar. I want to see several yellow bars and for a move back above the zero line. CRM. Micron pulling back. Okay, Micron might actually be an ABCD pattern to look at. Yeah, TTM is still red on the 5-minute, sitting on top that area of liquidity. So it ran up to the highs, came back to this area of liquidity, which was about 33% of today's volume trading right there earlier this morning at 9:40. This took off to the upside. Do we do it again? Micron. It's near the 50-day, looking for a break higher. Micron. Okay, Micron just sitting here. This is Micron.
They're going to be worth nothing as options worth having an expiration date.
Yeah, that's a good way to play it. It's sort of a good way to look at some of these big tech names ahead of their earnings because the move could be anyone's guess, as we know from following these names very, very closely. But we'll leave it there for that segment. Now, coming up next, time to shift gears and focus more on the macro as we do see crude oil hovering around $70 a barrel, marking a near 3% jump.
Okay, so I want to see these TTMs change direction. Okay, you can see the hourly chart looks a little better than the 5-minute chart. So I'm just waiting maybe for an entry on Micron. I'm focused on TTM down here at the bottom. All right, so this could start to go. It's starting to show some more yellow. Micron, let's see what that's going to do, Micron. Next week's calls, maybe. Buy a vertical, Micron. Let's see, where are we? We're at 100, say 100, 105. 100, 105 vertical. Okay, let's see if that goes. Okay, Micron looking for a bounce here. Micron. Let's see. Monitor. Okay, watching TTM.
Trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern.
Micron. Okay, Apple bouncing back. Somebody took some profits there and popped it back in the other direction.
Bringing you futures and forex around-the-clock market access, even when equities markets are closed. All on our award-winning Thinkorswim platforms. So no matter what or when you want to trade, Schwab has cutting-edge tools, curated education and insights, and trading specialists ready to help, however complex the strategy. With a wider range of opportunities, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Okay, CRM looks good.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's time to look at the overall oil and energy space, as we have seen right now some of these hostilities heat up between Israel and Iran, which has led to crude oil prices being higher, up around 3% in the last week.
Okay, looking for watch Micron here. If we start to see more yellow bars, this would be an interesting trade, given the strength in semis today.
Yeah, and rightfully so. Usually when we have geopolitical tensions, we tend to see a lot of investors try to go into the energy space because one, it's defensive, and two, we might actually have an impact when it comes to logistics or even sourcing of oil or other byproducts here. That's really what we've seen over the last couple of days.
Okay, watching CRM, looking for that to move back up towards 180, 100, 101, 180, 101. Okay, histogram needs to turn a little bit more yellow. I like to see that turn towards, like it did at 10.15. 10.15, this turned the corner and ripped higher. I don't think we're going to get the same kind of launch that we had earlier, but Micron looking pretty good. You may want to take that iron condor off if it sits down here for a little while.
Kevin, I kind of see three parts of the market that almost have zealot-like followers to it. I think the gold bugs have
Okay, Microsoft turning. Apple trying to get back above the moving averages on the 5-minute. Apple.
To any reason why crude oil might just normalize to lower prices. I mean, we've thrown everything we can at crude oil, from geopolitics to taking supply offline to stimulating one of the biggest
CRM still sitting at the high. CRM.
And we get like not even days.
Okay.
We get like 4 hours of a rally. At what point, Kevin, do we just have to look at the
Tesla.
market and say this is a downtrending market?
What's NVIDIA doing? NVIDIA looks like it could bounce off of this buy order block. There was 2.4 million traded right here on NVIDIA at about 10:30. We pushed up to the highs, came back down. Looking for NVIDIA to bounce right in this area. Tesla, same thing. CRM looking good. Looking good. Sing it, Janice.
In an event like the geopolitical issues that we are seeing right now can be the catalyst for that to start. You also brought up the fact that, you know, the bulls within this space, you know, they're just not giving up. It's not so much when it comes to demand, we have to be mindful of that. if the outlook for demand in the future and the lack of infrastructure spend, which is what makes people bullish, and they do have a thought there. I mean, as you continue to see individuals rise up and be able to consume more, we don't really have.
All right, keep an eye on junk bonds, high yield corporate debt. Let's go take a look at that. Dollar showing us earlier what junk bonds were doing. Let's take a look at junk again today. Still hanging out at the highs. Junk bonds at the highs.
And I would just be mindful of the energy stocks compared to the actual commodities themselves. Usually you're going to see an increase in demand when it comes to the byproducts first before you actually start seeing structural price levels being set for crude oil itself. And then that's when you're going to see the byproducts happening when it comes to the actual energy stocks. There's a major disconnect between energy companies right now and evaluation. If you look at a 3-2-1 crack spread, which basically measures 3 barrels of crude oil, converting that into 2 barrels of gasoline, 1 barrel of diesel, they're at pretty low levels, actually around 4 to 5 year lows. While energy companies themselves, their equity valuations are still relatively high. And over the next couple of weeks, we probably will get these pre-announcements from energy companies that they will, I believe, probably will re-rate their earnings expectations moving forward, which could actually cause a lot
CRM still pushing. Looks good. Looking for another buy order block. It's a little late in the day. It's only 1:45. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. 4 hourly candles just blasting higher. CRM today. Looks good on the daily too. Check the daily chart out. Okay, looking good. Let's take a look at the daily. Daily. All right, junk bonds high. All right, would like to see more breadth. I'd like to see breadth improve a little bit better. Okay, so it looks like mid caps want to turn. NASDAQ has turned back up, so that's a start. Only 100 stocks, but I'd like to see S&P turn back up. CRM looking for more upside. CRM. All right, looks good. TTM is still supportive on the hourly, although it has run quite a bit. You might want to take some profits off into strength. Just an idea. It does have a tendency to pull back into its price action. Let's see. I got the 15 November, 280, 290 vertical. So I'm starting to get up close to my maximum profit. Maximum profit is right around 190. Okay, so the 280, 290. Okay, 280, 290. All right, where's 280? 280, 290 looks like this profit loss curve goes like this. It gets up to 290 and then it flattens out. So as it approaches, as it approaches 290, I want to take these off. All right, so this is a bit higher. 290 is way up there. All right, so I'm not anywhere close to max profit yet. So, but that's what the curve looks like. The profit loss graphic. Okay, so as we start to move off of this level, 280. So I'm making profit from here to here, and I'll flatten out up there. So I want to take this off as it starts to ease up into this area. Okay. maximum profit zone. So I'm looking for prices to go up here. Okay, looks good. And watch the TTM. That'll give you a clue whether or not you should take some profits off in the strength or not. I'm just talking out loud because this has moved quite a bit today. It's an expansion day breakout. It's probably going to hold its gains the way it looks right now. Okay, let's look at Tesla. Tesla again. We want to see Tesla get back up there. TTM is starting to turn, so that's looking good. Okay, we're also looking at Micron. Remember Micron, we're looking for this TTM to produce more yellow bars. It is bounced at this liquidity level. The importance here can't be overstated enough. Okay, here, look at over here on the left where it took off. Okay, so Micron took off to the upside this morning, right out of the gate. It dropped a little bit, then it popped. But look at this buy order block right here. So it runs up to the high, starts to drift lower. You get some change of character. We break some structure. We come right back down to this level where they bought earlier. So what are institutions trying to do? They're probably building positions. Okay, as they're building positions, you get prices to come back. So you want to sell into strength, look for it to come back down, look for that area of liquidity down here, and look for prices to reverse as they start to buy. And there's a fair value gap there. So they're starting to buy pretty quickly. You can see the fair value gap right there. Okay, there's a fair value gap right there in the middle of that green candle, that big green candle. That's showing that there's a lot of buying strength right in that zone. What's Nano Nuclear doing? Nano. Oh, where are you? Nano Nuclear. NNE. Okay, no breakout yet. All right, so we got to get above 18. Once we get above 18, we got plenty of time. The 18 to 32 range is where I'm looking for Nano Nuclear to go now. Will it go? I don't have any crystal balls, but price action is doing what it needs to do to convince me that we could see more of the higher highs and higher lows that we've been seeing on Nano Nuclear. Here's Apple. Apple's starting to move. Apple's starting to move too. Okay, watch the TTM. It went from red. It went from cyan over here to blue to red. Okay, now it's starting to turn the corner. Watch for Apple to break out. Ooh, this looks pretty good. Okay, Apple, maybe I want to buy some verticals here. Apple. What did it do? What did it do? Okay, so here's A. Here's A right there. Here's B. You don't have a C and D. It looks like it just wants to break out. I like the idea of selling put verticals as well. Credit spreads. Sell something down here. 225, 220, something like that, or 215, 210. Selling some put credit spreads, maybe take that, buy some calls on the upside. Looks like it wants to go. Look at the 60-minute chart on the right. The TTM has yet to turn yellow, but it could start to do that very quickly. Watch TTM on Apple.
This is a company that is a competitor of Archer Aviation. You can see it's still trading below $10. And as you mentioned, Alex, there is a pretty much extreme volatility in this name, just considering the way it's performed over the past few years, being down about 30 or so percent. But it's quite a mover.
Amazon too. So Amazon looks pretty good.
To say it's completely a micro cap, but it did receive as a company another investment, a pretty promising investment now from Toyota Motor Company, in sort of a partnership for air mobility technologies. Now,
yeah, that's a great point, Paticus.
And this also comes after even Delta Airlines made a $60 million investment in the company with $200 million option of investing. So this is a company that seems to be growing its capitalization rate from major partners, both commercial airlines, automaker and technology companies like Toyota Motor. Because if you look at the estimates for operational launches, they're estimated to launch this year their first vehicle, but they're also expecting about 100 units by 2025. So you look at the last 4 quarters, the company generated less than $1 million in sales. Expenses are so quite high, around $300 million.
They do have quite a bit of cash, around 825 million, and they do have partners who are willing to purchase equity as well as inject cash into the business because they do see promising growth in the name.
So George, I think that this is such a cool company. And
Yeah, don't. I heard a pretty good quote not too long ago. I think it was several months ago when AI started to be a big deal. It might have been, what's his name, the guy who I forget his name, that formed ChatGPT. I think it was him. It might have been somebody else. But basically, they said, don't be afraid of AI. Be afraid of the employee, the young, ambitious employee that understands AI and how to implement it and use it in business, because that person is going to be very valuable. They'll turn out to be like the chief AI officer of a company in the future. You know?
Business and investing in it are big companies, and so they're not going to throw money away. They may be investing in technology, and I think that if you think about air mobility, it's not about getting FAA approval to move people from, let's say, a downtown center to the suburbs. That does exist. There are people who use helicopters for that reason. That's where Joby's technology would be better suited. But there may be, if you think about things like airports moving passengers from the terminals or even private airways back to one.
Okay, Apple looking for the push to the upside. Tesla turning the corner. Watch that TTM. That's going to give you the cue what you need to do and when you need to do it. Okay. All right. So Apple, Tesla turning the corner. Okay. Yellow TTM bars. You get ready when you see the yellow TTM bars. When it takes out a level, when Tesla takes out that lower high, if it takes it out to the upside, we'll get a change of character. We'll get a break of structure, and we'll have a nice area to go long. Tesla. Micron, same thing. Micron. Look at the yellow bars. Okay, they've been building. There you got the two fair value gaps. Why does a fair value gap happen? Because so much volume comes in so quickly that they run this stock higher, and it creates a gap between the first and the third candle. The candle in the middle just zips higher. So you know that that's on volume. And if you look at TTM, you can see very quickly what's going on. Then you look for your supply overhead. Your supply overhead is like at 100, 101, something like that. So you run this, you scalp this back up to the highs. This looks really good. Micron doing really well. Okay, cool. Fair value gap. Micron.
This election season, stay out of the mud and the mudslinging. Schwab Network's by the numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week. Election trades are troubled with no agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed. Stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
NVIDIA, another good one. NVIDIA, ABCD Power. And watch that TTM bar. Looking good, looking good. Looking good. Okay, there it goes. There it goes. There goes Micron. Beautiful. Wahahaha. Beautiful, beautiful.
Enormous, staggering amounts of data. You certainly see patterns. Context is so important. I think the best traders I've seen have insatiable intellectual curiosity. Otherwise, certain parts of your skills will become outmoded by competition or by technology.
When we look at your whole brain, we don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways as if you don't have an emotional reaction.
I'm not very good at sales, turns out. I'm very good at trading.
I have a trading system that
is for over 10 years now, and it's almost second nature to me.
Do you think that this is potentially a human superpower?
Welcome to Market Overtime on the Schwab Network.
Quality Focus has worked pretty much across all 11 sectors.
For the fantastic array of new technology.
The companies that are doing well.
Micron looking good. There goes Apple. There goes Tesla. All right, waiting until the evening. Wait for those B pivots. Wait for the fair value gaps. Wait for these things to change direction. You're going to have your best entries. Okay, you're no longer buying up here at the high. You're selling into strength. You're selling into strength. You're buying the dip. Okay, what is nanonuclear? That hasn't changed direction yet. Micron looks good.
No more than 5% in any one stock, no more than 20% in any one sector.
Now there's a market for every single one of these people. There's a market for you. Market Overtime on the Schwab Network. Thanks for tuning in.
Okay, Super Micro looking good too. CRM. Let's look at Super Micro. SMCI Super Micro. Okay. Okay, Micron, Tesla. Look at the TTM at the bottom. Always focus on the TTM. Change in direction. There's a yellow. Look for a pop. Does it pop? Let's see if it pops. If it does, then we have a trade. Okay, Apple, same thing. Apple TTM turning the corner. Okay, starting to show cyan bars. A little dip, and we push higher. Okay, Meta, same thing. Meta, look at the TTM. Every single one of these are doing exactly the same thing. Did you buy when this changed direction after the second bar or so? You got fair value gaps. Okay, you got supply right overhead at 575. AMD doing the same thing. Look at the yellow histogram. Okay, AMD looks really hot to trot. This looks like it's going to go. AMD, let me buy some AMD. AMD. Okay, this looks like it's going to run back up. It didn't get down to that liquidity, but let's see. Delete that. Let's go AMD. October 11th. Okay, at the money. Where is it? 160. Okay, let's go buy the 160, sell the 165. 160. Oh, I got 162.50. That could work. 162.50. 167.50. AMD. Did I do that right? I think I got this backwards. Cancel. I think I had that backwards. Okay, I was too quick there. I need to pay attention to what I'm doing before I take the wrong trade. Okay. Buy. Vertical. Okay, so give me a little bit more time here. Buy. Let's see. I want to buy 162. Sell. Debit. Let's see what happens here. What's futures doing? Futures are bouncing, so that's giving us a added benefit. Micron, nice follow through on Micron.
Labor force data point. And think about that. We have two more coming up. Jobless claims tomorrow, non-farm payrolls and unemployment on Friday. And so Jerome
Micron, VWAP.
To not pay attention to inflation, to pay attention to the labor market. Well, we are, and so far the numbers coming out stronger than expected. So I think this is a number that
looking for Micron to continue.
To Thursday's number, and then maybe our expectations for a Friday non-farm payroll number are starting to tick a little higher. Nicole?
Okay, all right. So yeah, we'll wait for Friday's number. Of course, the Fed will be holding in on that.
CRM. Okay, CRM. That's just grinding higher, CRM.
But there are some intricacies within this report.
Okay, Netflix looks good. Tesla. Tesla, go Tesla, go Tesla. Tesla. I need to get Tesla to get moving here. Okay.
Like you mentioned, the whisper number was closer to 470.
Meta 2, Meta.
Evercore ISI calls it a slight expectational disappointment.
Netflix.
Like I said, the whispers up around
That looks pretty good. Netflix. You got that supply just overhead, 715.
going into the second half of the day. Remember, they've got their big robo-taxi event coming up here in October 10th. As long as that stays on the calendar, I think Tesla is already $8 or $9 off of its lows of the day. So dip buyers here in Tesla.
Google turning. Let's see what Google looks like. Maybe Google's a play. Google. Okay, Google looks really good here, folks. Google. Okay, it's about to clear this level. It's about to give us a change in character. Let me load up a trade on Google. I'm going to go out at least a week. I don't want to do this Friday. I could do this Friday, but just leaves very little margin for error. Buy vertical. Okay, watch that. You see that little liquidity grab right there? Watch the wick on the top of this candle currently. Google. Okay, watch that liquidity grab right there. All right, so institutions are pushing it up here. Is there any there's a fair value gap right there that might mean that we could come up and test it and roll over. So you have to be aware of that fair value gap. You see the fair value gap on the left? Okay, so a lot of times prices will come back to these fair value gaps right there. Okay, there's a liquidity grab right here. You can see that wick on that candle. Okay, Google's starting to turn on the 60. Okay, looks like it's going to go here. Okay. Okay, Google, I just bought the 167.50, 170. 167.50. Yeah, 167.50. I sold the 170. Looking for it to go. I'll give it 25 cents.
If things keep going the way that they're going, they're probably going to stay on target to keep doing that. I think 50 basis points was a good place to start.
Right, understood.
October 11th. What is that? That is the 167.50. 170.
That being said, you seem less worried about some of the inflationary topics, right? That seems to be going in the right direction. Even labor seems to be less worrisome, at least at this moment, because the jobs with it are more opening, ADP a little more higher.
Okay, Google. See if that can get going. Broadcom also turning back up. Broadcom pushing back up. Okay, it has a little bit more congestion overhead compared to Google. Look at Google. Google, they're at that fair value gap over there. It's late in the day, so I'm not sure if we're going to come back and test that and roll over. It looks like more like we're going to just push the upside. Just looking at TTM. TTM is much better now than it was over here. All right, Meta's starting to go. Google's starting to go.
Concerned with. I think if you're going to retire in the next year or two, or maybe even 5 years, this is the time to start shoring up your portfolio to make sure that if we have a hard landing, you're still going to be able to retire on schedule. If you have
fair value gap is a 3-candle pattern. The middle candle.
Something dramatic happened and the stock market starts to take a tumble, but we're not out of the woods yet with regards to a recession. It's still in place.
So at this point, tell me about how you would do an investment portfolio. What do you tell investors to do here?
Well, what we focus on is interest in the form of income, interest and dividends. I should say income in the form of interest and dividends. If you're pre-retirement and you're saving your money and your dollar cost average.
Okay, so a fair value gap is when you drop or you pop so fast that there's a gap. If you remove the middle candle, the second candle, if you remove it, Sundog, you have a gap between those two candles. A lot of times price will come back to test it and then then resume the trend, whatever it's going. Okay, watching here. Okay, so you can see the big red candle. The reason why I'm not so concerned about that one, at least I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt that we can start to move higher, is because we already came down. TTM was very negative earlier on Google. Now it's starting to look a little bit better. So while it's not never a guarantee, I'm looking for a change of character and for prices to push above 166 on Google. Okay, Uber looking good. Okay, Micron just popped up to VWAP, came back down a little bit, looking for a higher low, higher high. Watching Google's not doing anything right now. It's just sitting here.
We know that nothing goes up forever. We know that history tells us that there's good decades followed by bad decades. We've already had a good 14-year period. History tells us that we probably got some problems ahead. And it all starts with
there's a fair value gap right there. Okay.
You want to focus on more the defensive sector. You want to focus on the consumer staples, utilities.
Okay, so looking for it to come back. Needs to get through this area and maybe 166.80 or so.
You don't think the worker strike's going to affect us. You don't think the war is going to get all the things that could go wrong out there. If you're not worried about any of those and you want to focus on the future, then tech stocks, I think, are probably a good play, and maybe consumer discretionary. But that's not the direction I would go. I think
okay, CRM is still looking good. CRM. Wow, CRM. Come on, Google. Let's go, Google. Okay, I'll come back to this in a minute. Let's see what Tesla's doing. Tesla. Don't want to get stuck on Google. Tesla's trying to break. Got a bullish change of character there. A bullish chalk right there. Okay. Here's A over here on the left. B, higher low. We currently coming off a higher low, a C pivot. Okay, looking forward to push higher. Tesla. Google, where are you, Google? Let me put Google up here somewhere. Nano Nuclear, NVIDIA. NVIDIA, B and C pivot. Okay, ABCD pattern on NVIDIA. That should work too. CRM still going. Apple. Okay, Apple trying to go some more. XBI, Biotechs. Supermicro. Tesla looking for that change of character to turn into a break of structure. TTM is changing. Tesla. Let's get Tesla going. LETSGO. Let's go, Tesla. Micron pulling back now. Watch Micron. All right, it's coming back to that fair value gap, it looks like. S&P. CRM doing it. There goes Tesla starting to go. Okay, so we could have some end of day. It's what time is it? 2:15. Tesla, watching Tesla, Apple, Meta, Google, CRM, Netflix. Okay, NVIDIA. VIX low of the day, looking good. Thank you, Corey. All right, we're like a machine in here. You guys and ladies are just like a proud father watching a lot of people that have developed over the years. Some new members that are seeing things maybe differently, understanding what you should be looking at any given time during the day. I mean, it's really great. I'm seeing people post things that right when we need it, that we maybe we're not paying attention to it. No, it's funny. I've been watching this Caitlin Clark, women's basketball. She reminds me. You know what she reminds me of? She reminds me of Larry Bird, only a female version. Not as aggressive. It doesn't call the shots and shit talking and stuff. But you know, you've got the league dominated by certain individuals that think they're the best, and then you get somebody come in, a rookie, that's doing so well and just blows by people, you know, with assists and rebounds and 3-pointers. She's a really good basketball player. I noticed the girl next door. She's pretty tall as well. My neighbor's like 6'6", Italian from Long Island, and his daughter is always outside dribbling on the back concrete area behind their house. Anyway, just been watching this Caitlin Clark lately. She's really, really pretty good. I suck at basketball. Used to play as a kid. All right, just watching these ABCD patterns. A lot of these stocks are showing the same thing. Okay, so whatever you're trading, just look for B and C. Make sure you're enabling a TTM signal below or wherever you want to use it. That'll give you a clue whether or not you're buying or selling at the right time. I don't know about that, but
the same thing that they had expectations about 470,000 cars delivered. They said that there were some weaknesses led by Model S, Model X, and the Cybertruck. But that being said, I think all the focus is going to turn into next Thursday's Robotaxi event because that's why I think the stock's bouncing. Not only today off of those session lows, but also over the last 6 weeks or so. And I think traders are setting up for that because we saw some unusual option activity out in the October 11th weekly cycle. So just 9 days till expiration, you're going to capture that Robotaxi.
More like everybody's on their game.
And there was a trader in there bought nearly 30,000.
Okay, watching AMD for the turn. All right, there goes Tesla. Okay, Tesla's starting to go. Tesla, A, B, C, D, TTM firing.
That's about 11% above the current share price in there. Call volume, we've seen over 1.1 million calls trade on the session.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a good example. I watch.
Even with the stock being down today, you'd expect put volume to really start to pick up, but it really hasn't. Puts are still trading about half of what call volume is trading today. So I think some options traders trying to pick up some calls on this dip with the expectations that, hey,
Okay, looks good.
it's going to be a big event. We're going to see the stock rally.
Yeah, Caitlin's she's ridiculous with these 3-pointers. I mean, it's like, give me a break. She's like, what? Almost half court. Jeez, it's like Seth Curry. And she's lots of assists. It's not just her too. All right, watching Micron. Micron did pull back a little bit, looking for a higher low. Okay, Apple, watching for Apple to do something here. Apple's just been doing nothing. I like the idea of put credit spreads on Apple when it dipped a little while ago. I wouldn't do it right now, but yeah, watching that. Amazon turning. Okay, Amazon looking good. Amazon.
I think is going to be key to self-driving, and then that ability to license it. I think that might be the showstopper there, Nicole, where maybe they've gone to Uber and some other automotive companies and said, hey, this is what we have. We have more data than anybody. Our product's going to be better. We'll license it to you for X amount.
Look at Amazon.
It's going to be maybe more about the software version of it and how they can potentially make money and license that.
All right, there goes Amazon. TTM firing on Amazon. If you see this enough times, you start to realize, holy shit, why am I not using this? Right? Why am I not using this? Yeah, definitely. Okay. CRM. Okay, so a little profit taking in CRM, right? Okay, a little profit taking at the highs, CRM. Don't be surprised if CRM comes back a little bit. I mean, that's been a hell of a day today. CRM, maybe a dip, maybe buy a dip. Okay, I'm going to take some CRM off, and if we get any kind of dip tomorrow, I'm trading options, so it's a little different. You can hold on to shares and be fine, but with options, I want to take it off when implied volatility is picking up, not when implied volatility is starting to contract. I want this thing to blast to the upside. Okay, so we just got some sell orders there. Okay, see that? CRM. CRM, profit taking. It's probably going to keep going, but maybe you want to take some off if you're trading options. Super Micro, looking for a follow through. Super Micro, SMCI.
The cash flow targets, they raised those across the board. And if you look at some of the compound growth rates that they're expecting, anywhere from 5 to 7% over the next several years. So they continue to take market share. They continue to innovate and grow in their business at this point. But it's pretty surprising. The stock's up slightly today, even with that downgrade out of Raymond James. They did just recently boost their quarterly dividend to 35% to 88 cents per share.
All right, so how quickly CRM recovers after a little profit taking is very telling. Okay, watch CRM here. Okay, so got a little profit taking. Does it recover very quickly and turn back up? There's a fair value gap right there. I don't know. This. Look at the 60-minute. That's telling me maybe take some profits off. You don't need to be greedy. If this comes back a little bit, you can get back in once TTM resets. This looks good.
That break even for this trader when they start profiting is below 196.20 over the next month and a half. That's about 5% below the current share price. So you don't need a massive move. This trader is giving himself a month and a half in it. Put volumes heavy, about 3 times normal daily average.
CRM, Tesla. Watch that TTM. Okay. Now it's starting to build more cyan colored bars. So you know what the momentum is telling you. It doesn't guarantee prices are going to move higher, but as it starts to break character and push higher, look at that buy order block right there. Looking for a follow through.
Yeah, this is about the EV2 calls. Basically, these areas of flying around using these drone-like structures. They're in with the FAA right now. They've got 5 phases that they have to get approval for. Right? They're in stage 4 at this point. They're about.
Okay, watching that TTM bar on Tesla. You see the hourly chart over there? Watch that bar. Watch this right here.
U.S. Air Force also do some more testing. They just signed an agreement with an airline out of Saudi Arabia. They also went into the UAE, signed a memorandum of agreement there. So they're trying to expand their business. But I think the big key why the stock's up over 20% today.
Okay,
is the
Tesla.
$5 billion investment that Toyota Motors is making in the company. This is a massive,
Okay, looking good on Tesla. So let's say, think about this for a second. All right. So this morning you come in, Tesla's down. Immediately, what do? You get emotional. You think, oh shit, what did I do if I decided to swing? But a calmer mind, you'll sit back. Now, obviously, this is in hindsight, but we were saying earlier that this is probably going to turn into an opportunity. All right. The market, it's down. A lot of people take profits. That's not enough. You need to see TTM turn, and you need to see price action start to reverse to give you an opportunity off the lows. And in this case, we're making higher lows. Now we're trying to make a higher high. Be pretty funny if we got all the way back to break even. Anyway, Tesla's looking good. ABCD pattern. Yeah, the breadth is not the best at this point.
Any final thoughts? I mean, this has been, it had that high, but it's been a choppy stock. 6 months is up 27%. Final thoughts, Tom?
Yeah, I hope it comes to Chicago soon. Traffic is nightmare here, and hopefully the FAA gets their head going and gets this thing approved, because I think it's going to really expand the way you get around major cities, major areas. And if the FAA approves it, that's what they're basically waiting for. This is a waiting game. How big will it be? How safe will it be? The FAA's got to approve it. But if you're already seeing interest from other countries that are innovating a lot faster than us, maybe their approvals aren't going to take as long. You can see the interest in a company like this, where it's really going to pay off in the future.
All right, Tom White, thank you for that. We could use it for, especially here during UN week. That would be helpful as well. Good to see you, Tom White. Thank you with Options Corner. Coming up next, we'll welcome in CEO Serve Robotics to discuss the partnership with Wing to expand its autonomous delivery program. We're going to hear more on that one-on-one with the CEO next year on the Walk.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, bringing you futures and forex for round-the-clock market access, even when equities markets are closed.
All right.
Award-winning thinkorswim platforms. So no matter what or when you want to trade, Schwab has cutting-edge tools, curated education and insights, and trading specialists ready to help, however complex the strategy. With a wider range of opportunities, you can trade differently with Schwab.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging. Schwab Network for 5 and under's coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week.
Election trades are fraught with risk. No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed. Stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hit maker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So, what else for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full service
Okay.
advice, invest on my own.
All right. Watch Redfin. Okay. So if you look at Redfin, Tony, you see these MACDs. This is the short term, 514. At a minimum, if you could thinking to go long, you need to see this turn back up first. 1226 below that, and then 1939 below that. So when the first one turns, that's your setup to maybe go long. All right. CRM dropping off even more. Okay. So CRM. Okay. CRM pulling back. Okay, that was your sell signal up here. Okay, so you got out at the absolute high. And you can see the blue histogram bars on TTM telling you to get out. All right, Tesla.
We want to hear all about this. You can check it out. Serve Robotics. Ali Kashani, co-founder, CEO at Serve Robotics. Thank you for being with us.
Salesforce pulling back. Tesla. Okay, Tesla.
Robots have made tens of thousands of deliveries for Uber Eats, 7-Eleven. Am I right?
Absolutely. We've been in Los Angeles for a couple of years now, and we've been delivering for hundreds of different restaurants. Tens of thousands of households have got their food in our robots over the last few years.
So the ticker went from SBOT to SERV. We have a partnership with Wing. And I'd like to hear more about that, please.
In the works for some time. I'm really excited we can finally talk about it. But delivery has always been multimodal. You have different vehicles for the different segments of the delivery. And now we are bringing automation together with these two different really important technologies.
All right, watching for higher lows. TTM, watching TTM. End of day, it's 2:30 on the East Coast. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. 2:30, Wednesday the 2nd.
But to be able to take deliveries that are 5 to 6 miles in distance, we can now work with drones, and we can hand off the item, like you see in this video, over to the drone automatically, and the drone can now take the delivery to households that are much further away, and do it even faster than you can get if someone were to drive the item to you.
I can't get over this. I mean, we're in a whole new world. So aerial delivery of your food, as long as you're within 6 miles, if you noted, a lot of times you pretty much are. That's the easy part. The hard part is all this technology. I mean, you're going from the ground.
All right, Tesla looking for a push. I like to see some buyers coming in here and buy the crap out of Tesla, push it back up.
So we are starting this in Dallas in a couple of months, and hopefully we are going to expand that quickly once we have that really, all the kinks sorted out. You know that we are also expanding our fleet to 2,000 robots across the country. We're going to have multiple cities launched next year. So it's really just a matter of time at this point. I think this is like the early days of e-commerce. Everybody has questions. Today, everybody buys everything online. So you give it enough years, and you're going to see these robots and drones working together everywhere. And remember that this is really good because it's removing cars off the street. It means less congestion, less emissions, also less accidents. So pedestrians, bikers, everybody would be safer, and you reduce the cost of delivery for the merchants, for the customers. It's really all around better for society.
I like that 1, 2, 3 punch. The first one was actually the next question, and that was about the sustainability, the carbon emissions, and I know the robots actually have low carbon emissions, and so you are sort of addressing that. We're in the same boat here, right? is the aerial part of it different? Is there more there? I mean,
It's extremely efficient. If you think about the fact that the way we do things today is, as we like to say, it makes no sense to use a 2-ton car to move a 2-ton burrito. All the energy is used to move that car, and then you're stuck in traffic, and you have to, deal with the red lights, the grid network. With robots, you move that into the sidewalk. You're using a much smaller vehicle that's much more appropriate for the size of the vehicle. And the same thing is true for drones. They can do something that a car could take half an hour to do. They can do it in minutes. And they fly a straight line. They're much smaller in size. They don't need to carry 2 tons of weight. Overall, we're just making this network a lot more efficient and a lot more cost effective. Another thing I'd like to mention is it costs about $8 to $10 right now to deliver good in the from Chinatown. But the same thing.
Take the money. Take the money and run. Yeah, MJ, TTM is John Carter's way of looking at when a stock is squeezed. Let me show you a regular chart. Okay, so here is, let's see, Tesla. Okay, Tesla. Okay, let me go to the Bollinger Bands. No, I want this, Bollinger Bands. No, I don't. That's not it. Let me see. Let me go to my TTM setup. Bollinger Band TTM 5-minute. Okay, so here you go. Okay, the dark gray area is the Keltner channel. The outer bands are the Bollinger Bands. When they come inside of the Keltner channel, I don't have Keltner on here. Let me put Keltner. Keltner channel. Let's go. No, let's go. Not red. Let's go. Well, let's go blue. Okay. Okay, that's kind of hard to see. Let me just go to an area. Keltner. Area. And let me let's see, area blue, opacity. Opacity, let's go 2. That's not going to do it. Let's go 4. Okay, there you go. Okay, so MJ, you see this? You see the red bands? That's the Bollinger Bands. When they go inside the blue area, that's a TTM squeeze. Okay, the histogram on the bottom of my chart shows you that change in direction from bullish to bearish, back and forth. So whenever you see red to yellow go into cyan, you're looking for Bollinger Bands to open up and break out. Okay, Tesla, let's go to the 15-minute. This is pretty good. Okay, you see how the TTM, how the Bollinger Bands are coming into the 30-minute, the dark area? That's creating the TTM squeeze. When they move in the opposite direction, that's your long signal. And in this case, your bullish trade setup. Okay, TTM, that's just the histogram bar. November, NVIDIA, you like it? Yeah, I like it too. I like the idea. NVIDIA, I'll probably do a spread though. NVIDIA. Okay, what time? We got an hour and 23 minutes to go. NVIDIA. Let's look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA, not the best chart, but definitely looks good. NVIDIA. Okay, so it could go 125 is what you're taking? Okay. Okay, yeah, I'll come back to that. Yeah, I talk too fast, and a lot of times the chart, I don't change the charts as fast enough as I talk. Okay, look at the TTM over here on the yellow. You see the yellow on the 60-minute starting to show? TTM yellow on Tesla 60-minute. Let's see what NVIDIA looks like. Why? I did something. My charts are... Okay, maybe if I change. Oh, how do I? Oh, exit full screen. Escape. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's what I was doing wrong. Okay, all right, so Tesla. All right, TTM on the 60-minute. It's turning yellow. NVIDIA. I want to look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA. Okay, 5-minute cyan. All right, this is the 60 minutes building some pressure for an upside move, perhaps. All right, NVIDIA. I think I'll go with you, but I'm going to do a spread instead. What are you doing, November? You doing November? When is earnings, NVIDIA earnings? NVIDIA earnings. Play it for the earnings. NVIDIA for the earnings. November 27th. Okay, NVIDIA November 27th. Okay, so let's see. NVIDIA November 27th. What are you taking? Okay, 65 prints. NVIDIA. The
and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
10-2, 10-2. Lots of 10-2s. That's today. Okay. November 118. NVIDIA.
And look, yesterday was a little bit of a hardship. Today, sort of back and forth action keeps going over that on-change line. No telling where we will close today. There's no real clear market trend. And while we have specific stories of stocks that are up or down 10, 20%, and we're covering all those,
118.
we seem to be in somewhat of a wait-and-see mode here. So 5706 is where the S&P 500 is parked right now, and it's certainly waiting on the Friday jobs report. That's another element. Oil and gold are mixed. Gold's down $15, while oil's sitting at $70 the barrel and change. So there's the big picture for you. We want to continue our conversation and take a look what consumers are thinking and how they're feeling when it comes to the real estate market, automobile market. All of this based on the Fed's move on rates, how they've influenced buyers, sellers, and the whole entire space.
Pretty good, actually. Hit and run looks good.
Co-founder of Cardone Mortgage Group. Thank you for being here.
Okay, CRM. Okay, so we had some profit taking at the highs. So it looks like they're coming back in and supporting price. Very bullish price action. Looking for a follow through. And CRM tomorrow.
I think we're starting to see consumer confidence coming back some. We have that 0.5 point rate cut. We're expecting another 0.5 point in November. So,
Tesla's going to go. Looks like Tesla wants to go. LETSGO, Tesla. Let's go.
But it affects the mindset of the consumer. And so I feel like they feel like things are heading in a good direction.
Tesla.
I've seen a lot more people starting to jump back in the market.
Right. I mean, it certainly will affect, on your monthly amount that you pay, it's going to affect something. And it's that trigger point. At what point do people say, now I want
DoorDash, you're looking at? Okay.
6, and then people are now saying 5 or 4. Not likely to see below 5 anytime soon. But I think 6 was a breaking point. When it went below 6, did you start to see more
Tesla, go time. Let's go, Tesla. Let's go, Tesla.
Consumers knowing it's time now to get back in the market. They better get in the game now, and they better start looking to what homes they're looking for, maybe potentially selling their home, because the Fed has said that they'll do another rate cut in November, and that should bring us down to probably 5.75.
Yeah. Look, the 50 versus 25 in November is
All right. Hope everyone's having a good day.
would go back up. And affordability has been an issue, right?
So that's what happens. We get into a supply and demand situation where right now we have more supply than we have demand. So the prices we do. I'm in Texas, and right now we have 4 to 6
Okay, Tesla pushing higher. Okay, looking good. I need to get above that lower high there at 251. If we can get through 251, that should be a break of structure there. TTM looking good. Look at the 60-minute. Tesla 60-minute.
But the big picture is the lower rate environment is good for a few reasons, not just housing, other things as well. What are the big picture that you're hearing in finance, whether it's loans?
Yeah, I mean, what I'm finding is your car loans are coming down, credit card rates are coming down, and all of that spurs consumer spending, and that's what's so important, to get our economy kick-started and moving again. So, I've got a lot of friends. I used to be an auto dealer. Got a lot of friends that are auto dealers, and they've seen some pickup in the last couple of weeks because they're able to offer their customers a lower rate also.
I can't believe you used to be an auto dealer. You've done everything. How do people get financing? Because that was started to be an issue. When we had last year, we had the regional banks with crisis. I don't know what else you want to call it, last March. And people started to get some jitters. They weren't able to get the same mortgages because a little more scrutiny on how who's getting the loans and stuff. How's the financing going for folks?
I think there's still some scrutiny for sure. It's a little bit tougher today to get a mortgage loan or an automotive loan. The banks are still a little bit tighter with the first string. So, and I think consumers are still very nervous. They're nervous about the jobs market. They're nervous about the economy. So I think that we've got some evening out still to do. But I do believe it's heading in the right direction, and that's what we've all been looking for.
What do you tell folks when they say they feel like we're in a recession?
I don't feel like we're in a recession. I feel like, there's been some normalization of the economy. I think back during COVID, auto dealers, there was not enough cars on the lot, so prices were, going up greatly because of, supply chain issues. There were not enough.
Okay, Tesla. Keep going, Tesla.
So all I think we're seeing now is almost a normalizing of the market. But I will not be up really slow during the last couple of years. In the real estate industry and the mortgage.
Okay, we got an hour and 15 minutes to go. Hour and 15.
Right. I mean, the days of 0% financing, remember that? You talked about special financing. Can we just go back to that for a moment? I've never really done this, so I've never experienced this, but you're fully immersed and you're seeing and have color from the streets and what people are saying. So how does this go here? I mean, are people struggling? How are they getting the financing? Are they getting better rates, worse rates? Do they have to put up a lot?
What's IWM doing? IWM. Trying to turn the corner. Tesla.
The car that they bought in 2021 for the same price car today is going to cost them $100 more a month, $200 more a month, strictly because of the interest rate. Because to your point, the factories are not offering the subvented rates, the 0%, the 1.9%. It's just not available anymore. So it's definitely hindering the buying power of consumers, both for automotive and then, of course, we talked about mortgages.
Yeah. If you want to get this market really moving, I mean, you talked about 1,000 people under, sort of your umbrella. Yeah. What's your advice to buyers and sellers in this time now when we're expecting more rate cuts over the next, let's say, 6 months?
I would say get ready. If you're a seller and you're looking to put your house on the market, now's the time to start, right? Now's the time to get the house ready, call the realtor, get it listed, to be ready for, hopefully, some rate cuts. Because again, as soon as those rates start to drop dramatically, and if they happen back to back, we're going to get into a demand situation. There's going to be more demand than there is supply. Right. And it's hard to get to what the bottom of the market is or what the best rate is. Right. So I have to say, now's the best time.
You're right. Timing is next to impossible.
Exactly.
Yes. All right. Lisa Copeland, co-founder of Cardone Mortgage Group. Thank you for being with us. Thank you. Still ahead, we're bringing our pals on all about Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. You want to hear more about it? Stay with us.
Neil, how's my favorite client?
Quick question, Carl. Can you offer me the same choices as Schwab? Choices? Yeah. At Schwab, I can get full service wealth management advice and investment trade on my own. Come on, you know Carl's the only choice you need, right? Neil, tell me you know this. Gotta run, Carl. Schwab. Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab. Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street.
Okay, CRM starting to turn back up. CRM. All right, CRM starting to turn back up. Okay, very strong price action. So tomorrow, we're more than likely going to get a nice follow through. If it doesn't gap up tomorrow morning, watch CRM. It's probably going to gap up in the morning. So I'll probably regret taking profits off in the strength. But you know what? I'm trading options. So I'll go further out. I'll look for the dip intraday, like something like this over here we saw this morning. Okay, there's a couple of dips there that we were able to buy. That's okay. I hope it keeps going for everyone else. Most likely going to head up to 300. I just want to get some more time. Let's see. NVIDIA looking good. NVIDIA.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network. Welcome back to the watch list. Time to talk all about crypto.
Okay, Microsoft looking good. Okay, Microsoft.
Obviously, ETFs in Bitcoin,
Mm-hmm.
Ethereum, and everything else. Samir Kavaz is with us.
Apple.
Steve Larson, founder at Atlas by AET. Thank you both for being here. Steve Larson.
Apple holding up really well. I like the idea of selling put credit spreads on Apple. It's not really moving that much, so time is on your side. Once it starts to break out or break down, we'll know what to do. Next, Broadcom faded a little bit from the highs. Tesla.
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, when prices are down, that's exactly how it is. Only the true believers stick around, and the people who really see the utility of it are still around following it. But these phases have always come to an end in crypto, and it's reignited interest. When people see more price movement, they come back. So although those of us in the industry don't want it tied to price, unfortunately, it still is now. But what we are hopefully seeing is some new applications being deployed and some new utility for crypto, and we hope that really brings in new people into the space. So it's based on more than just price movement.
Right. I mean, and sometimes you have a catalyst that generates interest, like a halving or new ETFs or things like that. Samir, what do you think will drive this crypto?
Apple, NVIDIA, looking for a break above 119 would do it. 119, 120. 119.25, 119.50. All right, we're running into the supply right now. Nano Nuclear trying to break out while no one's watching. Nano Nuclear. Okay. Trying to get back up to the highs. This one could run after hours. That'd be kind of cool.
Slowdown of the economy, this tends to be positive for crypto. And on the other side, we're also seeing the U.S. election, right? So for the first time that there is such a thing as a crypto voter, and crypto has become part of the political conversation. So this also might be a big catalyst for price appreciation. Remember, the markets, they don't like uncertainty. So for an emerging industry like crypto, uncertainty is a big problem. So once we have more clarity on the results of the election and what the next administration policy towards crypto will be, I think we'll also see more clarity and potentially more optimistic price movements.
Right. And Steve, in your notes, you talked about institutional interest, which had $1.2 billion in inflows, which was the highest since the summer. That there is this interest here from the institutions, but at the same time, I think some of the banks and things are waiting for more of a regulatory landscape so they can understand more about it. There's a feeling that this could even push it higher, Steve.
Yeah, that's a great point. So last week we did see $1.2 billion in inflows, the highest since about mid-July, which is really exciting. Put us at 2.6 billion for the month. That's just kind of measured by digital asset funds. So that's very exciting. One thing that was interesting is usually we see crypto-focused stocks follow along with those trends, but the two biggest ones that people tend to use as guides, Coinbase and MicroStrategy.
Okay, watching CRM. Very nice price action on CRM and maintaining so far. Looks good. Netflix pushing a bit higher. All right, it's not the best looking charts at the moment, but they look pretty. They're okay. Netflix trying to push a bit higher. Okay, we do have. Look at the supply. Overhead, support below, liquidity below. Price is just bouncing in between there on the 60-minute. Let's see, CRM. All right, no such obstacles. This is probably going to keep going. I'm going to wait until tomorrow, though. Had good trades on this one. Yeah, full. What time is it? Okay, we got an hour and 5 minutes to go.
So this is a very important point. So crypto is way bigger than just Bitcoin. So although Bitcoin is the most popular application, the one that everyone is talking about on a day-to-day basis, I like to compare Bitcoin with the email back in the 90s. Okay, so back in the 90s, email was the big application of the internet. But over time, we saw other applications coming in, and now, like email is still relevant, but it's not the most relevant application of the internet.
All right, so watching.
We're going to move to member questions under the 5-minute rule. I'm going to recognize myself for 5 minutes of questions. First, we're going to show a video to get things started. The footage you are about to see is from this dash cam of a Pennsylvania State Police patrol car on July 13th. This footage has never been released before.
So that of Solana and layer 2 solutions on top of Ethereum. So this is the big topic right now: is how can we scale this technology so that it can reach billions of users at the same time, in real time, with low latency, low cost, and a very easy to use experience.
Yeah. So in the end, are you recommending people sort of get into Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana? You mentioned those three. That's the recommendation. I have 5 seconds left, or there isn't a recommendation.
Go diversified and have a broad market exposure. That's what we recommend.
Yeah. Look, Samir, Steve, thank you so much. We know that it's popular with folks, especially for the long term. Steve Larson, Atlas by AET, Samir Kavaz at Hashtag. Thank you both very much. That's going to do it for us here on the watch list. I'm Nicole Petalini.
Okay, CRM looks like it wants to go some more. Very bullish action. This should continue. Got an upgrade on CRM. Nano Nuclear, watching that one for a follow through. Need to get above 18 and stay up there. Then we could possibly see a run towards IPO highs.
Next week is going to be a crazy political week. Election trades are fraught with risk. No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
The market is a multi-trillion-dollar beast. When there's profit there, you can take it. That's always going through my head.
My job as a trader is to just make money. With a history and a geography degree, how did you find your way into trading?
Trading attracts a lot of the best and brightest students because it is this enormous data set. It is incredibly competitive. And so if you really want to put yourself out there and test yourself, find out how good
CRM still trying to push. Okay, Apple, a little dip on Apple. Tesla, watching Tesla. Okay, markets feel a little tired at this point. Futures trying to bounce a bit more.
traders I've seen have insatiable intellectual curiosity. Otherwise, certain parts of your skills will become outmoded by competition or by technology.
When we look at your whole brain, we don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways as if you don't have an emotional reaction.
I'm not very good at sales. Turns out I'm very good at trading.
I have a trading system that I've used for over 10 years now, and it's almost second nature to me.
Do you think that this is potentially a human superpower?
Welcome to Market Overtime on the Schwab Network.
Quality Focus has worked pretty much across all 11 sectors.
We deployed a fantastic array of new technology.
The companies that are doing well are almost too big to fail.
Have you set yourself up correctly? It's controversial. The old guard is saying, oh, wait, off with their head.
AI feels controversial and it's going crazy right now.
It is going crazy.
So what does all of this mean for the market?
As long as people want to buy it, the price can go up.
Oh my goodness, the Fed cannot do everything they used to do to save this market.
Instead of taking cues, set the cues.
There's nowhere else I would want my money.
No more than 5% in any one stock, no more than 20% in any one sector.
Now there's a market for every single one of these people. There's a market for you.
Market Overtime on the Schwab Network. Thanks for tuning in.
All right, Nano Nuclear just grinding. Lack of interest seems like at this point in the day. Tesla, same thing. Micron, pull back to liquidity. Apple.
Good afternoon. It's 3 p.m. here in New York at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is Market on Close. I'm Caroline Woods filling in for Oliver Rennick. We have an hour left in the trading day, so let's take a look at where markets stand. We're seeing both red and green on the screen right now. The Russell.
All right, ASTS doesn't look like it's going to do anything. I'm going to take that off.
The unchanged line. Down meanwhile up 54 points. That's about a tenth of a percent. NASDAQ is up the most. It's up about 2/10.
ASTS, I'm out.
Video leads the Mag 7 higher. The S&P 500 essentially flat.
That one stung a little bit.
Sectors are higher. Everything else there is lower. Taking a look at some of the futures products, we're of course keeping an eye on crude oil, which is higher today, but off earlier highs, trading above $70 a barrel, around 70.41 right now, although it was higher than 72 earlier in today's session.
Apple.
Lower. Bitcoin also lower, trading below 61,000 now. U.S. dollar, meanwhile, is higher. Let's break down some of the market action that we're seeing with Kevin Hinks, the senior equities contributor here on Schwab Network. So, Kevin, we've been talking about the markets all day. A lot of bouncing back and forth across the unchanged line. But
Tesla, no follow through, just sitting here.
For the major averages, not a whole lot of action here. So, tell me you have.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Nicole. Not much going on.
Yeah, Tom White and I were discussing the fact that we don't know if it's risk on today, but it's risk off today. And that's what seems to be happening. Overall, the overall temperature seems to be coming down to the market right now. You've got the VIX a little lower. You've got the dollar higher, mainly because the Japanese yen is so sharply lower. But you've got yields a little higher off the strong ADP data. You've got crude oil a little higher, but off its highs as well. So how about this, Caroline? This is a market that's showing the S&P slightly higher on the
NVIDIA, looks like NVIDIA might do something. Watch NVIDIA, last few minutes of the trading day. We got an hour to go, less than an hour to go.
Only energy and information technology are the only two sectors on the upside.
Yep.
When I thought it was cut rates alone, I was like not sure. We talked about that it's going to be fiscal stimulus and cutting rates. Now you're putting, more of a story. At the beginning of the year, I went back to my year-end outlook of January 1st. Wanted to say I'm bullish, but I'll get negative if the consumer slows, China gets worse, or financial conditions tighten. We go into July, I say, you know what, I'm a little bit more 50-50 now. I'm not as bullish because the consumer's slowing.
You've been a little more cautious.
Consumer's slowing.
The last couple of months.
Yeah, consumer's slowing, right? But now you say, okay, well, China's not getting worse, maybe it's getting better, and the very recent data points consumer isn't declining at a more rapid rate, right? I think it's sort of, depending on your interpretation of jobs on Friday, I think it's a big number, there's some stuff coming. Yeah.
It just reminds us that almost every single moment over the past 18 months where people have said, if this happens, if this could happen, or that could happen, it hasn't happened.
Yeah.
Market's been crazy resilient.
Yeah.
One of the most resilient markets I think we've ever seen.
Yeah.
And others point to a lot of noise distilled down into the facts of a Fed that's cutting and just starting, and the economy that is still surprising people with its resilience.
Look, the 2 and 10-year yield are 100 bips lower at the end of Q3 than they were at the end of Q2, right? The Fed, I think, surprised. Nobody thought those 50 bips.
NVIDIA, nothing. Okay. Google starting to turn up. Google. Watch Google. It might do something here. Google turning back up. Needs to get through 166 or 165. 90 would do it. Google.
Nike is definitely FedEx, maybe. I would say a real company, $90 billion revenue, and ship some stuff around. So we'll see if we get any pre-negs in the next 5 or 6 days. Normally, that first 10 days of October, January, April, July, you could see a company take it. I don't think it's going to happen that much. I think it's more going to be the Q4 guidance, because that's where I see the numbers hockey stick more than the normal hockey stick. Let me. That's the risk. Let me bring this point up.
That the broadening, whether it's taken the edge off, if you will, of the mega cap companies as they're going to report, as Goldman Sachs today is suggesting that it's and I want you to listen to react to it, right? They're talking about a lower bar for mega cap. Why? Recent experiences reaffirm the notion that the U.S. market can run on multiple engines and has supported the case for some diversification across segments. This dynamic makes the risks more balanced going into the earnings season in a couple of weeks. A lower bar for mega cap tech opens upside path there that were harder to envisage in Q2. Had a broadening, mega cap stocks have come off the hot burner, therefore the expectations maybe have just dropped a touch. Right. So that helps the overall scene as you really get into the thick of earnings season. Does that make sense to you?
Does the Goldman Sachs comment make sense to me?
You still feel like the bar is as high as it ever was for mega cap?
All they really said, through the lens, they said is some of the big six weren't as good in
Tesla. All right. So these just sitting here trying to do something. End of day. All right. Goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA starting to move here. NVIDIA going.
Improving and companies' margins are expanding and all that. You got a weird quarter, right? Value beat growth, but hyper growth beat growth. Junk beat quality. Like everyone says, I buy quality. Well, the lowest quality Cortel beat the highest quality. It's a weird microstructure. I think really what happened is Apple and Tesla were good, and Microsoft and NVIDIA were flat.
Okay, NVIDIA with a nice pop there. NVIDIA. All right, go NVIDIA, go. Okay, we've got a little bit more than 53 minutes to go.
Some of the consumer data points I look at in the last 10 days make me think the consumer, which was declined for sure in July, is not declining at the same rate it was. I got a China stimulus. I'm a little bit more skewed to the positive, just reacting to the data that's coming in. You wanted to short some of these consumer names. I still don't like physical retailers for sure. They have to have online business. So yeah, I'm always going to like, Walmart and Amazon or Target.
You still think we should be buying the dips? Would you urge people to buy the dips as Oppenheimer is doing today and Barclays suggests the path of least resistance remains to the upside in the market?
What's that? They've been doing a lot of pilot training lately. All right, NVIDIA is still going here. NVIDIA looking good. NVIDIA going. Okay, a little bit more. We can break above the 60-minute over here. Look at the TTM histogram bars. NVIDIA looking good. Microsoft starting to push.
So I would say I actually am less reliant on the story of the U.S. economy speeding up and more reliant on some of the other macro data that are out there to support this broadening out of earnings. You know, if the economy grew, 4.5% annualized in the back half of last year, and the only game in town was still the Mag 7, then an accelerated...
Okay, there goes NVIDIA. Fair value gap there. NVIDIA.
Evidently, in that strong growth environment, high and rising interest rates, hot inflation, warm wage growth, all of these things are bigger hurdles for that S&P 493.
Okay, you see the volume right there when they get that fair value gap, big pop there. These two candles on the opposite sides of this big green candle, they don't overlap. The wicks don't overlap, so that creates a gap. If you were to remove that green candle in the middle on the volume, there would be a big gap between these prices. So that's just something that you need to every once in a while watch for. It's just showing a very fast move. Late in the day, so we might not come back and refill that, but watching the 60-minute over there on the right.
That's the biggest thing you've said for the better part of the last 2 years that we've been having market. It's the number one thing I focus on. Margins. It's why you had been as bullish, if not more than others. Because you thought the margin story was going to...
NVIDIA. Okay, a little pullback there now. All right, coming back into that fair value gap.
I think that's right. I think if you get, the risks, like the real bull case, and I think if you look out 5, 6, 7 years, the market's way higher, 10,000, whatever it's going to be more. It's because companies can do a lot of revenue growth with not a lot of net hiring, right? Meaning they're not going to add heads at the rate they used to, and that's the way margins can really have yet another leg up. That'll come from more AI productivity stories we're going to hear in the next 18 months. We're probably not going to hear a ton of them, but if the bull case of allocating capital, we're going to give more.
Fair value gap is right there.
Sure, you got to believe that there's pretty good risk reward and margins being way higher. Yeah. The China news, Jack. I mean, is it as
Looking for a breakout over here. Watch the histogram bar. The odds of a breakout are increasing above the 60-minute. Due to this, you see the histogram bars, TTM has turned the corner. Okay.
We have had a couple instances in the past of exciting economic news that translates into an equity market rally that very quickly starts to deteriorate and you go back down for losing confidence from both consumer and business perspective. The issue with China for me right now is the valuation tailwind that was super strong 20+% ago is no longer as compelling. Markets are a lot more close to fair value now than they were just a couple of weeks ago before a lot of this policy was announced. And B, at the end of the day, you are still dealing with a command economy. China is something of a black box, and policymakers have made it very clear that they can flip the switch and turn off entire components of the equity market. So it's not to say that you can't get excited about the long-term story. I just think that a lot of American investors need to be cautious, right? And that those returns wouldn't be so alluring if it was easy money, if it was shoot fish and back. Yeah, what I've experienced through the years is it's very hard to get
Okay.
They have to outperform by like 30% a year for 3 years in a row of the U.S. before they pile in. So I think it's more about what can I do focus on the U.S. to get China exposure. Do I buy?
Okay, looking for the breakout. Nanonuclear, looking for that to break higher. Wish I had some options. Apple, Nano, trying to do something today. Nano.
What about this China story, Aya? I mean, is it a great opportunity for people who, I don't know, maybe they feel like they're overexposed at this point to the mega cap tech stocks, for example, so they're looking at the Babas and the Baidus and the JDs and these other names that have surged lately and think that it's just the beginning?
So, chasing after stocks that have surged this quickly is not always a great idea. I think at least in the short term, the valuations were much more attractive, like they said about 20% ago. And so, but over the long term, I think having the exposure makes sense, especially in a diversified ETF. Is how we would look at it.
How about this, Jack? I mean, UBS had an interesting note about valuations, and we debate this a lot on the desk of whether the market's too expensive or not. They suggest valuations are likely to move higher. At 21.5 times, market PEs are 1.5 standard deviations above the long-term average. However, the median company is less extremely priced. The price to cash flow is more reasonable. This talks about the fact that the 4.9, you can't look necessarily at the overall market multiple and say, well, the market's expensive if it's been driven by 7 stocks to get you to the more expensive historical PE multiple that you're complaining about.
Yeah, I would completely agree with that assessment. I mean, I think you can come at it from two different ways. You can make the point that you just made, Scott, which is that markets are expensive right now because of a small handful of names. And if you strip out the Mag 7 and you're left with the S&P 493, valuations there are a lot more reasonable, a lot closer to earth. But you can also, I think, make the argument longer term, a little bit more structural. The composition of the U.S. equity market has fundamentally shifted. This is not a bank and oil company-driven equity market anymore. It is technology-driven. And you don't buy tech companies for 12 months of earnings. You buy them for 5, 10, 15 years worth of earnings. So next 12-month earnings as a valuation measure, maybe not as relevant. And also, by the way, while interest rates have been the highest they've been in about 20 years as of late, they're coming back down to earth pretty quickly, right? And we're dealing with a fundamentally different environment in terms of the cost of capital. And when rates are lower, when the composition of the equity market has changed, and when in particular from a micro perspective, so much of the recent rally has been driven by a small handful of names, talking about the S&P 500 monolithically and focusing in on those stretch.
Okay, there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA on the move.
Totally. I mean, look, the reason we focus all our work on gross margins are a lot.
Came down and touched the top of that breakout zone. We're starting to move here. The 60-minute looking pretty good. 60-minute test. NVIDIA 60-minute.
So, yeah, if I get my margins higher, I'll get an even non-linear like
okay, about to go. The 60-minute looking pretty good on NVIDIA. Apple's at the high of the day. Okay, NVIDIA looking good. I can get Tesla back up there. That'd be good. Google.
I don't necessarily think all of this is that's what he's talking about is momentum, which you suggest is maybe a deterrence. Maybe she means at the index level. I think at the stock level, if I'm a U.S. guy and Melco went up 20%, I'll get in there. It could go another 20, like it's a garbage Macau play that could have a lot of bounce. So it's a different view than I have than just because it's up 20%, it's over. I'm dreaming that I want to sell it to a much bigger than later.
Sure. No, I think momentum in certain stocks and as well as at the index level, you have to kind of dig into it more than just take the price action at its surface. So, we like to dig in and see where we're seeing the momentum and whether or not it's long term. It just needs to fit with your sort of.
Okay, come on, NVIDIA. Keep going. Keep going. All right, CRM's holding up very well near the highs of the day. Hopefully it doesn't gap up tomorrow. Gives us an opportunity on a dip maybe to get into CRM again. You could just keep it on. It's probably going to keep going. It's above a breakout level, so. Apple. Apple looks good.
They certainly have the balance sheets to take this stuff on, but as of right now, I mean, I'm usually a glass half full kind of guy, but this is where I feel a little bit more skeptical. Show me the money. Like we've been throwing so much money hand over fist at this situation, and a lot of this AI play hasn't really translated into meaningful, sustainable profitability. Is artificial intelligence solving any trillion-dollar questions at the moment? I think that is a question that we really do need to ask ourselves. I'd also remind investors that when you're in tech cycles like the ones that we might be in right now, the composition of the winners in the early days fundamentally different than the composition of the winners later on when the technology is much more mature. You know, like the people that built the pipelines 40 years ago for the internet are still around. They're still big, but they're not as big as the social media.
All right, NVIDIA. It's like somebody's got gum stuck on the bottom of their shoe. NVIDIA won't go. Netflix about to go. There goes Microsoft. Netflix. Apple.
Revenue is probably the best way I can think about it, and when I read that, Musk is having dinner with Jensen, begging him for chips, I don't think it's close to being done, a couple weeks ago.
Okay, Apple pushing a bit higher. Apple.
Generally is going to go way above GDP, a way higher margin for a decade. The area I'm most excited about seeing productivity in the next 18 months is in healthcare. An area that people don't love generally. I'm not saying it's going to try to get more bullish on it. I'm trying to every week to cover appearances. I think it was like a magical moment. So they said it was a magical moment in healthcare, something like that. Yeah, I really tried very hard to work with something actually. Then you get a Humana, punching you in the face when you get excited too much about healthcare services. So it's a longer path, but I do think when I look at it, where can I be much more efficient distribution of drugs?
Apple. Nanonuclear trying to go. Nanonuclear.
So I think we'll see the beneficiaries there first, and I bet you we see them in 2025. Okay, we'll leave it there. Good stuff. I enjoyed that conversation. Aya, thank you so much. Jack, we'll see you soon, and Adam, you as well. Yeah, thanks for being here. Yep, let's send it to Steve Kovac.
Nanonuclear trying to go in today.
Hey there, Scott. Let's bet shares of Conagra Brands are sliding about 7% after the packaged food company reported disappointing Q1 results. Sales falling 4%, mainly due to declines in refrigerated and frozen food unit, as well as manufacturing.
We'll look at that tomorrow. Nanonuclear, looking at that tomorrow. It's at the highs, recent highs. Apple going. Apple pushing a bit higher. Apple pushing a bit higher. Okay, Apple on the 60-minute. You can see a TTM over there on the right. There goes Apple. Apple starting to launch. There goes Apple rising in today. Okay, that looks good. Okay, Google looking good. Google. All right, cool. Apple. Google. Google on the move. Google's starting to move. Okay, Tesla turning back up. Tesla also turning back up. NVIDIA, what are you doing, NVIDIA? NVIDIA, just sitting here. Tesla turning back up. Google going. Google's about to take out the high of the evening session. Google. There goes Google. Google. Microsoft going. Microsoft. Netflix. NVIDIA. NVIDIA wants to go. NVIDIA wants to go. Google trying to break free. Google trying to break free. Tesla, yeah, looking better.
Big time, Scott. Yeah, this is a big day for OpenAI, the company officially closing one of the largest private funding rounds in Silicon Valley history. The total coming in at $6.6 billion. This was at a $157 billion post-money valuation. I'm told by a source it was led by Thrive with SoftBank and Microsoft doubling down NVIDIA, and then UAE-backed fund MGX. Coastal Ventures also in. Altimeter Capital just confirmed that Cathie Wood's ARK Invest also was in this round. OpenAI says the cash is going to help them with AI research to increase compute capacity as well, and then build tools that help people solve hard problems. OpenAI is, of course, the maker of ChatGPT, which we did learn today.
Okay, everything's starting to move. End of day with 34 minutes to go. 34 minutes to go. NNE starting to go. NNE. Okay, watching NNE. NNE looks like it wants to go in today.
Still in the process, I'm told, of becoming a for-profit. We are going to talk about this and a lot more in an exclusive interview tomorrow with OpenAI's CFO, Sarah Friar, in the 10 a.m. Scott, back to you.
That's great. Okay, we know about the recent, move to be a for-profit company. You mentioned some of these.
Netflix going a bit more. Okay, looks good. Google. NVIDIA trying to do something here. NVIDIA. Google. Google end of day.
Big time. I mean, that is one of the big questions around Stripe. It's sort of a perennial example of when will they go public. I don't think there's a lot of pressure from investors to go public at this point. And the big reason is employees.
Microsoft.
Employees at least being able to sell their shares. So as long as these private companies can keep their employees happy and make sure that they get liquidity, that they're able to sell their shares when they want to go and buy a house and have a little bit of cash on the sideline, then there really is not as much pressure as you might think. So
Let's see, Supermicro.
a near-term thing is they're going to go public. But the hiring, I would say, of someone like Sarah Friar does.
All right, maybe chips follow. Maybe chips follow again tomorrow. We'll see. Tesla. Tesla trying. Apple's still going. Apple's still going. Nice buy order block there. 230. Buy order block right there. Price is reverse.
said before, to our markets panel, if nothing else, this just reminds you where the puck's going, where the flood of capital continues to go, whether it's in the private market or in the public markets by investors who want to capitalize on this incredible revolution in AI.
That's right. I mean, valuations are forward-looking, Scott. You see the $150 billion number. We talk about Uber as a comp. We talk about double Chipotle, which I think OpenAI probably should be double Chipotle. But that's what I think investors are betting on, is that today we've got a company with a $4 billion annualized run rate. Next year, I've heard rumors that they think they could hit 10. Trading 15 times that run rate. It feels expensive today if you do the math, but looking out tomorrow, if that's the future, then it won't look so bad.
Would you guys be lining up to get something on the IPO at this one?
Well, we did invest at Deepwater and XAS.
Okay, Google.
Right now, we said in this quarter with
all of the access is cheap. All of the bad ideas out there that might turn out to be good ones get tried, and that's what we're seeing now.
But that just means that some eggs in the carton get broken. It doesn't mean that the whole thing gets destroyed.
That's right. Correct. I think the carton gets dropped, and maybe even some of the good eggs maybe roll around on the floor for a little while. But you need to go as an investor who is paying attention, this close attention, and say which are the ones that ultimately should have long-term value. And I think private market investors certainly are
the names that you continue to bet on most of all are Meta and Nvidia. Is that right?
That's right.
Why do you sort of push the others to the side and focus more heavily on those?
We do have some
Nvidia is
exposure.
rather obvious, but if you want to say, let's say Meta over Alphabet over some of the others.
Sure. We also do own some Alphabet. So the way we think of it is kind of Nvidia, Meta, Alphabet as the big three within mega cap tech. They control their own destiny in AI. Meta and Google are building their own models. They can self-fund building their own models. They don't need to go raise $6 billion. They can make that in a month. And so those companies, I think, are just in a unique position as we think about this future of AI. They kind of control where they can go. Nvidia, of course, is the ARM supplier, so that's the bet there.
So PDD and Tencent, you're in, or they're top holdings in the ETF. How are you thinking about these stocks, which have just ripped over the last week? Too much? Time to get off the boat? What do you think?
Well, so it's really interesting about this new ETF we launched that holds these Chinese equities.
Okay, starting to come back a little bit, Apple.
We have built Intelligent Alpha. We've launched it as a new firm out of Deepwater, where our first product is the Livermore ETF. The ticker is LIVR. And we use an AI-powered investment committee, which consists of GPT, Claude, and Gemini, 3 large language models, to go and pick these stocks. And so one of the themes when we launched that the AI committee loved was China. And I mean, timing is lucky, right? We couldn't have predicted that a week later the Chinese bank would be cutting rates as aggressively as it did. But AI kind of saw that, I think as we were talking about in the prior panel, China just felt like it was in the tank. It was probably as cheap as it could get. AI made that bet, and it's paying off right now.
Do you feel like, lastly, that is a game changer for the way we should view the overall market, just the power of the bazooka, as some have referred it?
I think it's hard to ignore it. I mean, given the history of the last 20 years, we've kind of seen the Fed here.
All right, Google going vertical. Google's going more. All right, watch Google. Google on the move. End of day, Google's blasting off here. Break a structure. Nice move with Google.
Eastern time, of course, and definitely don't want to miss that. Up next, New York Life Investments' Lauren Goodwin is back to tell us why she says the Fed's recent rate cut is not a cure-all for investors. She explains that.
Tesla looks like it wants to do something. Tesla. Let's see if Tesla can go too. Tesla's trying to push Watch the 60-minute over there on the right. You can see the TTM on the 60 is still building. Trying to break a structure here. Moving higher. Okay. All right, what's Boeing doing? Boeing, any bounce on Boeing? Negative. Boeing, no bounce. All right, we got about 26 minutes to go. 26 minutes to go. NVIDIA trying to push a bit higher. NVIDIA trying to push a bit higher as well. NVIDIA. Another fair value gap there. Another fair value gap right there. Okay. All right, NVIDIA going.
And also Saudi Arabia, indicating that they're poised to produce more oil.
Okay.
Cut prices to Asia about 3 weeks ago to a month.
Okay, there goes NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA looking better. All right, we got 25 minutes to go. 25 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Getting a little bit of a bid end of day on some of these names. Google higher. Apple trying to push higher. Microsoft, Netflix, NVIDIA, Tesla. Okay, NVIDIA going. NVIDIA.
Well, that $3 level, we're pushing back up towards it. Have not necessarily taken it out, but the longer term trend, Caroline, is the idea here is that natural gas could become one of the major sources for electricity moving forward, and the grid needs more sources to produce electricity. That has been a theme that's been unfolding here for the last couple of months, and I think that's why we did see nat gas come off that $2 level and now move up towards the $3 level here in the last month or two. So if that theme continues, I think there's going to be some higher price action for natural gas. If that can be converted into efficient electric generating, catalysts, that I think natural gas has some upside to it because of the possibility of the perception that it could become a major source for electricity moving forward.
All right, so we're also seeing copper tick higher. This is gold moves lower today. Is that linked to China stimulus, or is there another catalyst there?
I think that's the primary catalyst, Caroline, as well. Certainly, it is pretty well known within the metals markets that China is the largest consumer importer of copper, and if we do see some increased economic activity due to the stimulus measures, that I think copper has been under pressure because of the slowness in the economic structure.
Nice follow through.
That goes to significantly turn. And we're seeing higher price action unfold in the copper space.
Okay, fair value of a gap. You can see that got erased when prices came down, touched it, came back up. NVIDIA.
For the most part, has been somewhat muted because of the fact that prices have been under pressure for an extended period of time. So if we do see a significant increase in demand due to the stimulus, production takes long. It takes a fair amount of time to bring that production back online. So if those mines are in Central America are not producing as much as they have been to try to keep prices higher, that could certainly drive the price action higher in the short term because demand could outpace the supply.
Nano nuclear trying to go.
All right, let's get a crypto.
Nano nuclear trying to go.
Lower once again today, trading just above 60,000. Ethereum also lower. What breaks it out of this range finally?
That's a great question. There's still so many uncertainties as far as the long-term viability of Bitcoin. I think eventually it will become a viable store of value, but to this point, it's a volatile place to be. And now with the tensions in the Middle East and the global uncertainties, it appears that what you would expect in that time frame, if you see global tensions, Bitcoin in theory should increase in value, and it's not. So it still hasn't reached that critical mass where it's viewed as a sustainable store of value during times of global disruption. So it's going to take time, and it's also going to take the evolution of the space, I think, as to it being a viable alternative to possibly gold and or silver right now. When you're looking at the metals markets, there's where the higher price action is for store value during these geopolitical tension that we're seeing unfold.
Okay, Nano Nuclear looking for a breakout.
Managing partner at KKM Financial. Thanks for breaking it all down for us.
All right, thanks for having me.
Have a good one. Let's check in on a developing story with Jenny Horn, markets correspondent here on the network. So Jenny, welcome back.
Okay, Apple, Nvidia, Tesla.
Yeah, so the latest is that OpenAI has now raised $6.6 billion in new funding, which caps a fundraising process that was complex.
Nvidia at the earlier high, 11 o'clock high right now.
Large private investors. So investors are now valuing the startup at around $157 billion, which puts it on par with market caps we see of some of these household names like Goldman Sachs, Uber, for example, AT&T. So it was last valued at $86 billion when employees sold existing shares. That was just earlier this year, which shows how substantially this company has
Schlumberger,
grown. But the funding round is one of the largest.
SLB, Schlumberger. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Okay, we got 20 minutes to go. 20 minutes to go. Looking for some follow through. S&P 500. Mostly red on the day. Looking for breadth to improve. Maybe tomorrow. Microsoft pulling back now. A little profit taking. Nvidia.
Interesting enough, though, is that we've also seen in this new round, they don't want any of their investors putting money into their biggest private competitors. Those include Anthropic, as well as, of course, like Elon Musk's AI startup and all these various competing forces. In addition to those startups, they're also against tech giants, so it makes sense that they're trying to curb out the competition. But it will be interesting to see how this company continues to grow in this, booming AI market. I know the AI talk has slowed a bit, but obviously not for this company that has its hands seemingly in the brink of what we've seen as like all things AI. Large language models have been driving so much of this enthusiasm this year, of course. Yeah, 80 billion to 157 billion. Pretty impressive. Jenny Horn, thanks so much. Thanks, Caroline. Coming up, Options Corner, Kevin Green will join us. Take a look at S&P 500 options.
Okay.
I'm not very quiet. Great. I started using Schwab investing themes, so now I can easily invest in trends, like wearable tech. Trends? All that research sounds exhausting. Nope. Schwab's technology does the work.
Okay, CRM. Where'd you go, CRM? CrowdStrike. CRM. CRM. Okay, CRM hanging out at the highs. TTM is starting to turn on CRM's short time frame. We'll look at it tomorrow. Okay, Apple at the highs. All right, not much to do. Not much to do. Look for a follow through tomorrow on some of these names. Nvidia looks like it wants to run in today. Continues to test the highs that we saw earlier this morning. Trying to reverse this trend, this downtrend that we've been in for a few days. 60-minute trying to get above 120 would do it.
We have the best CEO interviews, hands down. They're longer, more thorough, and tailored specifically to our audience. We never take our eye off.
Nano Nuclear trying to break out. Nano. There it goes. There goes in Nano Nuclear. About to go. End of day. Google. Looking good. Google. There goes Nano Nuclear. Okay. Looking good. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA. NVIDIA popping. Okay, Google, having a good day, Google. Google going. Google. Okay, Google, that fair value gap over there. We went right through it. We paused briefly and took off to the upside. Google, Google. All right, so Google looks good. Okay, Google, nice move on Google. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Okay, Google.
Neutral at that level. Hopefully, we're going to be able to hold 5,700. But I mean, it could be in the realm of possibility of trying to test that 5,720 or even trying to go higher. Just because even though we did see that bearish flow, the market itself, as far as the equity market, has been able to hold up for now.
All right, so could see some volatility heading into the close. What about in terms of volumes? What do you think?
Yeah, from a volume standpoint, I mean, we have seen activity at the 5720 level all morning. Now, that was actually a significant area.
Google.
Selling to start the day, which is
looking good.
what institutional traders will do in order to call their positions.
Okay, there goes Google.
Activity after that initial flush to the downside this morning, and it's been able to hold. But as I kind of talked about, we are seeing maybe some of those individuals trying to sell out of those positions. And when we started testing that 5,700 level again, the recent bounce there, we actually did see some bearish flows coming into the market. But for the most part, it has been compressed. We have been able to try to at least maintain for now, especially after a day like yesterday. So this isn't a bleeding recovery, but this is a win for the bulls. We say they may have been able to stop the bleeding for now, as we still get some more economic data over the next 2 days regarding labor that could actually sway the market.
Google. Nice move, Google. All right, Google going.
Great policy, and I think the market's just trying to navigate that right now.
Yeah, can't necessarily read too much into one day's move, but given the move lower that we saw yesterday and then how the open looks today, and the losses were kind of picking up steam, if this market ends up pulling out a close, I mean, the Russell is lower right now, but barely. If we do end up seeing green arrows across the screen here, is that a bullish signal?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, if you're kind of looking at the market action today.
So the European Union wants to dig into YouTube, Snapchat algorithms. I don't understand why the European Union can't get their shit together and do something more productive, you know? I don't know. Just my pet peeve. Government always getting involved. I mean, if they had their own industries, what are we supposed to do? Go after their industries? It's silly. Silly. Google, nice follow through.
So I think it would be a win. When you're looking at the last two data sets, initial claims over the last couple of
Okay, Apple trying to go some more. Looks good. CRM looks like it's going to close at the high of the day. It looks like it's a little bit of profit taking near the highs, but starting to take a higher route.
As we prepare for earnings season, pretty much starting on Friday of next week. And so I think earnings definitely gives us a little bit more of a leg up.
NVIDIA.
Macroeconomic data that might be a little bit mixed when it comes to the outlook.
Nano Nuclear trying to push. NVIDIA's at the highs of the evening session.
Yeah, we actually did see a pretty decent drop in liquidity yesterday and even in today's session. And so that's not surprising when you have down days like this. One thing I will kind of note, though, it's about 50% of what we actually saw on Friday of last week. Now, usually on Fridays, you do see a significant amount of volume, so it does kind of make sense maybe it's hampered down. But you do not want to see this trend kind of continue. The aggressive distraction in liquidity could create more volatile markets, just like we are seeing today. And if that's going to continue, that gives bears actually a little more confidence that they might be able to knock this market down, given some economic data could actually align with that.
All right, Kevin Green, thanks so much. Talk to you soon. Coming up, let's close out the market session and get the big picture from the team at Charles Schwab. We'll be right back.
Okay, Google, nice little move. Google. What's Supermicro doing? Supermicro, SMCI. Okay, no follow through yet. Apple at the high. All right, Amazon pulling back a little bit. Google though, looking really good, right? Google. Tesla pulling back. Tesla, Meta turning up. All right, so it's a mixed bag at the moment. Maybe we see a follow through, a gap up tomorrow on some of these, like Google, Meta, Tesla, NVIDIA. All right, we got about 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes to go. Tesla profit taking, pull back. NVIDIA still pushing a bit more. NVIDIA. Okay. Okay, that one got eliminated. That fair value gap just got touched. 60-minute looks good for tomorrow on NVIDIA. 60-minute tomorrow looks good.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Caroline Woods. Just a few minutes left in the trading day, about 9 minutes left. It's time for the big picture. Let's welcome in the team from Charles Schwab. Jeffrey Kleintop is Chief Global Investment Strategist at Charles Schwab, and Cooper Howard is Director and Fixed Income Strategist at Schwab Center for Financial Research. Cooper, let's start with you and the data that we did get this morning. Of course, it's all leading up to Friday's non-farm payrolls report, but we will get weekly jobless claims tomorrow, also leading up to it. But this was a read on the private sector jobs picture. What was the takeaway?
Yeah, so if we look at the ADP number, obviously the market doesn't pay too much attention to it. It does pay some attention, but it puts more weight into what's coming out on Friday. So I think that's really the important thing to watch, Caroline. Expectations are that we're going to add 150,000 jobs to the economy. That has been trending lower recently. So seeing that softness in the labor market, that's going to be something that I'm going to closely be watching. See if that signals potentially a shift in terms of the debate between 25 or 50 basis points for what the Fed does at their next meeting. So I think that that's going to be an important thing to watch on Friday.
Cooper, is there really a debate between 25 and 50, though, with Jay Powell saying he's cutting 25?
NVIDIA trying to push a bit more.
You know, I think there is. The market thinks that there's a little bit of a debate.
So there's about a 30% probability.
I'm watching that 60-minute TTM like a hawk over there on the right. Amazon pulling back.
Keep in mind that we have about a month until the next meeting. So there is a lot of data that can flow in between now and then. So they definitely want to keep that optionality open. I don't think that the Fed is going to try to do some preset course. I do think that they want to keep kind of their options available to them. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we still continue to see that odds hover around 30% or so, assuming that the data continues to hold up okay.
Yeah, good point. Rate cut expectations change on a dime. We've certainly learned that over the past couple of years. Jeffrey, let's bring you into the conversation. Obviously, the Fed's main priority right now is the labor market, but the inflation picture is still very much, is still there. And we have this port workers strike that began recently, yesterday at midnight, and continues to linger on here. It's still early days, but when will we get it? When would we start to see the real economic disruption from the labor dispute, especially as it could relate to inflation?
Well, there are some industries where it might be effective right away. Rule of thumb is that it takes about a week to clear the volume of cargo from a one-day port strike. That comes from shipping advisory firm Sea Intelligence and also from Maersk, one of the largest providers of ocean transportation. So backups can cause a chain of problems. For example, semiconductor materials like the ultra-pure quartz mined in North Carolina is essential for making silicon wafers, and it's the world's primary source. So shipping delays risk a slowdown in global chip production. Exports and imports of pharmaceuticals into the U.S. primarily go through those now idled ports. That's potentially life-threatening and can create big spikes in prices for shortages there. And of course, U.S. agricultural exports like eggs or pork from East Coast ports can't wait additional days or even weeks without risking going bad. So in some areas, particularly in foodstuffs, we could see inflation right away. It's noteworthy that today, one of the worst industry performing groups is food, beverage, and tobacco. These are areas
Okay, Supermicro, what's it doing? Looks like it's moving here. Supermicro. Supermicro going in today. Supermicro.
These products for export. So even a relatively short strike, Caroline, 7 to 14 days, could have impacts in certain industries and countries and show up in the inflation numbers.
And also, I was taking a look at your notes.
Supermicro breaking out.
Port efficiency being a big problem here in the U.S. And I think the question is, why is it such a problem? And is it automation that would actually fix the problem? Because
Okay, Eli Lilly. All right, let me take a look at it. We've got 4 minutes to go. Eli Lilly.
Focus on the short-term issues of the strike and the inflation issues, just as we talked about. But a long issue, an important one, is what's at stake here in terms of the efficiency of U.S. ports. They are the worst in the world in terms of productivity. Ranked out of 370 ports in the world by the World Bank, the U.S.'s largest port, Los Angeles and Long Beach, is dead last. And the U.S.'s second largest port, New York and New Jersey, is ranked well below average. And the third largest in Savannah, an East Coast port, was also very near the bottom at 367 out of 370. And the root cause is a difference in automation.
LRCX with a split. Okay, CRM pulling back a little bit more. Okay, Supermicro, nice little pop there. Supermicro.
Yes, it's over wages, but it's also over how much automation takes place. Automation seems to be necessary in order to keep up with the pace of global trade, and that's something where U.S. ports are now some of the worst in the world.
All right. Supermicro trying to get something going in today when no one's watching. With 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go. Volume in today on Supermicro.
The longer it goes, obviously that creates more volatility and the potential for more of an economic hit. I think that what we did hear from some Fed officials today is that they don't think that the job is done in terms of inflation.
Supermicro.
I do think that we do see that inflation overall is continuing to come down, but yes, the strike does pose a potential risk to inflation surging, moving up a little bit higher longer term.
Okay, and we have about a minute left. So Jeffrey, I just want to ask you quickly about the China stimulus. Kevin Hinks is at the top of the show. Obviously, the Chinese markets are closed this week for the Golden Week, but we are seeing U.S. listed shares.
Supermicro looking for a follow through.
Tradable, not investable, given some of the risk around China. Just in terms of how long we can see that, stimulus really giving a boost. What are your thoughts?
I think we've seen much of it
Okay,
already.
Super Micro end of day.
Markets, they surged tremendously ahead of the closure. I think this is the third or fourth time we've seen a 20% plus rally in Chinese equities over the last 3 or 4 years. Ultimately, those stimulus, those promises failed to actually deliver. So we need to watch money supply growth to see if borrowing takes place. We need to see if local loan issuance picks up to see if the local real estate market is starting to heal. And we need to see confidence turn around so consumers start spending again. If those three things fall in place, this rally's for real. If not,
Super Micro going.
All right, we'll keep an eye on those things. Jeffrey Kleintop, Chief Global Investment Strategist at Charles Schwab, Cooper Howard, Director and Fixed Income Strategist at Schwab Center for Financial Research. Thank you both. Coming up, Closers panel, we'll take a look at today's up and down trading day and highlight some interesting inflation trends to monitor. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Trading Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
And that's a wrap. Super Micro at the high of the day. Looking forward to follow through, maybe tomorrow. All right, folks. Have a great evening. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, the 2nd of October. Kind of mixed action today. Looking for a little bit more follow through tomorrow, perhaps. Anyway, I hope I hope you have a great evening. Take care, and we'll see you in the morning. Ciao.
No problem. So,